What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 580. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line, all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, how are you, my friend?
Good. As I told you before the show, I'm fresh off a nice half day at the dentist yesterday. That was
brutal.
About as good as you could expect. But I did the thing, and I'm done with that. And now it's time to review some cards.
That's right. We've got the Kaldheim set review today. This is going to be the commons and uncommons, our world famous OG set review here, where we're going to go through every single one of the commons and uncommons in the set in our attempt to prepare you for the pre-release, the release, any events that you do online or subsequently with friends or whatever after that. We want to get you as prepared as possible, and today is where we take a big step in that direction. Before we get into the cards, let's mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. That's the place to go for all things Magic related, and of course, you can pre-order Kaldheim now. Did I say Kaladesh before? Did I? Anyway, you can pre-order Kaldheim now, and you can get it. There's bundle packages where you get all the stuff that you get like at a pre-release. There's ones where you get even a bunch of extra stuff like foils and playmats. You can just get individual cards or sealed product. You can head over to channelfireball.com to pre-order Kaldheim now. Then on top of that, there's something really neat that Channel Fireball has come out with just very recently. It's called box breaks. And what it is basically, imagine if there was a booster box, like one that maybe you didn't want to buy or couldn't buy the whole version of, like I couldn't get a whole entire box of whatever, you could buy a part of it. So you buy, 3 of the packs or 2 of the packs or something along those lines. And then that whole booster box gets opened, and then the cards get distributed to all the people that bought them. That's what they are. And they stream them too. So you can actually watch the box that you have a share of getting opened up live on the air, on the box break stream. And that's it. It's really cool. You can go on and check it out at shop.channelfireball.com/pages/box breaks. Obviously, I'll put the link in the show notes as well. And there's Pokemon in there. There's Magic in there. And there's Flesh and Blood as well. So if you're into those other games, you'll also find box breaks for those. But for most of our audience, there's Magic as well. So for example, I see a couple of the ones that recently sold out. There's Double Masters VIP packs. There's Zendikar Rising collector boosters. They're going to open 3 box of those for the box break. So you can get a piece of those if you don't want to do the whole thing, and you can pay a chunk to get some of the cards from that. So box breaks, they stream the opening of those. Currently, it's going Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. And again, I'll put a link in the show notes, but you can check it out. It's a cool way. It's kind of a fun way to participate in a stream and also get something cool out of it and get a little sweat while you're in there.
Yeah, they're pretty popular in the sports cards. People like doing that because how it works actually is you pick a color, like you buy a color. So every card of that color that gets opened for a box of sports, sports cards, it would be like you get everyone from the Chicago Bulls that gets opened.
Oh, okay.
So for Magic, we usually split those by color, but they're kind of balanced such that each like the prices in each color, it kind of makes sense. But there's a lot of cool stuff there. So it's a big sweat when you're trying to figure out who's going to open it. So like it ends up being randomized, but you do get like effectively a fifth of the box. And yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're a cool thing that we saw a lot of other people doing, and we wanted to try our hand at it.
I think that's a really cool combo of the content of a box opening, which for whatever reason people like to watch, and then, something cool to sell as well. So it's a neat combo. So make sure you check that out. Box breaks from Channel Fireball. And then also, of course, you can support the show directly via the Patreon. We want to give a big thanks to everybody who supports Limited Resources on Patreon. It really does mean the world to us. If you are a patron, you get some cool stuff. You get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail. You also get access to the live streams that we do of the show. That's right. We do live streams here. And if you are a patron or a CFP Pro member, you get access to those. So when we go live, we'll post it, and then you can pop in and watch. And in fact, that actually reminds me, I need to post it in the Patreon itself still, because I did not do that. And I'm going to do that right now. But we love it when people support us over there, and we really, really do appreciate it. beyond just the benefits that you get, you help keep the show going. You give us incentive to keep improving it and trying to get better and better at it. And like I said, it really does mean the world to us that you do so. And we really do appreciate it. Okay, let's get into the grading scale overview here, Luis, because we are going to be putting grades on these cards. And, as we found out during the last review, these grades are really important. They help spark discussion, but they also help clarify our words and put a punctuation mark on each of the things we do. Can you break down how the grading scale works for us?
Yeah, so we use an A through F grading scale with 2 subgrades. So we're going to start with A's. These are your bombs, your game winners, just the best cards in the set. They tend to be really efficient, good in many situations, or just capable of ending a game by themselves. So from Zendikar Rising, we're going to use all the examples from that set. You got like Luminarch Aspirant, Leyline Tyrant, Phylath, World Sculptor, this kind of thing. These are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. These are headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a particular color, clan, or guild. In Kaldheim, that will be a color pair. So we're talking kind of like the best commons and the good uncommons. So we're talking Royal Eruption, Deadly Alliance, Cleric of Life's Bond. Cards that you're generally pretty happy to take in the first couple picks, especially if there's no bombs in the pack. C's are playable. Most cards fall into this category. They're fairly interchangeable, and you're going to end up with a bunch in your deck. C's don't mean bad. C's are just kind of your average card. So we're talking cards like Expedition Diviner, Ardent Electromancer, Stonework Pack Beast. These are just the cards that kind of make limited tick. The better ones, of course, get like a C+. The worst ones a C-, but on average, this is where most cards fall. D's are sometimes playable, but you'd prefer not to run them. These are the cards that when you've got these in your deck, you kind of wince a little. You're actively unhappy that you have to play them. These are cards that are mediocre, kind of junky, high setup cost, high casting costs in general. Cards like Ghoul-Draw's Mucklord or Utility Knife. Cards that do something, but they're inefficient enough that you're not really happy to play them. And then F's are basically unplayable. You would just never put these cards in your deck unless something very strange is going on. We're talking about cards like Forsaken Monument that has basically no effect in Zendikar Rising. So F's are cards that you anticipate never playing. And then we've got 2 kind of addendum subgrades, sideboard. So these are cards that you basically wouldn't put in your main deck, but can be very effective out of the sideboard. They tend to be cards like Broken Wings, things that kill flyers, artifacts, enchantments, where when you have the card in your deck, it's going to be usually around a B level card, but you can't put it in your main deck because it's too likely to be an F against some people. And then build-arounds. These are cards that don't do the thing by themselves, but when combined with the right cards can be really, really powerful. Roost of Drakes is a good example of a build-around, though that one even kind of cheats because it enables itself. Mm-hmm. But you end up having build-around cards as cards that you couldn't just put them in an average deck and hope they function, but when you do enable them, can be among the best cards in your deck.
That's right. And so we'll be designating those type of cards separately, and then every other card will get its own grade. So let's jump into the cards. We're going to be starting things off with white this time around. And again, this is all the commons and uncommons for Kaldheim. The first setup is called Axgard Braggart, and it is 3 and a white for a 3/3 dwarf warrior at common, and it has Boast. And I'm going to read Boast the first time here, but it is the same each time you see it. Just with different costs and abilities and such. So Boast says you can activate this ability only if this creature attacked this turn and only once each turn. Now, the Boast cost here, though, is 1 and a white. And if you pay that, you get to untap Axgard Braggart and put a +1/+1 counter on it.
So Boast is, like you said, the cost and the effect will change. They have different activation costs, different effects once you pay that cost. But the thing that's always the same is you can't activate this ability unless you've attacked, and you can only activate it once. So Boast cards are interesting in that almost all of them fall into this first camp, which is going to, like Axgard Braggart, which is if this creature doesn't trade for a creature or survive combat, the Boast ability wasn't really worth it. Right? You would never consider this a good deal to attack with Axgard Braggart. They block with a 5/5, you Boast, and then nothing else happens. That obviously just does nothing.
Right.
On the other hand, there are some Boast abilities that you will attack, they'll block and eat your creature. You won't even trade, but you'll get good value out of the Boast ability. So you end up in a spot where the Boast kind of justified itself, but almost all of them are going to be like Axgard Braggart, where you're going to want to have Axgard Braggart either survive the turn or in some cases trade for something, in which case you get a good deal about them.
Right.
Or good deal with them.
It's also worth noting, right, that you can, like, at what point has a creature attacked this turn?
Oh, but
right.
As you'll see with other cards, even in white, once you declare it as an attacker, it's attacked. So there is a tapper in white, for example, that you attack with it, you activate the boast, which taps target creature, and then they can't block with that creature.
Right, and that goes till the end of the turn, right? So you could do it after combat, even if you wanted.
So Axgard Braggart is a really good example of a threat of activation, because you don't have to use it, but of course you could. So you attack with this into a 3/3, they're not going to block, right? They're obviously, you would just activate it and then the creature would die. But you could also do that on turn, attack with it on turn 5 when you have a 5-drop in hand, knowing that you're just going to play the 5-drop, post combat here. So I like Axgard Braggart. It also gives you two nice things. One of which is it untaps. So sometimes when you attack and use a boast ability, you're kind of getting behind on board. Well, the Braggart kind of gets around that by giving you a nice blocker, and it's a +1/+1 counter, so it's a permanent effect. You're getting value every single time you activate this. I'll give this a C+. I don't think it's a fantastic card, but this is just like a solid hill giant you're going to put in your deck and get good value out of.
Yeah, definitely seems totally acceptable to put Axgard Braggart in your deck. C+ for that. Next is Battershield Warrior. This is an uncommon. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 human warrior, and it has boast, 1 and a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn.
So, and he says, "I need no axe to best these weaklings." He's like whacking someone with a shield. He's just running around, just shield bashing, as the name would imply. Indeed. So, Battershield Warrior by itself is not very good, because you attack with it and then you can pay 2 to make it a 3/3, in which case you've played kind of a 3-mana 3/3, but you had to pay 2 to get there when you attack. But once you have 2 to 3 other creatures or more, then of course the ability starts really adding up. So pretty clearly a card for a go wide deck, which I think there's actually a decent amount of support for in the set. And it's not quite a build around, but it's a card that you just want to accompany with a lot of other creatures, because individually it's not as good, but of course it can be quite strong. I would also give this a C+. I think that in some decks it's going to be like a B level card, but you're not going to know that early in the draft.
Yeah, and on its own, it really isn't good enough as a 3-mana 2/2 with that ability. That is not powerful enough with the costs associated. But yeah, high upside if you can go wide. So C+ for Battleshield Warrior. Next is Battlefield Raptor. This is white for a 1/2 flying first strike bird at common. And it's interesting because this is kind of the classic, like, you look at it and you're like, nope, I'm not going to be playing that. It doesn't have enough effect on the board. First strike on a 1-powered creature is rarely relevant. But I've learned my lesson. I think most of us have, that these type of cards from Wizards they're making these playable now. And I would not be surprised at all if there was a reason to put this card in your deck beyond just its power and toughness and stats and stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that this is a card 3 years ago we would say just, give this like a D or an F and move on.
Right.
But I suspect this is probably going to be like a C-, where in the right deck, this is just going to be a card you actively want. This is a 1-mana flyer. So if you have ways to pump it, which there are ways in the set, we just saw a go wide reward. There's also a kind of sub-theme in white of casting 2 spells, where when you cast your second spell for the turn, you get a good effect. Well, Battlefield Raptor fits great there too. So I want to give Battlefield Raptor a C-. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up just being a dead average C.
Same. And that's saying a lot. So there you go. C- for Battlefield Raptor. Next is Beskir Shieldmate. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 human warrior at common. And when it dies, you get a 1/1 white human warrior creature token. So it's a 2/1 that dies into a 1/1.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah.
You end up playing this, it'll trade for most 2-drops and leave something behind again. We're 4 cards in and we've seen 3 cards that imply that you want to flood the board with a bunch of creatures. So definitely something to keep an eye on. And I think Beskir Shieldmate, I would give this probably a C+ as well. I think that this is going to be an above average common.
Yeah, if you get to trade off and leave a creature behind and you have the ability to pump a team, that can be good. So C, but trending towards C+, or C+ trending towards C for Beskir Shieldmate. Next is Bound in Gold. Here's our white common removal spell. So it's 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. It enchants a permanent It's common, and it says enchanted permanent can't attack, block, or crew vehicles, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities.
Yeah, this card's fantastic.
Shuts everything down, basically.
It stops all the ways you would use a creature in play. Really, the only drawback to these kinds of cards is because the creature stays in play. If they have sacrifice effects, then they still get to kind of make use of those. And it's a little vulnerable to artifact or enchantment removal. But this looks like an excellent version of this effect. And I think it's bound to be a B. I think it's going to be a very good removal spell.
Yeah, it's solid gold, and agreed. B, this looks like it's just going to be the go-to. Next is Clarion Spirit, 1 and a white for a 2/2 spirit at uncommon. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Hey, that's a heck of a payoff there. Clarion Spirit's already a 2/2 for 2, which is okay. Now, it doesn't have flying or anything like that. A lot of times people think a spirit has flying. This one doesn't. But boy, if you can start spitting out even just once or twice, if you're lucky, getting these 1/1 white spirit token creatures with flying, I mean, those are the real deal. A 1/1 flyer that you didn't have to invest an entire card into is legit really good payoff. And the downside here, the floor isn't that low. You're still getting a 2/2 for 2 in your worst case scenario.
Yeah, this card's fantastic. Besides just putting cheap cards in your deck, Foretell also really helps this theme because by getting to pay for cards in installments, you'll end up having let's say a turn 5 where you can cast a 5-drop for 3 mana because you foretold it earlier, and then a 2-drop and trigger the Clarion Spirit. So
yeah, I like B for Clarion Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's actually a B plus because I think in the right decks. Imagine if you get 3 tokens out of this. Of course, that card's absurd. That's almost like an A-level card, right?
Right.
If this was 2 mana 2/2, whenever you at the beginning of each upkeep put a 1/1 into play, like you would think, wow, this card's fantastic. I don't think this card is going to be that hard to enable. Obviously, playing 2 spells a turn, you run out pretty quickly, and most of the time when you run out, you don't ever play 2 spells again that game because otherwise, what are you doing? Spending a turn, doing nothing. Right. But I think if this is in your opening hand, you're going to run over your opponent a lot of the times.
Yeah, it's a must kill, and also I have to mention again, the floor is very high. You're looking at a 2/2 for 2. It's just there's just no downside to putting this in your deck. So yeah, B plus for Clarion Spirit, really nice build around. Next is Code Spell Cleric. This is white for a 1/1 human cleric at common. It's got vigilance, kind of weird. When it enters the battlefield, if it was the second spell you cast this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So another payoff for this ultra cheap deck here, and this one's at common.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine a game where you don't play your Battlefield Raptor on turn 1, then turn 2 you go Raptor into Code Spell Cleric, make my Raptor a 2/3 flyer, and you're talking a decent amount of pressure already. That's good. Also, Code Spell Cleric can put the counter on itself. So if you have a turn where you play on turn 3, like Clarion Spirit plus Code Spell Cleric, and you just pump this because you'd rather have this one brawling, Code Spell Cleric is pretty high payoff. I do have to say, when looking at all these cards, you can end up with a deck where when your cards come out in the wrong order, your deck is terrible.
Terrible.
Like, you could Clarion Spirit, isn't included in this because that card's just straight up great. But when you have a deck that has 2 Battlefield Raptors and 3 Code Spell Clerics, well, that is a strong base for a deck. But you're sometimes going to draw a Code Spell Cleric on turn 5 when you have no spells in your hand.
Yeah,
and you got to be aware that is the drawback. But yeah, I like this. I would also give this around a C-C and say that, hey, in the right deck, this is just going to be one of the cards you're actively looking for.
Same, and I think it's going to be a key piece. That's very powerful. Divine Gambit is next. It's white for a sorcery at uncommon. It says exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls. That player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. Weird.
So I actually like this card. What I look at this card and think is, well, it's just unrealistically bad to cast this card on turns like 2 through 5. So
they put a 6-drop in
not a good card to do that with. But if you're playing a deck that can expect to drag out the game a long time, like a control deck, then when you cast this and your opponent has 2 cards in hand and 6 or 7 lands in play, doesn't have a huge drawback. A lot of the time they'll have played the cards that they wanted to play. Mm-hmm. And it is unconditional removal. It also pairs nicely with other removal spells because it's not like you're getting 2 for 1. Imagine you have Bound in Gold and Divine Gambit in your hand. You Divine Gambit their creature, they put another creature into play, and then you just kill that creature.
Sure.
Like, yeah, they got a little bit of a mana advantage, but you probably got that mana advantage as well because you probably cast Divine Gambit on a 3 through 5 drop.
Right, because this is a tempo thing, right? And like there really, if you do this in the early stages of the game, there's no great outcome for you. Like they can just even put a land into play and just be ahead,
right?
In that way.
Yeah, so it's a gambit I think worth taking. You just have to be aware that you can't play this early in the game or you are going to run into a pretty tough situation. Maybe you'll be forced to if they play something truly absurd. But for the most part, if you look at this kind of like you remember Sarah Avenger, white for a 3/3 flyer, but you couldn't cast it on turns 1, 2, and 3. Like that was a card that was like, hey, I'm a cheap card, but you can't cast me till later. Divine Gambit's kind of like that. Imagine if printed on the card says you can't cast me until turn 6. I would still put this card in a lot of my decks.
Yeah.
Probably not the aggressive ones as much. But even then, I don't know. It helps double spell on turn 6.
It really does.
It's in a 4-drop. Like it is pretty good. So I think Divine Gambit is probably like a C. It's just good like backup removal, and it gets better the more removal you have. Like I said, if you end up with a 10 removal spell deck, just casting this on a turn where you can cast another removal spell really kind of negates the drawback quite a bit.
This card is also just an insanely sweet design. Like.
Yeah,
you play it, you're like, all right, we'll solve that problem. What do you got?
Yeah.
It's a big question.
Well, what I want to run into is I play against a black-white control deck that has 2 Divine Gambits, and I just board in a blue 7-drop in my like red-green deck, and just wait to get them. That's exactly the kind of stuff I like getting up to.
Let's just say Divine Gambit probably doesn't have a place in the cube anytime soon. Like Emrakul.
No, that one not so much.
So what do you want to grade it at? Like C plus? C?
I think like C plus. I think probably closer to C because there's going to be a lot of assertive decks that can't afford to put a Divine Gambit in their deck.
Yeah.
Like the deck playing Battlefield Raptors and Codespell Clerics is not looking to play games where Divine Gambit would be good. It's looking to end the game before that point.
Also, I have to say Divine Gambit's the early front runner to have the best stories. The set. My opponent put blank into play. All right. So CC plus for Divine Gambit. Next is Doomscar Oracle. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human cleric at common. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you gain 2 life, but it has our first instance of Foretell. Now, Foretell says, I'm going to read it once and then we'll have to assume it for the rest. There's a cost for Foretell, and it says, during your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its Foretell cost. And the Foretell cost for Doomscar Oracle is white. And as you mentioned before, it's pretty easy to see how, since you pay 2 mana, let's say on turn 2, then you can save up for a couple of turns where then you can play 2 cards in a turn or 2 spells in a turn and start getting those bonuses from doing so. Yeah, so there you go. This is a sort of a bread and butter Foretell common here for white.
Yeah, I like Doomscar Oracle quite a bit because the ability to gain 2 life whenever you cast your second spell is a nice one that'll add up over the course of the game. And Foretell of just a single white means it's really easy to double spell. Imagine just foretelling this on turn 2 and turn 3 you play the Clarion Spirit and then you play the Doomscar Oracle. Mm-hmm. You've already triggered your Clarion Spirit. You don't gain the 2 life off the Oracle in this particular case, but then on subsequent turns, of course, you would be. I would give Doomscar Oracle a C+. I think this card is going to perform. It's good in aggro decks and good in control decks. I think it's just a good card. Yeah,
it's reasonable on the vanilla test. It's a 3/2 for 3, which is playable as well. So there you go. C+ for Doomscar Oracle. Next is, this card's never been made. It's just called Giant Ox. It is 1 and a white for an 0/6 Ox at common. Giant Ox crews vehicles using its toughness rather than its power. It pulls the vehicle. That is amazing.
This is a very flavorful card, though it looks like he's a little too muscly to be actually flavorful. I think that the Giant Ox is not going to be a card that I'm likely to play very often because you're not going to have that many vehicles in the set. And an O6 blocker isn't even that good in a format full of Boast, because Boast, it will just not stop your, it'll block their creatures, but they'll still get to brag about their exploits and get their bonuses from their Boast, nonsense. Right. So this looks to me like probably a D. Yeah, it's not the end of the world if you have to play it, and it's a good combo with Monstrous Plow. That is, the combo they've seeded in here.
Okay, yeah, we'll mention that when we get to it. But D for Giant Ox, cool card, but definitely not high on the list of cards to play at the moment. Next is God's Hall Guardian. This is 5 and a white for a 3/6 cat at common. It also has Vigilance, so 6 mana, 3/6 Vigilance, but it's also got Foretell for 3 and a white.
So you'll notice that most of the cards with Foretell, their Foretell cost +2 is their casting cost, or very close to it, because that's just how most of the designs naturally lend themselves to be, where you're paying the same total mana, but you're getting to split it up. And so one thing that's really worth noting on Foretell is the more expensive the card is, the more powerful Foretell is on the card. The reason is, look at Doomscar Oracle, right? We just saw that one. Well, you can foretell it in order to have these like nice turns where you sequence 2 plays in the same turn or whatever. But every game you draw Doomscar Oracle, you're basically assured to be able to cast it, because a 3-mana card is just not that hard to cast. But putting Foretell on God's Hall Guardian means you could be stuck on 4 lands the entire game and still cast this 6-drop.
That's right.
So getting a card out when you wouldn't be able to cast it otherwise is pretty big. And 4+2 in terms of Magic, 4+2 is actually a not decent 6. Amount less than 6.
Yeah,
in terms less. Of ease of casting. So
and that's
even though God's Hall Guardian isn't that impressive, it's still a card I think you're going to play a decent amount of the time. Yeah, because another way to look at it would be, what's the earliest you could get Doomscar Oracle down in a normal game? It's still turn 3. Right, that's when you foretell it and then pay its foretell cost on turn 3. But God's Hall Guardian, that's not true. Right? Normally it would be turn 6, right? When you hit your 6th land, if you play it on turn 6 would be the earliest you could get the Guardian down. But now if you're willing to do the foretell thing, you can get it down on turn 4. And while you did have to invest some mana earlier, a 3/6 Vigilance on turn 4 is that's probably bigger than most things on the board. So that's pretty cool. I would still give God's Hall Guardian a C, because the effect you're getting is still just not that impressive. But I do like Foretell on this. It makes it so it's more playable than your average, whatever your big white throwaway card slot is, right? Your Thraben Purebloods of the set. That's
right. Okay, so C for God's Hall Guardian. Next is Goldmaw Champion. This is 2 and a white for a 2/3 Dwarf Warrior at common. It has Boast for 1 and a white, tap target creature. This was our preview card for LR.
Yeah, this is a solid attacker. It doesn't have an ability you're likely to activate until probably like turn 5 or 6 at the earliest, unless you're just completely flooded. And it gets really powerful at that point, but it's also pretty mediocre on turn 3. So it's the kind of card your aggressive decks don't want too many of, whereas Territorial Hammerskull, you take as many of those as you could get.
Which went from common to uncommon to, we probably shouldn't print this anymore. So this is what we get now, Goldmaw Champion. Looks like a C to me. I think an aggressive deck would run these when you do get to that point, particularly if you can activate 2 of them in a turn. Like you have 4 mana, let's say 4 creatures on the board. You take out their 2 biggest blockers and you're just slamming on them. You're probably going to be in a position to kind of say, check, right? Like you must deal with one of these or produce a lot more blockers or something, or I'm going to be able to win just with what I have on board. And that can be good in some scenarios. Also offers you something to do with your mana in the later part of the game. And for aggressive decks, we always are concerned with that, right? Like that you end up with 6 mana and you're drawing 2 drops that don't really do anything. Boast, and particularly cards like this that want to be boasted over and over again, give you a place to do that. That said, it's still just, the stats just aren't mind blowing, and I would give it a C.
Yeah, I like C for Goldmaw Champion.
All right, next is Invoke the Divine. This is 2 and a white for an instant at common. It says destroy target artifact or enchantment, and you gain 4 life. This is a reprint going back quite a ways, right?
Yeah,
at least Dominaria or something. Yeah,
I think Dominaria was the first time it was there, but it's a fine sideboard card. Yep. I will say it's like a sideboard C+. It's never really that exciting, but it does the thing you want it to do.
Yeah, I would have it as a good sideboard card. When you bring this in, particularly against aggressive decks that are doing equipment or vehicles, it's a blowout. It really is. But again, sideboard for Invoke the Divine. Next is Iron Verdict. Boy, this guy looks like he's about ready to pay the iron price, isn't he? 2 and a white for an instant at common. Iron Verdict deals 5 damage to target tapped creature. Got to hit them while they're down. But it also has Foretell. So, and the Foretell cost is just white. So interesting, because we do have an instant here. And remember, Foretells are exiled face down, so they don't know whether you're going to cast a creature later or whether you're going to Iron Verdict their thing for just 1 white mana, etc. Kind of interesting gameplay with this one.
Yeah, it's I think a pretty good card for controlling decks, because aggro decks don't really want removal that only hits tapped creatures. They're the ones looking to tap the creatures, not the opponent. Mm-hmm. And the Foretell does add a lot to this, because one of the weaknesses of this kind of white removal historically has been you leave mana up for your Iron Verdict or your Neck Snapper, whatever it is you're trying to keep up, and your opponent kind of senses it and doesn't attack, or just ends up having a turn where they decide not to attack, and you wasted that mana. Whereas Iron Verdict, since it foretells for just 1 white mana, if you can pay 2 to exile it, you can then leave up 1 white, and if they don't attack into it, you didn't lose all that much. So it lets you keep this up on multiple occasions without paying a huge cost for that, which can be pretty nice. It's a good, efficient card that way.
Yeah. And of course, the most likely thing you're going to do is do it while the creature is attacking, but the Foretell lets you kind of be more flexible on that as well. Most creatures need to be tapped at some point to do the thing that they're trying to do. That is not always the case when a player is playing particularly defensive strategy and is just looking to enforce like a long game, and you're trying to beat them down, which white is clearly trying to do in this set. Well, your Iron Verdict might leave you feeling a little wanting. Definitely doesn't verge into the premium removal camp for me, but I could definitely see putting this in my deck fairly often, especially one of them. Especially if I am trying to play a more mid-range style game rather than be an all-out aggro deck. C for Iron Verdict?
Yeah, I would give Iron Verdict a C. Just be aware that the more aggressive your deck is, the less you should want to put this card in your deck. Right. You don't want to end up, having this in your aggro deck and having it just be dead. So realistically, I think it's a C, but it ends up being kind of like a D in aggro decks and a C+ in control decks. But right. I think we can average that to a C.
C for Iron Verdict. Next is Kaya's Onslaught. That's 2 and a white for an instant and uncommon. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains double strike until end of turn. And here's the fun part. It has Foretell, and it's what you would think it's for white. So you have the potential here for an instant that costs 1 mana and gives your creature +1/+1 and double strike until end of turn. That is scary stuff. Like, that is definitely the I thought I was doing fine and then oops, I lost type of scenario.
And it's so cheap that it's really not hard to imagine combining this and other pump spells in the same turn. Mm-hmm. I think that's like kind of the idea, right? Is you end up like foretelling this, playing a creature or 2, you get your opponent to 14, then you attack them with 3 creatures. They don't block one of your 3/3s, and you're like, play a pump spell, play Kaya's Onslaught, take 14. It also decisively wins combats. +1/+1 and double strike should have you winning almost every combat, at the very least tying against something very large. So I think Kaya's Onslaught actually has a lot of potential. We don't normally love combat tricks, but right. the fact that this can just kill people out of nowhere, especially in a deck that has other ways to pump creatures, means that I actually like this one. I think this one is going to be a pretty big player.
Yeah, I do too. There's only so high I can really go on any combat trick. This still has all the pitfalls of basically every combat trick, right? Where they can interact with your creature. It's still a blowout. There's times when you're behind when this card won't do a whole lot. There's times when it doesn't win you the game, when you needed something more repeat damage wise rather than the one shot. That being said, we usually rate the combat tricks based on, well, what are you giving me and for how much mana relative to other combat tricks? And this one's one of the best ones I've seen, right? I mean, this one can absolutely steal games. It's amazing with trample. If there's big green trample creatures, this card is just completely going to run over anything and make it, it gives you the Embercleave effect in that scenario, right? Where it's like, it doesn't matter how I block, I just lose to this no matter what. I would give it a C+. I'm not willing to go into the B range for what is ultimately a combat trick that is similar to other combat tricks. But when they're going to push the efficiency this hard, I'm willing to go up into the higher ends of the C. What about for you?
I think I like this at B minus. I feel like this is going to be a card you're often like, well, if they've got Kaya's Onslaught, I'm not going to win this game, enough to the point that I think that this is going to be a premium card for the decks that can make use of it.
Okay. Well, that's your first wrong grade. Master Scald is next. It's 4 and a white for a 4/4 dwarf warrior at common. When Master Scald enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, interesting card. I don't think that exiling a creature is a huge cost here because there won't be very many games where you have an artifact or enchantment to get back and none of your creatures have died. So even though they use this cost in a bunch of creatures, like they have exiling your creatures from your graveyard as one of the themes of the set, on this one, it's how often do you want a 5-mana 4/4 that brings back an artifact or enchantment? The answer probably is not very often. A lot of the artifacts and enchantments don't tend to die. Like when you put Bound in Gold on your opponent's creature, a lot of the time it's just not going to go to the graveyard. So I think Master Scald is probably like a C minus, but in the decks that want it, it goes up to a C plus. It's a very powerful effect if you can make use of it.
Yeah, I feel like I want to give it a D, and my reasoning is this. It feels like almost never will you have both a creature in your graveyard and an enchantment or artifact in your graveyard. And then on top of it, where that actually makes you want to play what is ultimately like a vanilla 4/4 for 5 in your deck. I would need enablers, is what I'm saying. I would need an enchantment or an artifact that was built to go to the graveyard. And I would need a few of those. Getting the creature in the yard is the easier part. That tends to happen just in the normal course of play. But I mean, how many, like if I have 3 artifacts and or enchantments in my deck and none of them are scheduled to go to the graveyard, meaning that they have to actually be destroyed by my opponent. I mean, I wouldn't put Master Scald in my deck.
Well, sagas are a part of the set.
Okay.
And those are some powerful enchantments that naturally put themselves in the graveyard, but they're also like uncommon and rare and multicolored mostly. So you're not going to end up.
No, that's a good point. If I had 2 or 3 sagas, then I would probably put a Master Scald in my deck, no problem. Yeah. Okay. So this one's going to be, strangely enough for me, a build around grade because I just wouldn't put it in a deck with no artifacts or enchantments, obviously. Would I put it in a deck that had 2 to 3 that didn't go to the graveyard on their own? I doubt it. Would I put it in with 2 or 3 that did, like sagas? Absolutely. Like it probably becomes one of my better cards. So if that's the case, I'm gonna give it a build around like B minus. That's where I'm gonna land on it.
Yeah, I would just give it a build around B.
Sure.
When it's good, it'll be good, but it won't be good very often.
That's right. Revitalize is next. 1 and a white for an instant. You gain 3 life and you draw a card. It's common.
Yeah, the rate on this is fine, but there isn't really much of a life gain theme in the set. There's, I think, like 1 rare that pays you off. And in general, like you're just not going to have room to put Revitalize in your deck. So I would give it a D. It's never bad to include it if you don't have other cards to include, but it just never actually works out that way.
Right. Even in the set where you got paid off for gaining 3 life a turn, this was a borderline card. So there you go. Next is Rune of Sustenance. It is 1 and a white for an enchantment. Aura Rune. So it has was that a super type, subtype, whatever? It has that. It's uncommon. It enchants a permanent. When Rune of Sustenance enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Okay, I like that already. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has lifelink. And as long as enchanted permanent is an equipment, it has equipped creature has lifelink.
I really like this cycle. There's 1 for each color that you can either put it on a creature or put it on equipment. In general, putting it on the equipment is much stronger because creatures come and go. Equipment generally doesn't die. So by putting Rune of Sustenance on one of your equipment, you're getting this effect over and over again. But either way, you're kind of coming out ahead because it draws a card. It replaces itself. So if you've got a 3/2 flyer and it's going to hit them this turn, putting Rune of Sustenance on the flyer gives you 3 life in a card right away. And then if it hits again, next turn gets you another 3 life. And at that point, you're talking a great card.
Right.
So I like the runes a lot. I would give Rune of Sustenance probably a. I want to say B minus. I'll probably say C plus on Rune of Sustenance.
I think you're right thinking B minus actually.
You think B minus?
Well, what is my worst case? I can enchant a land with this, right? Like if I just need to get out of my hand on turn 2.
Yeah, I guess you can. You could always enchant something with this.
Just worst case, like I just need to cantrip. I'm going to miss my land drop. I got to do something. And then if you draw it later, it's like it cantrips and it can have a meaningful effect. I like B- for Rune of Sustenance.
All right, I'm in.
Next is Shepherd of the Cosmos. This is 4 white for a 3/3 Angel Warrior at uncommon. This better be good. It's got flying. And so we have a 6 mana 3/3 flyer. Not great to start with. It's an Angel Warrior. But when Shepherd of the Cosmos enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. And it also has Foretell. And the Foretell cost is, interestingly, 3 and a white. And if you add that to the 2, you do end up with the same amount, but a little bit different on the white mana here. So there you go.
This is another card where Foretell is huge.
Yeah.
Because letting you cast this card on a turn you wouldn't normally be able to, or if you don't even have 6 mana, is really big because the effect is quite strong. And it's not going to be hard, I think, to put together a deck that will want this. But the thing that's really cool about this is normally, like imagine this didn't have Foretell, the kind of deck that has a bunch of 2 or less cost permanents and the kind of deck that wants 6-drop are not the same deck. Mm-hmm. Your Battlefield Raptor deck does not really want 6-drops in the deck. But Shepherd of the Cosmos, because of Foretell, kind of gets around that in a really neat manner, where now your really aggressive 1 and 2 drop deck, it can afford to play a 4-mana spell. That's within its wheelhouse. So I would give Shepherd of the Cosmos a B. I think it's just going to be a good uncommon.
I think so too. I like B for Shepherd of the Cosmos. The one thing that's a little awkward about it is that normally you would spend that second turn that you may be foretelling to cast the 2-drop. You can play off curve a little bit, go 2-drop, foretell on turn 3, or pay the foretell cost on turn 3, and then turn 4, get it into play after you've blocked or traded off your 2-drop. That works as well. But you have a window in there that you need to get that 2 mana permanent on the battlefield if you're going to get it back. And it also needs to be dead to really get full value. Not that you have to do this on 4, but a 3/3 flyer on 4, if it gets back something that costs 2 mana, is going to be like, that's your win percentage going up, 10, 15% in one play or something. I mean, that's a huge swing for you. So I like B for Shepherd of the Cosmos, really strong. Next is Spectral Steel. This is 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It enchants a creature and the creature gets +2/+2. That's pretty powerful already. And you can pay 1 and a white and exile Spectral Steel from your graveyard to return another target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand.
I actually like Spectral Steel quite a bit. And the reason is, paying 2 mana for an aura that gives +2/+2, that is a powerful effect. Mm-hmm. That is good. The reason that it generally doesn't end up working out well, though, is because the risk of that is really bad, where you put this on something and then they kill or bounce it, and you're down a card. And so the net is, well, this is a really good plan when it works and a really bad plan when it doesn't. Well, Spectral Steel has the good part of it, which is if they don't kill the creature this is on, you probably run away with the game. And the ability to exile it to get a card back in the right deck, a deck that is enabling this, it kind of mitigates the bad part of it too. So having a high upside, medium downside card is a lot better than a high upside, high downside card.
Right. What a weird card, right? Like these are.
I'm glad this is uncommon. Imagine if they were common and you got 3 of them, you'd put one on a creature, hit them, they'd eventually kill the creature. You'd put a second one on, and then when that died, you then get the first one back and
and just loop them. Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't loop because they exile, but it just means that they would stack really nicely together.
Yeah. So what do you like for Spectral Steel here? This is a very difficult card to grade for me.
So if the card was just giant strength, 1 and a white, give a creature +2/+2, we would probably give it like a D minus and just say like, hey, in your hyper aggressive decks, like, look, you're going to lose to Battlefield Raptor plus Spectral Steel sometime, and you're not going to be happy about it. I know this, but adding that additional cost, I think, brings it to a C, which I think makes it playable in the really aggressive double spelling Battlefield Raptor deck.
Okay.
So
C for Spectral Steel. Yeah. And the little bonus upside. Nice.
It's all in, but imagine this. Turn 1 Battlefield Raptor, turn 2 Spectral Steel, turn 3 2-drop plus the 1-drop that gives a ++1 counter, and then you're just like...
I feel like Christian Calcano just woke up and was like, what? You mean I can do this? Next is Stalwart Valkyrie. This is 3 and a white for a 3/2 Angel warrior. It's common. It does have flying. For some reason, it's listed after the rest, but it is a 3/2 flyer for 4. You may pay 1 and a white and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than paying this spell's mana cost.
I really like Stalwart Valkyrie. It's a 4-mana 3/2 flyer, a snapping drake, and that is, a little below the curve, right? For modern limited, you're not really happy about playing that. But if any of your creatures have traded off or died for any reason, all of a sudden you have a 2-mana 3/2 flyer. This card seems excellent for aggro decks, and the way you want to play this card is not ideally playing this on turn 4. It's play everything you can before this so that you can set up on a turn 5, maybe this plus a 3-drop because something has traded off. This is also a big reason, by the way. If you're playing against a white deck and you're not sure whether to trade or not, this is a good tiebreaker to not trade.
Definitely.
Because you will really regret it when you trade 2-drops on turn 2 and their turn 3 is Stalwart Valkyrie plus another 1-drop or something like that.
Yeah. Also clearly an enabler of the 2 spells in 1 turn thing as well. Yeah. Stalwart Valkyrie seems sweet. Like that is for a common, especially with that alternate cost, that is really nice. Allowing you to do some really busted double spell turns, like in the mid trending towards late game. This is a real addition to the board that actually matters. Still feeling like I'm not really wanting to go up into the B range for it, though. My gut says C+ for Stalwart Valkyrie. Where do you fall?
Yeah, I agree. C+ for Stalwart Valkyrie.
Okay, next is Starnheim Courser. This is 2 and a white for a 2/2 flying Pegasus. It's common, and it says artifact and enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
White has so many cheap flyers.
Yes,
it is going to the skies. Yeah, this card looks perfectly acceptable. A lot of these aggressive white decks, I think, will want 3-mana 2/2 flyer, and sometimes it'll save you a mana, and that will just be a great little upside. Again, it helps the double spell turns. You play this on turn 3. Turn 4, you can play Bound in Gold plus a 2-drop. So I would give Starnheim Courser a C and think that it's going to be a good inclusion in your aggressive white decks.
Yep, C for Starnheim Courser. Next is Story Seeker. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 with lifelink. It's a dwarf cleric, and it's common. Sure.
Another solid aggressive card, works well with pump spells and counters. 2-mana 2/2 lifelink is worth playing, so yeah. I would give Story Seeker a C as well.
C for Story Seeker. This is kind of the classic bread and butter common these days. 2/2 for 2 with an ability. Next is Usher of the Fallen. It's white for a 2/1 Spirit Warrior. It is uncommon, and it has Boast. So you can boast for 1 and a white and create a 1/1 white human warrior creature token.
So in general, there's this funny effect where 1-mana 2/1s are better in constructed than limited because the constructed decks are all about optimizing to play like 3 of them by turn 2, whereas limited, you don't usually play something on turn 1, but you all don't always have a 2-drop either, so it's not as big of an increase. And this will trade off a lot. But that said, this is going to be a good card. You're going to play this on turn 1, and a lot of the time you'll attack, trade with their creature, but make a 2-drop or a 1/1 creature if you don't have anything else to spend your mana on. It's a 1-drop, which is going to be efficient in any of these decks. So overall, I think Usher of the Fallen would get a C+, but still not quite in the B range, even though it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very cool. I do think that this is going to be a make hay while the sun's shining type card where you play it on 1, you have an attack, you take it, you boast rather than even developing your board just to get the free creatures. And then the next turn you do it again and trade it off. And you're like, fine, I've left myself with 2 1/1s and I still have a full hand of cards to start spending on. Very, very powerful if you can get it on 1. But of course, as we know, it's not the only scenario in which Usher of the Fallen happens. So C+ there. Valkyrie's Sword. This one's actually an equipment, so an artifact equipment, but it is white. It's 1 and a white for an uncommon artifact equipment. And when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 4 and a white. If you do, create a 4/4 white angel warrior creature token with flying and vigilance, then attach Valkyrie's Sword to it. So what does the sword do? The creature gets +2/+1. And then, of course, the other big question looming, what's the equip cost? It's actually pretty reasonable. It's 3. Wow.
This is another really cool cycle. There's an equipment where you can pay a mana cost in addition to the equipment to get jump started to get a token that's wearing the equipment. And Valkyrie's Sword is a big one. It's 7 mana if you play the whole thing, and you get it, but you get a 6/5 flying angel, and then you're left with a sword also that can equip for 3 at +2/+1. I like it. It's not striking me as a great aggro card though, because you're not going to get to 7 mana very often, and 2 to cast, 3 to equip for +2/+1 is on the expensive side. That said, it does kind of play nicely with the Battlefield Raptor. I kind of want to like retroactively increase Battlefield Raptor's grade to like a C to C plus, given all these cards that look like they sequence well with it. But yeah, I don't know. Valkyrie's Sword looks like it's going to be a good game ender. I like that you can play an equipment card in a somewhat creature light deck and still have it perform. It's pretty solid. I also like that the art looks like a 90s Magic art.
It does. Yeah, this is clearly Sarah Angel inspired, and you basically get a Sarah Angel if you pay the extra cost. I'm definitely at B for Valkyrie Sword myself, and I might be B plus. I agree with you that the efficiency is just on the side of a little slow. 2 mana is fine. Equip cost of 2, we're in total business. Equip cost of 3, that's most of your turn. But I love the flexibility here, especially given that we've mentioned multiple times how many flyers there are in the set. Valkyrie Sword, if you ignore the Sarah Angel part, on any flyer makes it a must deal with threat no matter what. And that's actually worth the mana sometimes. You can get tempoed out. But 3 is just there for me that I'm willing to pay that. Anything with First Strike, anything with Lifelink, anything with flying, right? These things are all great for the Valkyrie Sword. And then, you're trying to play the aggressive deck. You're trying to do the low to the ground thing. You still flat out sometimes. You're playing 16 lands a lot of the time in those decks, sometimes even still 17. And you end up with 6-7 lands on the battlefield. It happens all the time. Now you rip your Valkyrie Sword, which would have already been okay, a place to put 5 mana, and you can slam this and have this huge flying angel. That's amazing. That's a great backup plan. And so I like B for Valkyrie Sword. That's where I land.
I think I would give Valkyrie Sword a C plus. I think it's just a little on the slow side for me.
Ooh, I like that. Okay. Next is Valor of the Worthy. It's white for an enchantment aura at common. It says enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. When enchanted creature leaves the battlefield, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying.
No, this is an aura which I'm not as into. I think the effect is too small, and getting a 1/1 flyer at the end is not a huge payoff. It is nice though. It says when enchanted creature leaves the battlefield, so it's not just dies. If they bounce your creature, you get the spirit as well. I'm in for probably like a D on Valor of the Worthy. I think this one's just a little too low impact. Look, if I want to gamble on my Battlefield Raptor, I want to end the game in 4 turns, not 8 turns.
Agreed. D for Valor of the Worthy. Both effects, even if they're decent, aren't big enough to be worth a card in most scenarios. Next is Warhorn Blast. This is 4 and a white for an instant at common. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. And here's the big one. It actually has Foretell, and the Foretell cost is 2 and a white. So here's one of our payoffs. You mentioned that white seemed to be really leaning hard towards go wide or benefit you from having multiple creatures on the battlefield, tokens, flyers, etc. Warhorn Blast is a way to capitalize on that.
You're getting an inspired charge effect for 5 mana instead of 4 mana, but you're getting to split it up into Foretell and 2+3. I like that. I think that makes it on balance a little bit better than Inspired Charge, which was always like a build around C. Mm-hmm. I still think this is probably around a build around C plus. It's not a card you should put in your deck unless you actively are trying to go, 4+ creatures on the board. Yep. But once you do, the card does pull its weight. It
does. It'll end the game. You can use it on defense even, right? It gives a toughness bump and there's no clause on attacking. So there you go. C plus on the build around for Warhorn Blast. Make sure that you're going wide. Next and last for white is Wings of the Cosmos. It is white for an instant at common. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until end of turn. Untap it.
I like what this card does. It's got 3 different effects. It can save a creature in combat. +1/+3 is pretty big, especially when you've got boast creatures you're trying to get in. Like imagine you attack with a boast creature. They have a heavy incentive to block because they don't want you to boast multiple times. They block. You use this. You use their boast ability, and you save your creature. It untaps a creature, so you can ambush their stuff, and it has flying, which lets you both ambush their flyers. But also sometimes you just cast this on a 4/4 when they have no flyers in play and attack them for 5. So it's a lot of minor stuff, and it is priced to move. It's only 1 mana. That all being said, I think it's probably a C. I do think you'll play this card in your aggressive decks and be satisfied with the effect.
Yeah, it's funny because I hear you say all those things and I agree with them, and my brain just goes, "Cool story, bro. It's a D." Like it's just like not going to make it in every white deck. There's going to be many times where you just don't play Wings of the Cosmos and you have access to it. There's going to be many times where you could pick it up in 6th, 7th, 8th pick, and you're just like, no, I'm just going to take this random 2/2 or speculate or take a sideboard card or anything. These are just never in demand. They rarely make the cut. And I would give Wings of the Cosmos, even though I agree with everything you said, a D. How do you like that?
All right, I think you're going to play this card a little more often than comparable combat tricks. So
D plus.
I would
C means it's a bread and butter playable common in white. Like,
I think it's like a C minus. I think this card's efficient enough. I'm just looking at white and thinking there's going to be some white decks that want every card in their deck to cost 1 through 3 mana.
True.
In decks like that, Wings of the Cosmos really does carry weight.
That's a good point. Yeah, the fact that it's only 1 mana and playable at all probably puts it into a category worth considering. Good point. All right, that is it for white. Let's move on to blue. Our first blue card is Annul. It's blue for an instant, a common, counter target artifact or enchantment spell.
This is straight up sideboard card. It's not even a particularly good one because imagine you side an Annul and they have 3 important equipment for you to counter. Well, sometimes you'll draw this when one of those equipment's already on the board and you're just going to look at this and like, wow, my sideboard card, I drew my sideboard card. They drew the card I'm supposed to answer it with, and it still doesn't work. So I think this card's like sideboard D.
Sideboard
it's just
D.
not very good.
No, you'd need to see a very special opponent to be able to board this in happily. So sideboard D for Annul. Here is Augury Raven for our next card. I have a feeling I'm going to like this one. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/3 flying bird at common. And by the way, that is a bit of that really does say something about the power level of commons and how power creep over the years has changed that. This is very powerful, yet it's just a regular common in the set. It also has Foretell, and its Foretell cost is 1 and a blue. So this is one of the ones that adds up perfectly to its normal cost. But yeah, boy, even on turn 3, you just, do the installment plan of I'll pay 2 mana now and 2 mana next turn, and you get a 3/3 flyer. That's pretty good.
Yeah, this card seems excellent. It's just great in any deck. It's obviously good in the like blue-white flyers, all cheap spells deck, but it's also good in just a blue-black control deck or anything you want. So I would give Augury Raven probably a B minus. This is big.
Yeah,
4 mana 3/3 flyer that you can also play with some flexibility in its cost. That's very nice.
Very nice. So Augury Raven, B minus. Also good artwork. I just like that card. Next is Avalanche Caller. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 snow creature human wizard. It's uncommon. And it has an activated ability. You can pay 2 to make target snow land you control becomes a 4/4 elemental creature with hexproof and haste until end of turn. It's still a land.
So of note, there are snow lands in the set, but you do have the snow basics and snow uncommon duels, but you do have to draft them, much like you would draft a normal card out of a pack. I think there's 1 snow land in every pack as well. But there's like a slot for that. But yeah, I mean, the snow is a theme in this set. You're going to see a bunch of blue cards that have snow. And so the important things to look at when you look at a snow card, is it a card that needs 1 snow land to work, or is it a card that needs a lot of snow lands or snow permanents to work? Because we've seen a lot of implementations of both, right? If you looked at Modern Horizons, they had the tapper, the 4 mana tapper that was an XX or X number of snow permanents you had. So clearly that card, you want 15 snow permanents to make the card busted. Whereas something like Avalanche Color is actually kind of in the middle, where you don't need just 1 snow land, because then if it dies, you're out of luck. But you don't need 5 snow lands to make this work either. I think if you have like consistently have 1 to 2 in play when you play this, like let's say you have 3 or 4 in your deck, then I think that Avalanche Color will perform. It doesn't need to have all your lands be snow. So I'm pretty impressed by Avalanche Caller in any deck that has 4 or more snow lands, and not very interested in playing in any deck that has fewer.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's a 1/3 for 2 at its base. It is a snow creature itself, if that ends up mattering. So build around grade to start with. I don't think that you would run it without, unless snow itself is really important. What's the highest upside on the card? I guess you have 2 snow lands and 6 mana and start bashing. I don't know.
I mean, if this didn't have the snow requirement, this card would be obscene.
Obscene, yeah, it'd be completely
right.
obscene.
So the upside is that sometimes if in a deck that has 7 snow lands, this is just 2 mana. Any of your land becomes a 4/4, and that's really, really good.
Right.
You're not going to have that happen very often, I wouldn't imagine. But one of the things that are interesting is that not all colors have snow. Like we just went through white; it doesn't have any snow, so you end up in a spot where not everyone wants snow to quite the same degree. I think Avalanche Color is going to be a build around B. It's going to be a good build around. It's not going to be busted though.
Okay. Yeah, it does make really impactful creatures. So build around B for Avalanche Color. That's a tough one to grade without having played it yet. Next is Behold the Multiverse. It's 3 and a blue. For an instant, it's common. It says scry 2, then draw 2 cards. Oof, and it's got Foretell for 1 and a blue. I'm interested, like Luis.
I Behold the Multiverse. I mean, 4 mana scry 2, draw 2 at instant speed is already a card I'm fairly interested in playing, right? This is comparable to something like Dark Bargain that we frequently play. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you can foretell it means that you can, make things a little bit more efficient. I'm not going nuts over this card because, look, if you have the choice between this and Augury Raven, you should just take the Raven. I think just getting onto the board is going to be more important. You can't just spend too much time beholding the multiverse while your opponent's beholding all their creatures. Mm-hmm. But I would give Behold the Multiverse a C+.
Yeah, I like that too. The scry 2 first is really important because it makes it much more likely that you draw 2 spells rather than just drawing 2 cards late in the game when you need spells. And that's really important. So yeah, C+ for Behold the Multiverse, but the first signs of love there for Luis and I looking at that card. Bergstrider is next. This is 4 and a blue for a 4/4 snow creature giant wizard. It's common. When it enters a battlefield, you tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls. If snow mana was spent to cast this spell, that permanent doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step.
So this is a card where if you draw exactly 1 snow land, this does 100% of the effect you want. So It's not a card that requires a lot. 5 mana 4/4 that locks down something for a turn, that's quite strong. If you don't have the snow, if you're like 50-50 to have snow, I would play this card. So that means if you've got like 2 snow lands or 3 snow lands in your deck, something like that, it doesn't seem unreasonable to play the card. Probably like 3 is about the minimum I'd want. Mm-hmm. But once you have 4 or more, this card I think becomes one of your better cards. Yeah. 5 mana 4/4 puts a lot on the board, locks something down for a turn. I would give Bergstrider. I don't think it's a build around because I don't think you need to warp your deck all that much. But I would give Bergstrider a C, and then if you have 4 more snowlands, it ends up being probably closer to like a C+, maybe even B- territory.
Maybe B-, yeah.
Imagine if you have 2 of these and you always have snow. Yeah. Like, it's huge.
It's huge. It's really, really strong. It lets a flyer space deck cleanly get in for the win without having threats on the ground. And if you're trying to beat down or just slow your opponent down, it does that too. It's also just a big blocker. So yeah, C ranging up towards even B- if you can get enough snow lands in there. Next is Bind the Monster. This is blue for an enchantment aura. It's common. It says enchant creature. When Bind the Monster enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. It deals damage to you equal to its power. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Ooh, it's a gnarly one.
Is this the blue Swords to Plowshares?
Yeah, I guess it's the reverse, isn't it?
It's the blue Vendetta.
It's a blue Vendetta, yeah.
I mean,
yikes. That damage thing really makes it hard because one of the big things that you get excited about when you see a 1 mana removal spell is that it scales well, meaning that you could hit their 5-drop or whatever with it and you're way ahead on mana. But if the 5-drop does 4 or 5 damage to you as a result, there's going to be too many chances where you maybe just can't even cast Bind the Monster.
It also is kind of like Feed the Swarm in Zendikar Rising, where the first Feed the Swarm was very good. Mm-hmm. The second was really not that good. Like you can't play too many of these without running out of life points here. Right. So I'm thinking that the first Bind the Monster is going to be very good. I would give Bind the Monster probably a B minus. I think that the
Really?
first one is. So here's why. There's a couple reasons. One is that double spelling is a theme in the set. The other is that blue generally is much more hard up for removal than black. The reason Feed the Swarm was less good than it would be in other colors or sets is you had Deadly Alliance, you had Vanquish the Weak. Black just didn't need that effect. Putting it in a color that normally doesn't get good efficient removal is pretty big. The second Bind the Monster drops like a full grade. Like I'm looking at like B minus to C minus once I'm looking at multiples here. But yeah, the first one I think is going to be really good. I think that it's a card you're going to prioritize.
I'm going to go C plus on Bind the Monster, even for the first one. It is hard for us humans to envision the times when you're at 4 and you just can't cast this on the creature that you need to and you just lose, right? Because you're just like, well, my card just literally does nothing, right? The gap for me comes in, how good is this if they play, let's say, a good 2-drop that's going to like hit you a few times and you Bind the Monster that. You only take 2 from it, let's say, but it's kind of out of the equation, at least assuming that they can't bounce it or remove bind. I don't know how good that is. That feels like a roughly equal trade with a little bit of downside for me, but I get it back because of the mana, that kind of thing. But we have to be able to factor in the times when you can't cast Bind the Monster, and that is a massive cost. Like basically the biggest cost you can put on a Magic card is, oh, by the way, there's some times when you literally can't cast this card, right? Now I don't want to let that be the only thing, but that has to be in the equation.
I think the example you used of casting this early, though, is why it's so good. Is that you're being able to cast Bind the Monster and another creature on turn 4 means that, first of all, you might just take less damage overall, and second, you get to be so far ahead by making that play that you end up in a pretty advantageous position. So I think Bind the Monster is quite good. I think the first copy is going to be very valuable.
Okay, so you're saying B minus. I'll say C plus on Bind the Monster. It's right in that range, I believe. Next is Brine Barrow Intruder. This is blue for a 1/2 human rogue at common. It's got flash, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2, -0 until end of turn. So it kind of reminds
weird
you of that.
They just made the Duelist.
Exactly. But that Duelist overperformed, and I'm curious to see if this Brine Barrow Intruder will do the same.
Well, so a reason that it wouldn't is that party isn't a theme. Tribal isn't really a theme in the set, especially not for human rogues. Mm-hmm. So you're losing a lot of the utility, where Zulaport Duelist, part of the reason that card I think overperformed is when you had a Soaring Thought Thief in play, it was a 2/1. It enabled your other cards very nicely. One reason that this I think could be good is it does help you double spell. Like if this format's fast, if people are double spelling, you're trying to double spell, this could help. I think it's going to end up on balance being less good than the Duelist was, but I think it still will be better than it looks. So that brings it to about a C minus level to me.
Yeah, I'll give it a C. I'm a little higher on it, but same range. Next is Depart the Realm. This is 1 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. I love cards that say that. And it has Foretell. And this one's a little bit of a break from the norm. So the Foretell cost is blue, which means that in total, you end up paying 3 mana rather than the 2 at face value for the Foretell.
Yeah, you end up overpaying, but what you get in response is flexibility on the kind of card you actually do specifically want flexibility on, right? Your Foretell costs on a creature that are more than their normal cost when you add both things together aren't going to come up very often in terms of you're not going to want to use that. But on an instant that you want to leave up for the exact right situation, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I think Depart the Realm is going to be solid.
Me
too. It looks like a good flexible card. It kind of depends what blue decks end up looking like. Some blue decks make good use of bounce spells, some don't. But if you end up with a deck that has like Bergstrider and Augury Raven, Depart the Realm looks like it would fit quite nicely with those cards. So I would give it a C+.
Yeah, I think C+ for Depart the Realm. There often is imperative to find non-premium removal that is also creature interaction that you can pick up a little bit later than that, so you didn't get ran over, especially in sets that emphasize auras, vehicles, and equipment, and they all seem to be here in this set. So Depart the Realm will be a happy addition to the more controlling decks. Next is Disdainful Stroke. That's right. It's 1 and a blue. It's an instant. It's common. It says counter target spell with converted mana cost 4 or greater.
So this is kind of cute because it can counter foretell spells even if they're cast for 3 mana. They still really have.
Oh, that's
yeah.
gross.
They still have a 4 converted mana cost.
It counters Augury Raven. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's interesting because it means more people will be playing more expensive cards. On the other hand, the double spell theme does mean more people will have cheaper cards because
right.
You want a double spell. Basically, the question I'm asking is, how often are you going to main deck this? That's harder for me to tell without having played. I think it's probably like you're going to main deck this half the time and it'll be an excellent sideboard card half the time, which probably means it's around a C level card, like where it's a C level main deck card and a B level sideboard card, something like that.
Yeah, I would be in that C- range probably for a main deck, and yeah, it's probably a B when you board it in. Conditional counters are rarely A's, but they can certainly pull their weight. Next is Draugr Thought Thief. This is 2 and a blue for a 3/2 zombie rogue at common. When it enters a battlefield, look at the top card of target player's library. You may put that card into their graveyard. Oh God, they printed this? Really?
It's only once.
The one-shot Jays. Yeah, you can keep it. It's like, it's like the worst feeling in Magic when your opponent, especially when you're playing IRL, and they reach over and they just grab the top card of your library, and you're like, why are you touching my cards? And then they just put it back and go, keep it. And you're like, I'm drawing a stupid land.
I mean, think back to Ravnica, where I think the best common was a 2-mana 1/2 that you could pay 2 and tap and fate seal them.
Yeah, not fun. How good is the card, though? It's just a 3/2 for 3 with no relevant other stuff. That ability, all told, isn't actually that powerful. The feel bads associated with it are one thing, but the raw power of it isn't actually that high. Because in your worst case, they let you keep it because they know that it's a brick. But you were going to draw that anyway. They didn't actually change anything about the game. And if they put a card on the bottom, you might feel bad about that, but you're also drawing a fresh card. So assuming, you've built a good deck, you have every shot to hit something as well. So I wouldn't be super high on Draugr Thought Thief myself.
Yeah. You can do this to yourself, by the way. It can hit either player.
Okay, so that's relevant. Yeah. Okay.
It's like Surveil 1 or Fate Seal. And the reason that's important is on turn 3, you almost always want to use it on your own library, because when I play against you on turn 3, you play like land, go, and I play this and I see a land. Well, I don't know if you kept a 2-lander or if you kept a 5-lander. So I don't really have enough information to make good decisions there, but you know what you're doing. So you can just do it on yourself. And then later in the game, the better it gets usually to Fate Seal them, because if you're in a spot where you want the effect to basically or be relevant right away, you play this, you look at their top card, you leave a land on top, or you bin a spell, and then maybe you get another good draw step out of it. So
yeah, okay. Well, I'm higher on it then. I if you just said it's a 3/2 for 3 with Surveil 1, I'd be like, sure, and it's better than that.
Yeah,
so
a decent amount better. I think it's a C. It's just a card you'll play, and it'll be fine in your deck.
C for Draugr Thought Thief. I'm sorry, Draugr Thought Thief. I shouldn't have been so hard on you. Next is Frost Augur. This is blue for a 1/2 snow creature, human wizard, and uncommon. And you can pay a snow mana and tap it to look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand.
This is Scrying Sheets.
Yeah. How all in are you to get the 1/2 Scrying Sheets for blue?
There aren't very many cards that I think are paying you off for this. But in the deck that has like 10 snow permanents, you're like 1 in 4 to draw a card. No, this card is just really not that good, especially since a lot of the snow permanents are just lands anyway.
But you're drawing a card then, right?
You are drawing a card, but it's less likely to even draw you like an exciting card, even if it clears the top of your deck here. I think Frost Augur is a build around like C, where if you end up in a spot where you can play this card, it'll be fine. You should not take this card early and attempt to make it work. I don't think that is a good path to take.
And that's your prediction based on how many snow, because obviously if you had all snow permanents, this would be amazing, right?
Yeah, it's my prediction based on how many snow permanents there are, plus how many other snow permanents or snow cards seem to pay you off for going turbo snow. If this is your only payoff and they kill it or you don't draw it, then you made your deck worse by optimizing for snow. Whereas if there's five build arounds and you have all of them, then yeah, you have a lot of reasons to be all snow.
Okay. All snow all the time. So build around.
Like build around C. I just don't think it's going to work out all that well.
All right. Fair enough. Next, Turbo Snow, by the way, is nice. And if you are playing Turbo Snow, you're going to want a Frost Peak Yeti. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/3 snow creature Yeti. It's common and it has an activated ability, 1 and a snow mana. And Frost Peak Yeti can't be blocked this turn.
Man, this is a grim looking Yeti here.
Yeah, this is like when we went to that food truck that one time and you got like your first plate of tacos. That's a live photo of you outside the food truck.
Yeah. Well, Frostpeak Yeti is not really playable without snow mana because it's just a 4 mana 3/3. Obviously, if in a worst case you can get there. And it's like not that exciting with snow mana because sure, in a stalled board or in a late game scenario, this is going to be one of the more impactful cards, but I don't know. How often do you play limited and have stalled boards? I just don't feel like that's a thing that happens all that often anymore.
No, it's not. The cards are really powerful and tend to produce a big advantage where it doesn't just stop. Yeah.
In Snowball,
Yes.
which you'd think this guy would be good in, but he's actually not good in Snowball games.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go D for Frostpeak Yeti. I don't think it's going to be that impressive.
Yeah, it's just hard to see like if snow will be incidental or if you need to be all in on the snow deck and this is the only deck that cares about it because then it's decent, but whatever.
Yeah.
Frostpire Arcanist is next. It's 4 and a blue for a 2/5 giant wizard. It's kind of a weird combo of everything. It's uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a giant or a wizard. When Frostpire Arcanist enters the battlefield, search your library for an instant or sorcery card with the same name as a card in your graveyard. Really? Reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. God.
So the reason that it's giant wizard is the tribe is technically giants and wizards. A lot of the payoffs look at both giants and wizards. It's kind of like wizards and spells in Zendikar Rising. I don't know. That's just what it is.
Okay.
But this card's interesting because in a deck that can routinely search, that's the more important part. In a deck that can do that, this card is amazing. But how often do you have multiple copies of the same instant or sorcery in your draft deck, have drawn one but not the other, and play the giant?
It's rare. Feels like it doesn't happen that
feels
often.
Like it's not going to proc that often.
No. But what if we viewed that as upside for a say 4 mana 2/5? Meh, right? Like still not exciting.
Yeah, even if you're casting it for 4 mana almost all the time, like your deck just has a bunch of giants and wizards in it, just drawing you a card like 1 out of every 4 times you cast it or something is just okay.
Yeah.
There will be some decks where this card's awesome. Like if you have a deck where you have 3 copies of a card, 2 copies of a card, 2 copies of a card, I think this card will be very, very good. But you're just not going to end up in that situation all that often.
Yeah, I agree. Ambitious build around, to say the least, for Frostpire Arcanist. My guess is it ends up being a D. Like I'm a pessimist that you're going to be able to actually get cards out of this very often.
Yeah, I think when we've seen other cards like this, they've keyed off creatures, and creatures in general, I think, are easier to do that because you just can't afford to put that many copies of like that bounce spell or disdainful stroke in your deck. Those are cards that don't really work with that. Whereas creatures just tend to be fine to put multiple copies of. So
right.
Yeah, I like D for Frostpire Arcanist, but I'm looking forward to hitting that 10% of the time when it's really good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I want to do it. Don't get me wrong. Next is Giant's Amulet. This is blue for an artifact, equipment, and uncommon. When Giant Amulet enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 and a blue, so that's your extra cost, bringing you to 3 blue. If you do, you get a 4/4 blue giant wizard creature token, and then you attach this to it. The equipped creature gets +0/+1, and this creature has hexproof as long as it's untapped. Okay, it's kind of interesting. And then the equip cost is 2. So this one I'm really, the other one I could see playing on 2 and then starting to equip to stuff. But this one I'm really looking to get to 5, right? I really want the 4/5 hexproof creature here out of this Giant's Amulet rather than slamming the amulet on 1 and then trying to make it work later.
This is certainly a worse equipment overall, but I think this is a better card overall than the Sarah Blade. Because 5 mana for a 4/5 hexproof, or at least hexproof until you choose to attack with it, is is very affordable. Like
Totally
that's just
fine.
going to be how you're going to cast it most of the time. And then having this kind of running around could be pretty good too. It's especially nice on like a utility creature that you really want to survive. You know, you just throw this thing on. So I would give Giant's Amulet probably a B. I think this card is just going to be a desirable card here.
Yeah, just a solid card with a good upside. When you view the equipment as a free roll, you know, gravy type thing, then Giant's Amulet is a B. Next is Glimpse the Cosmos. Have we not already read this? What was the other one? Oh, Behold the Multiverse. Okay, fine. 1 and a blue sorcery at uncommon. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. As long as you control a giant, you may cast Glimpse the Cosmos from your graveyard by paying blue rather than paying its mana cost. If you cast Glimpse the Cosmos this way and it would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Wow.
I love Glimpse
That's
the Cosmos.
sweet.
So it's anticipated sorcery speed, but then if you ever control a giant, you can flash it back for a blue mana.
Dang.
That's really good. That is very powerful.
And you can use it to find a giant? Like, that's great.
Yeah. And it just chills in your graveyard. It's not like you need to draw it in a particular order, right? You know, or like you're not in a situation where you're like, all right, I'm going to play Glimpse and I hope I've got a giant to play when I play it. Otherwise, I won't get the thing. It's like, nope, I'm going to throw this out turn 2. And then on turn 6, when I play a giant, I'll flash it back. So it's a card that I think if you have 3 giants in your deck, this card is well worth playing. The only drawback, I think, is that Foretell taxes turn 2 a lot. In a lot of formats, you don't really have as many cards to play on turn 2. So something like Glimpse, you just run it out on turn 2 and you had nothing else to do, and it would be a little good way to improve your draws. This format, I suspect you're going to want to use for turn 2 to Foretell or play a 2-drop almost every game. You're going to kind of feel bad if you don't. But this is still such a powerful effect that I think Glimpse gets a B. I just think you're going to be really happy when you have this card in your deck and any number of giants.
Same. And, you know, we talked about having a relatively high floor on cards like this. This is another perfect example of it. It's just not a disaster. By the way, I did a quick search here just to see where the giants at the common and uncommon category kind of played out. And it turns out that there are 4 common giants and 4 uncommon giants across red and blue. So, yeah, you're going to be able to do it. So that's great. Glimpse the Cosmos B. Next is Icebind Pillar. This is 2 and a blue for a snow artifact at uncommon. You can pay a snow and tap it to tap target artifact or creature. Oh, man.
This is a card that makes me want to play snow.
Definitely.
You know, a literal Icy Manipulator is going to be quite strong if you can enable it, and you just have to draw exactly 1 snow land, and it works out. The only problem with drawing exactly 1 is then you kind of committed that snow land to using this as opposed to other things. But this is still a card I'd put in my deck with probably like 4 snow lands and be confident that it would be a powerful card.
Or at least be hopeful.
Well, if you have 4, you know, if you have 4 snow lands in your deck, 1 out of every 10 cards is a snow land. And
yeah, by turn 3, you've already seen 10 cards. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. You're obviously like not guaranteed, but this is also a powerful enough card that if it doesn't work till turn 7, you just don't play it until you draw the snowland, and it's still going to be very good at dominating the game.
Yeah, Icebind Pillar, when active, is extremely powerful. So yeah, I like it. I think we have to give these snow things a build around grade pretty much across the board, because you just simply cannot put them in your deck without taking some extra picks during the draft and making your build potentially a little different. But I would give it a build around B+. Like, if I can get Icebind Pillar going, maybe just an A, like I'm really, really, really happy about it.
Yeah, 1 mana to tap a creature is really strong. I don't know if they don't tend to price these effects that competitively because they're so annoying to play against. So I think a lot of people haven't experienced the kind of the agony that is that your opponent going, well, it's not just tap your best creature when you're going to attack with it. It's also sometimes tap your best creature, untap, tap your second best creature, attack you with everything.
Right.
You can end up, stacking in ways that are really hard to deal with. So I think builder on B+, maybe even A- is worth it for Icebind Pillar. This is a card I would take early and just lean into.
There you go. Inga Rune Eyes is next. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human wizard at uncommon. When Inga Rune Eyes enters the battlefield, scry 3, Okay. And when Ingarunize dies, draw 3 cards if 3 or more creatures died this turn. Huh? Sweeper protection?
Well, if she trades with a creature, that's already 2 creatures. So Ingo combines really nicely with instant speed removal because you can easily set up, like, I don't know, if my opponent is attacking me with an Ingo Runize and I have a 3/3, I'm not going to block when they have all their mana untapped, because if there's any other creatures in play, like I have another creature in play, and they're like, all right, kill your other creature in response, then it's just a disaster, right? So I think Ingo Runize will change how your opponent plays a decent amount of the time, combines nicely with removal, and 4 mana 3/3 Scry 3 is not terrible.
It's actually fine.
Yeah.
I like B for Ingarunize.
I think she's a little worse than that. I think like probably B minus. Yeah, B minus. I was thinking C plus, but no, I like B minus. I think that the threat of activation is high. I don't think you're going to trigger the draw 3 very often.
Right. I'm viewing it like 4 mana 3/3 Scry 3 is, is Scry 3 drawing a card? No, it's approaching it, right? It's really a big setup for whatever you need for the next couple of turns. So I'm not super sad about that by any stretch. And then if you ever get to do the activated ability, it's just absurd. So that's, I'm kind of viewing it as like good with upside, you know.
How often do we play Cascade Seer in Zendikar Rising? Not very often.
I mean, I played it because it was a wizard, but true. That's true.
And that was like
this is better than
most
that,
of the
though.
games.
Yeah.
Oh, this is clearly better than that. That card was like a D.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, that card was 4 mana 3/3 Scry 2, I think, in most cases.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And had the tribal element, and it was still kind of like a D.
And it was still
I don't
just
know how
okay.
much. I guess the fact that if you have Inga out and they attack with 2 creatures, if you have 2 blockers, it could just go really badly for them. Yeah, I'm in for B and Inga Runize. She plays really nicely on larger boards.
I cannot wait to see how it actually plays out. I bet you it's just a nightmare. Next is Karfell Harbinger. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 zombie wizard at common. Taps to add blue. Spend this mana only to foretell a card from your hand or cast an instant or sorcery spell.
So by foretell, it means pay the 2 colorless foretell cost is what you can do. Okay. I think. And then it can also cast instants and sorceries. I like this card. I like Vodalian Arcanist a lot in Dominaria. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the reason I like binding the monster or whatever is blue getting mana ramp is something blue normally doesn't get. And it's a color that really could use mana ramp. So yes, this can't cast your 4-drop on turn 3, but it can cast your spells, or it can help you like foretell something plus play another card. I think Karfell Harbinger is going to perform. Also, a 2 mana 1/3 can block just fine.
Yep, it's also a wizard if that matters. Yeah, there's just a lot of little things going for it here.
Yeah, I would give it a C. I don't think it's spectacular, but I think it's going to be a card you're going to be happy to play in like most of your decks.
Yeah, I wonder how often turn 3 going foretell is going to be a thing, you know?
That would be a nice line as well.
Because this lets you catch up from the missed turn 2 foretell that you could have done. So yeah, I like CC plus for Karfell Harbinger. I think that's going to see a lot of play. Next is Littjara Kinseekers. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/4 shapeshifter at common. It's got changeling, which means it's every creature type. And when Littjara Kinseekers enters the battlefield, if you control 3 or more creatures that share a creature type, put a +1/+1 counter on Littjara Kinseekers, then scry 1.
Yeah, so these are more giants, by the way.
Yeah, true. These didn't show up in my search. That's right.
Additional copies of giants. Also, when it says 3 or more creatures, it counts itself, and it always counts as all creatures. So it's really just saying, do you have 2 counters or 2 creatures that share a type? Because if you do, this will be the 3rd, and it'll become a 3/5 scry 1, plus it's got changeling.
Okay.
I like this card a lot. I think Littjara Kinseekers is going to be a C+, and some decks maybe even a B-. If it was always 4 mana 3/5 scry 1, this card would be like a B-. And I think changeling bumps it up even a little bit, even though it's clearly not always going to be on.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. C plus B- range for Littjara Kinseekers. Weird card, but good. Next is Mists of Littjara. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It has flash. It enchants a creature or a vehicle, and the creature gets -3, -0. Kind of weird wording here, but when a vehicle becomes crewed, it becomes a creature, and therefore that -3 would apply to that whenever it was crewed up.
Well, meanwhile, when I become crude, you just scold me. So
yeah, I do. Flash -3, -0. They're giving us a lot of sorts of flashers in blue here. Is this it? Is this it? Is this the one? These cards always tend to overperform for me because they can mess up combat so that you can use it effectively as a removal spell, meaning they attack their creature for a trade, or even if it's bigger, and you can shrink it down and then double block or do the trade thing. But even then, sometimes they have a 3-powered flyer or 2-powered flyer, and you just play this on it, and it's effectively just a removal spell for it too.
Yeah, I think Mists of Lityara is probably like a C. I think you'll end up being fairly happy with it, and it's nice to have removal that can hit vehicles, even though there aren't tons of vehicles in the set or anything. It's a powerful additional effect in the situation where you are facing down a hard to kill creature or vehicle.
Okay, yeah. So I like at least C for Mists of Lityara or Lityara or whatever it's called. Next is Mistwalker. This is 2 and a blue for a 1/4 changeling shapeshifter at common. It's got flying, 3 mana, 1/4 flying changeling. And then it has an activated ability, 1 and a blue. Mistwalker gets +1, -1 until end of turn. Wow, there's a lot going on this thing for a common.
Definitely. This is a set with a lot of text. I think Mistwalker is going to be great. It's going to be a C+. It's a 3 mana, 1/4 flyer that does your tribal things. Not that there's tons of them, but there's enough that it will come up. And then it can sometimes hit for 2 or 3 damage, depending on what you want to do.
That card's sweet. What did you give it?
Yeah.
C+?
Yeah, I like C+ on Mistwalker. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite in the B range.
No, that's just a lot, though, on a common. That's just a lot of good
It
stuff.
is.
Next is Pilfering Hawk. This is 1 and a blue for a snowbird, a snow creature bird. It's a 1/2 flying at common, and it has activated ability. You can pay a snow and tap it to loot, to draw a card, then discard a card.
Not super into this one for a couple of reasons. One is you're not always going to be able to loot, and looting effects tend to be good at helping you smooth out your draws and find what you need. But if you're missing snow until much later, in fact, it's even kind of bad where if you're missing snow till later, you draw a snow land, then you have to play a land, maybe on a board where you don't need your 7th land to start looting.
Oh, and then I was so willing to get in the ring with you on this one and just start battling, and then you said that, and it's like, oh god.
Yeah. Right. The other thing is Foretell really punishes you for being mana inefficient, and normally you want a card like Pilfering Hawk to help smooth out the turns where you only have 3 mana worth of spells and you have 4 mana. Use the Hawk. But with Foretell, I don't think those turns happen very often. You should be doing a good job managing your mana and tapping out every turn with Foretell. So I will give Pilfering Hawk a D. It doesn't seem worth it to me.
I'll give it a D+ out of principle, even though I know you're right. Raven Form is next. It's 2 and a blue, sorcery, common. Exile target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying. Wow, that's the text of the card. This one actually, we've used up all of our blue Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exiles and Vendettas. And this actually does just exile its a creature or an artifact. It also has Foretell, and the Foretell cost is just blue.
I tend to not like these cards in limited very often. Giving them a 1/1 flyer is just a really big downside, like massive.
It is.
Way more than you might think. Mm-hmm. That said, sometimes it will kill something you really have a hard time killing otherwise. This to me looks like a sideboard C. I really don't want to put this card in my main deck. I just don't think giving them a flyer is something I'm in the market for. If you look at like Kasmina's Transmutation, this card's so much worse than that because a flyer is like a real card.
I know. It's so tough because these are so tempting because you always imagine the scenario where they have a bomb and you get to kill their 6 mana bomb and turn it into a stupid little bird and you can actually win that game now. And that does happen sometimes. But let's say they're playing red-white aggro, right? And you turn their 2/2 or 3/2 into a 1/1 flyer, but it costs you your whole entire turn worth of mana or 3 mana over the course of 2 turns or whatever. And that can be really tough. I like that it hits artifacts. I don't know how to grade that quite yet. That flexibility does change it, though, as much better than like a Casmina's Transmutation or something, but yeah, it's probably like a D. I'm just going to give it a D. Raven form, you get a D. Next is Run Ashore. This is 4 blue for an instant at common. Choose one or both. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it onto the top or bottom of their library. Or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Sweet.
Yeah, this is an expensive bounce spell. The 6 mana bounce spell that hits multiple things has tended to be kind of weak in the last couple times we've seen it. But the fact that this puts one on top or bottom means you're getting a card parity out of this. Right. You're spending 6 and you're killing a card. Like, yes, they can play the actual card again, but they at least skip their draw step, and you get to bounce 2 things. I think Run Ashore is good. I think that you're gonna play one copy of this a lot. It's an expensive card, so not every deck's gonna want it. But it looks like a C to me. The first copy is gonna be fine.
Yeah, this is way early front runner for my favorite art in the set too. My God,
it is really cool. That little Viking dragon ship just boom,
just riding a wave up there. Love it. Yeah, C for Run Ashore. Next is Rune of Flight. So here's a blue rune. It's 1 and a blue for an enchantment or a rune. It's uncommon. It enchants a permanent. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Guess what? As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has flying. And as long as enchanted permanent is an equipment, it has equipped creature has flying.
Yeah, this is nice too. This is comparable to the Rune of Lifelink. So I think
maybe better, right? I mean, flying is. I'd rather have flying than Lifelink.
It kind of depends on the deck and the size of the creatures in your deck, I think. Mm-hmm. Like, they're both good on big creatures, but the bigger the creatures, the better lifelink scales, I think, than Flight does. Because it can help you on both offense and defense. But either way, it's going to be good. I think probably B- for Rune of Flight. I think these cards are going to play out really nicely.
Yeah, B- for Rune of Flight, right in that range. Next is Saw It Coming. God, this is going to be a counterspell, isn't it? 1 blue for an instant uncommon counter target spell. Why do they have to feed the trolls like this? Didn't say please.
And it has Foretell.
Saw it coming, and it has Foretell. There it is. You should have saw it coming. Foretell cost is 1 and a blue. So this is actually interesting because the total cost paid here ends up being 4 rather than 3 mana, although it does only require 1 blue total.
And also just keeping up 2 mana is just a lot stronger than keeping up 3. I'm not sure how I feel about this spell. I don't think it's going to be great, is my inclination.
I don't think it's going to be great, and I'm really nervous that it exists. Just like for Magic. I don't know if I want a 2 mana counterspell floating around, even if you have to dump a bunch of mana into it.
I think it'll be fine for Constructed because it does cost 4 in total when you do that. But yeah, this card is it really does tax your mana management, your ability to line up resources in the right way.
So why would I want this? Like a hard counter in limited can be fine, right? And this one has an extra ability attached to it. It seems okay.
There's 2 reasons I think you might want this. One is if you don't have a lot to do on turn 2, which isn't going to be the case for most decks, but maybe in some decks you're a little light on turn 2 plays. This lets you use those turn 2 mana to bank a mana later, effectively. And then the other is that being able to keep up 2 mana instead of 3 is a pretty big difference. This means that you can play a 4-drop on turn 6 and have this to counter their 5-drop or 6-drop or whatever it is that they're going to play. And that's a good efficient turn. Plus, if they don't play something, you only wasted 2 mana instead of wasting 3 mana. So there are some advantages, but if your deck wouldn't want 1 blue counter target spell, I don't think that the Foretell aspect adds enough to make me now want this all of a sudden. And I think most decks don't really want this. So
C-, D+?
Probably D+ for Saw It Coming. I'm not really high on the card.
And the name. Strategic Planning is next. This is 1 and a blue sorcery. It's common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard.
I think this is an F, and here's why.
Ooh.
This is a set where you should be using Foretell on turn 2 or playing a creature to the board. I do not think that using Strategic Planning on turn 2 is a very good use of your time at all. And the thing we liked, Glimpse the Cosmos quite a bit because that is a 2-for-1. It lets you flash it back for 1 mana. Like that's a huge, powerful effect. Strategic Planning is a 1-for-1, but you're only getting card selection. You're not getting any kind of advantage besides getting to see, decide between 3 cards. I don't think you should play strategic planning. It's not really an F. It is more like a D, but
Right.
I just think this is one of the worst sets for it to appear in.
Is there any upside in this set to the graveyard part, to filling up your yard? We've seen a few spattered
there's some cards
instances
that
so
exile
far.
cards from your graveyard, but I don't think it's going to be enough to justify it.
Okay. D for strategic planning. Next and last for blue is Undersea Invader. This is 4 blue for a 5/6 giant rogue at common. It's got flash. Wow, 5/6 flash for 6. Undersea Invader enters the battlefield tapped. Come on.
This is
Come on.
really cool flavor here. In general, you're not going to want to put this card in your deck. If you really need giants for some reason, it's okay. And it is a good threat in a deck that doesn't want to tap out, but most limited decks don't care about tapping out or not on their opponent's turn, right? So it's not like you're playing a flash deck here. I would say Undersea Invader gets a D.
D, right? What's the flavor here? It flops up on shore all of a sudden?
Well, it's a giant. They're not very good at ambushing.
I see. It's just a lazy giant. Okay. Well, I'm going to say D for Undersea Invader. Very unimpressed by that card. That moves us to black. So let's get into black here. Our first black card is called Blood Sky Berserker. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 human berserker at uncommon. It says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Blood Sky Berserker. It gains menace until end of turn.
Yeah, This card is a really big payoff for multi-spelling. If you can go turn 2 Berserker, turn 3 1-drop plus 2-drop, you have a 3/3 menace on turn 2, and then next turn maybe it's a 5/5 menace. Mm-hmm. So that's a pretty big game.
That's insane. How big of a payoff? How big is this going to be for black, I guess, is the question.
It's good. I think it'll be quite good. I think Blood Sky Berserker is really paying you off for the thing you're trying to do here. I would probably give Blood Sky Berserker a B. I think it's all it asks is play a bunch of cheap and or foretell cards in your deck. It's not asking you that much more.
Yeah. And when you do the first one, you're already happy, right?
Yeah, it's already good once you do the first one. Because this isn't like a snow payoff where you have to change your pick order drastically and play a bunch of cards you wouldn't otherwise play. This is just saying, hey, make sure you have a low curve.
Yeah.
Well, that's just not that big of an ask.
Yep. I like it. B for Blood Sky Berserker. I wish it had flying because it has the word sky in it, but whatever. Death Knell Berserker is 1 and a black for a 2/2 elf berserker. This one's common. When it dies, if its power was 3 or greater, you get a 2/2 black zombie berserker creature token.
So if you're able to pump its power, you get a rebate here. You get a second bite at the apple.
Mm-hmm.
That seems okay because a 2-mana 2/2 is okay, and there are some ways to pump it, but I don't think you're going to get the 2/2 zombie token very often out of this card.
I don't think so either. This looks like a D plus to me, but if you do have a bunch of ways to statically pump, then I could see putting these in the deck, with multiple equipment or something along those lines.
I think it's like a C minus. Like it doesn't take much to nudge this into your deck, but yeah, you wouldn't want to play it most of the time.
Yeah, I'm sticking with D on Death Knell, but I'm off it. Demonic Gifts is next. 1 and a black for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Combo.
Dude, that's a combo.
That's a really nice combo.
These cards don't tend to be fantastic. This effect they tend to be okay. We've seen this in a couple sets. Yeah. My guess is that this is a D, kind of like mediocre combat trick, and sometimes you'll end up with enough death triggers that you do want this, but most decks will not.
Yeah. D for Demonic Gifts. I can return that one to sender. Next is Dogged Pursuit. This is 3 and a black for an enchantment at rare at common. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. All right, so we got one of these in the set, Louise, and it's common.
Yeah, Ill-Gotten Gains is back.
Mm-hmm. These always overperform, right? They look so terrible because it just looks like you're never going to actually be able to make the timing on it work correctly, but they actually end up being okay in some decks. You hate it?
Yeah, I'm looking at the other black cards and thinking like, how often am I going to end up wanting to play this card?
Yeah, usually aggro decks actually like these a lot.
Yeah, I think that there's probably like black, red, and black, white are both probably going to play this card more often than not. I think Dogged Pursuit has some upside to it. Missing on the 6-mana sack ability of Ill-Gotten Inheritance is pretty big because that was a big part of the card. But still, 4 mana to drain them for 1 every single turn. I think this card's like a C. Sometimes in some decks it'll be like a C plus. I think that's a very fair evaluation.
Yeah.
I don't think this card is like C plus B minus level.
Yeah, and almost always in aggressive decks. If you try to play this in your control deck, you better have a heck of a build because taking this much mana off to have really no board impact. I mean, this does trigger on end steps, so you do get 1 spotted straight away. Is usually too big of a cost to pay against any of the remotely aggressive draws. This is also what happens when Julie gets off her leash.
Yeah.
Draugr Recruiter is next. It's 3 and a black for a 3/3 zombie cleric at common. It's got Boast. So the Boast is 3 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, I mean, It's a 4-mana 3/3 that you can cash out for 4 mana. This is one of the cards that in a late game you might even just chump attack with it if you've got something really good. But mostly what you'll use this for is to attack and then either trade early and just not worry about it, or in the middle of the game, return a creature and trade off, and you spent 4 mana on a Raise Dead. I'm not really loving the combinations here. I think the most often case is you pay 4 mana for this card and you trade for something that costs 3 mana, and that is it. I think that is just the most likely scenario, because are you going to play this and then not attack or block with it for 3 turns until something else dies? Also, things that die early, it means you're regrowing like a 2-drop or something. It just the games where this provides massive value, I think, are few and far between. So definitely. I would give Draugr Recruiter probably a D. I just don't think it's going to work out very often.
The effect is powerful. It is extraordinarily slow and difficult to set up. Next is Draugr's Helm. And this is 1 and a black for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, you get a 2/2 black zombie berserker creature token, and then you attach the helm to it. The helm gives the creature +2/+2 and menace. So right there, you're paying what? 5? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mana for a 4/4 menace. That's pretty good. The equip cost? Ouch. It's 4 mana to equip this.
Yeah, but the equipment's really strong. This is the really strongest.
Powerful.
This is the strongest bonus we've seen. +2/+2 and menace. Like it turns a 3/3 into a 5/5 menace, which is really hard to stop. I think Draugr's Helm gets a B. Yeah. I think that Draugr's Helm is not the fastest card in the world, but wow, this card has a really good effect on the board.
Yeah, 5 mana, 4/4 menace, and then you can dump that 4 mana into something later to make basically anything you have into a real threat. Very strong. B for Draugr's Helm. Next is Dread Rider. This is 5 and a black for a 3/7 Spirit Knight at common. Activated ability, 1 and a black, tap it and exile a creature card from your graveyard to have target opponent lose 3 life. That could be a win condition. Yeah.
6 mana, 3/7, huh?
Yeah, that's where we're at in black, by the way. I mean, if I showed you this artwork, Luis, I don't think you could in a million years come up with 6 mana, 3/7, right?
No. I think Dread Rider is going to be a D. I just don't think you're going to play this card very often. It's a fine finisher if you need finishers. And that's the thing about finishers is it's better to draft a deck that needs a finisher and have to play a Dread Rider than draft a deck that can't get to the point where a finisher is required. So, yeah, it's going to be an okay finisher in a deck that has a bunch of good removal spells and card draw spells. It's not really a card I'm going to be excited about playing.
Yeah, it's like a backup finisher, right? It's the type of card you can pick up late in the draft if you didn't get anything better to finish the game with.
No one else has taken this card. Let me put it that way.
Nope. So I would probably say like D+ for Dread Rider. Like it has an application, but I would say a lot of the times you're not going to want it in your main deck. Good? Yeah?
Yeah, I like the D+ on Dread Rider.
All right.
Duskwielder is black for a 1/2 Elf Berserker at common, and it has Boast. You can pay 1 colorless, or sorry, 1 generic. Target opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life.
But it has to be able to attack a bunch of times?
And you can't do this more than once. Like, I think if you looked at this card and you're like, whoa, fireball on a stick, it's like, yeah, no, that's not really how it's going to play out. I don't think Duskwielder has it. I don't think that decks that want 1 mana, 1/2s, and are hyper aggressive want to spend a mana on turn 2 or 3. That kind of goes against them curving out. And the big finish is you attack with this to drain them for 1. This just looks like an F to me. I don't think Duskwielder is good.
Yeah, I don't think even the fact that it only costs 1 mana and can enable the 2 spells thing can make up for the fact that it's just a very weak card. What about Elderfang Disciple?
I like this one. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 elf cleric. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. The old Ravenous Rats here.
I love cards like that.
I like it because it's cheap, so it enables 2 spells. It's also kind of like a 1.5 for 1, because it's a 1 for 1 in that they discard a card, but your 1/1 in play is not really worth quite a full card, though sometimes it can be. It's just really good, especially if people are attacking you with 2/1s. It can be nice in terms of getting cards into your graveyard for the various effects that care about creatures in your graveyard. And it's good with equipment. So just a kind of free body laying around to pick up an equipment, a Draugur's Helm at some point in the late game.
Is it worse in a set with Foretell?
Yeah, I think most 2-drops with minor effects end up being a little worse because they're competing with Foretell. Just all 2-drops get worse when there's more of them. Part of the strength of 2-drops is their scarcity, and it's important to spend your mana on turn 2. So you'd be like, all right, well, I've got 2 Elderfang Disciples, that'll help. But now when you have 5 Foretell cards in your deck, the need for a 2-drop is minimized a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And also, sometimes these cards can take the last expensive card out of your opponent's hand, if you end up drawing it on turn 5 or 6 or whatever. But if that card has Foretell, that's probably not in your opponent's hand.
Yeah,
still, I just don't see myself not playing these, though, right? Like, you usually just play them on 2 and get a card, and, that's kind of its deal.
Yeah. Also, Magic sets these days are so efficient that no one ever, very rarely do people have just dead resources lying around. Just sets aren't designed that way. Between all the mana sinks like Boast or activated abilities or these equipment, between Foretell kind of letting you curve out, playing this means they either have to feed you a spell, in which case you're happy, or they feed you a land, in which case it throws off their curve or lets them use their mana sinks a little less well. So I think Elderfang Disciple gets a C+. Just a good card.
I think I would put this in my deck basically every time. Next is our bread and butter removal spell here for black. Feed the Serpent, 2 black instant, common, exile target creature or planeswalker. Bam.
Yeah, feeding the Serpent some bread and butter. Yeah, this is a B. It's just a good, efficient removal spell.
Yep. Planeswalker stuff doesn't come up often, but exile does often matter, and instant speed always matters. So yeah, there you go. B for Feed the Serpent. Take them, play them, be happy you did. Enough said. What about Grim Draugr?
This is 2 and a black for a 3/2 snow creature. It's a zombie berserker at common. And you can play 1 and a snow mana, so 2 mana to give it +1/+0 and gain menace.
And you can do that a bunch of times if you
do
have
as many times as you want.
Yeah.
Not really into this one. A 3 mana 3/2 that you can pay 2 colorless. Like if you could pay 3 mana 3/2, 2 mana, give it +1/+0 and menace. Mm-hmm. You would play that card and be fairly happy with it.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be among the best cards in your deck. It would almost never be one of the top 10 cards in your deck or top 5 cards in your deck. So the fact that you have to have snow to make this work means I would play this in a deck that wants snow, but I wouldn't use this as a reason to want snow itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. We've seen a lot of those, by the way, that fit that same description. Few cards.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many cards that pull us into snow.
Yeah, the Dicey and maybe one other, but otherwise it's like, well, if you got some snow laying around, you can play your Grim Draugr, I guess. It really depends on if you do turbo snow, if you can really have like a huge number of your lands and cards be snow permanents, then we could see a lot of this coming together. But otherwise, this to me looks like a D+, C-. I don't know.
I think C- is fine for Grim Draugr.
Okay.
It's not an exciting card, but it's not the fail case of 3 mana 3/2 is not the end of the world either.
This is a weird one. Hailstorm Valkyrie is 3 and a black for a 2/2 snow creature, angel wizard at uncommon, and it has flying and trample. What is going on? This just has so much going on. It's a 2/2 flying trample for starters. And then you can pay snow, and Hailstorm Valkyrie gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay, well, now we know why it has trample at least, but.
So the thing that's awkward here is that you can't spend 1 snow. This needs 2 snow. Like you're getting +1/+1 for 1 mana, but they're only selling it if you buy 2.
Right.
So
right.
That makes this card pretty awkward. I don't think this card's good. I think so often you're going to play this and not be able to activate it. And even if you could activate it, yes, it's a 4/4 flying trample. That's not weak, but you had to spend 2 mana to get to those additional stats here.
This card looks terrible to me.
Yeah, this doesn't look good to me. If every land in your deck was snow, this card would be fantastic.
Yeah, then I'd be in. Yeah.
But that's just not going to be the case. So
no.
I think Hailstorm Valkyrie is like a build around C, because even if you're trying really hard, what sacrifices did you have to make in the draft to end up with 8 snowlands or 10 snowlands? Also, what mana base do you have? You're just going to have to play snow plains in your blue-black deck in order to get this to work.
Totally. You don't get to just pick all snowlands in exactly the 2 colors that you're playing. Like,
yeah, this looks quite bad to me. I think Hailstorm Valkyrie is effectively a D, but build around C, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, weird, because it looks like it has so much going on, but at the end of the day, you have to go through all these hoops, and being realistic, your best case is the ability to pay 2 mana to make it a 4/4 flying trample. Like,
yeah,
that's not even that amazing. It's good, but it's not amazing. And yeah, I'm off it. I'm sorry, Hailstorm Valkyrie. You look amazing, but I don't think it's going to get there. Speaking of Julie, Infernal Pet.
It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 imp at common. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on an Infernal Pet, and it gains flying until end of turn. Yeah, I like this.
That's cool.
When you get the first counter on this, you attack for 3 in the air, and at this point, you paid 3 mana for a 3/3 that got to get flying for a turn. And getting a second counter on this really isn't that hard. I think Infernal Pet's probably a C+, just a good card for the low curve 2 spell deck.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. C+ for Infernal Pet. Good dog. What about Jarl of the Forsaken?
It says 3 and a black for a 3/2 zombie cleric at common. It has flash. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn, and it has foretell of 1 and a black. Ooh. So I like this. This is one of the cards that foretell adds a lot to, because it's a very specific effect, which is one of your opponent's creatures has to have been dealt damage this turn. And getting to get that on the cheap means you can, like, let's say you foretell this on an earlier turn. You attack, they choose not to block, you then play a creature and leave 2 mana up, and if they attack with their creature, you can chump block and then finish it off with Jarl. You can do a lot of things. And sometimes you're just going to attack with your 2/2 on turn 4. They're going to block with their 3/3 or 4/4, and you're just going to play this post-combat, and that also works.
Yeah, this is a type of card that you always need to be aware of. Always. This is a common, by the way. Is it supposed to be legendary? Like, is the name Jarl, or is that a thing?
No, Jarl's like some kind of servant or henchman. So
okay, so
I think that's what that means.
One of many. Okay, well, but so this is the chump check or whatever, right? You got your 4/4. It's a pretty good card, and your opponent's like, attack you with my 1/1 token. Oh,
Jarl's actually like it's like a chief. So I guess this is a chief, but still working for the Forsaken, I suppose.
Okay, but it's not the name. It's not like, hey, Jarl, thanks for coming over.
His name's, or this thing's name isn't Jarl.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was Jarl, of the Forsaken. Anyway, point is, be aware at all times. The fact that this thing has flash means it could be on either side of the battlefield. This is really powerful for a common. That is just a lot of good stuff for a common. Very, very pushed in my mind. That said, I don't think it's a B+ or anything like that. I think it's in the C+ to B- range, but I'm going to go B-. I think the combination of foretell plus a useful ability is going to get it to that range.
I think it's probably going to be closer to a C+ when you play against people who are respecting it.
That's right.
Which is not going to be the case on Arena most of the time.
and certainly not in the first 2 weeks of the format.
No. So yes, this is a B- now. In a month, if you're drafting at one of the higher ranks, it's closer to a C.
There you go. I agree. That is true. It does change. Carfell Kennelmaster is 4 and a black for a 4/4 zombie berserker at common. When it enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain indestructible until end of turn.
This is a really good card.
Sure. Yeah, I'd play that.
Like, we're used to a lot of kind of expensive black and red creatures that give a temporary bonus, to push attacking. This is one of the best ones we've ever seen at common. You play this and you make your 2/2 and your 3/3 into a 4/3 and a 3/2 indestructible, and they can just send in.
Yeah. And you get a 4/4 body left
you get a
over.
4/4 remaining. Like,
yeah.
You remember the rage berserker or whatever, the 5-mana minotaur,
the red one.
No, the black one that was 4 and a black for a 5/4 gives a creature +1/+0 and indestructible until end of turn.
There was that, and then there was a red version that also pumped. I remember now. Yeah.
Right. Well, the black one was quite good, better than it looked, and this is substantially better than that.
Yes.
You're trading 1 point of power on this for doubling the effect. I think Carfil Kennelmaster is going to be a C+, and I think that this is going to be the 5-drop you fear. Yes. When you have a close race and they just play this on 5 and imagine this on 6, you're just going to lose those games in a landslide.
Yeah, and by the way, a C+ for this card is like the biggest compliment we can give, because this is normally the roughly interchangeable 5-mana creature slot.
Yeah, but I think this is going to operate quite a bit above
better. That. Yeah. Next is Koma's Faithful. This is 2 and a black for a 3/1 elf cleric. It's common. It's got lifelink. And when it dies, each player mills 3 cards.
I like this. Both players are going to have incentive to mill, but since you put this in your deck, presumably you can build around it more on average than your opponent, even though they might get some benefit out of this. Black also ends up having, raise dead type effects and exile from your graveyard for bonus type effects. Plus, a 3-mana 3/1 lifelink is going to get into combat. Your opponent will block this card. So I think this works out in a deck that wants it. It's a C. It's not more than that, but there's some decks that are going to be happy playing it.
Yeah, C for Koma's Faithful. Next is Poison the Cup. This is 1 black for an instant at uncommon. Destroy target creature. If a spell was foretold, scry 2. If this spell was foretold, scry 2. So that gives you a little hint there of what's going on. The foretell cost is 1 and a black. Wow, that's sweet.
Yeah, this card's quite good. This is a B+ removal spell.
Definitely.
Where you get 3 mana, instant destroy a creature, or 2 and 2. It can help fix if you don't have double black. Imagine that you just only draw 1 swamp. Well, easy enough. Just foretell this and then immediately cast it on their turn. Because it's funny, you have to wait a turn on foretell, but it works really well with instants because you can just foretell and then immediately play them on the opponent's turn. Plus, getting to scry 2 is really nice too. So Poison the Cup is great.
That is really solid removal. So Poison the Cup B+. Next is Priest of the Haunted Edge. This is 1 and a black for a 0/4 snow creature zombie cleric at common. Tap it, sacrifice it. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of snow lands you control. Activate this ability only anytime you could cast a sorcery.
Yeah, I think it's good if this was just a, at -X for X the number of lands you control. Obviously, this card would be fantastic. If you look at Snowlands, this is the one where you need to have 3 or 4 in play for me to get excited about this card. That's just not going to happen very often. To have 4 Snowlands in play, on when you have 7 lands in play, having 4 of them be snow, it's like, do you have 8 Snowlands in your deck, or 7 Snowlands in your deck, or 9 Snowlands in your deck? That's just not going to happen. So I think this is a build around C, because at the end of the day, if you get a 2-mana creature that can block for a few turns, then remove their stuff, that's good, but you don't feel like you really did it when that happens.
Exactly. Next is Raise the Draugr. What does Raise the Draugr do?
So it's 1 and a black. It's an instant. It's interesting. Choose 1, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creatures that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand.
And it's a common.
And it's an instant. It's weird.
Yeah.
Raised Deads usually aren't instants.
Right.
I think this card is quite good. It's not hard to find 2 cards that share a type. Like if you look at all these other things, it's like, oh, zombie cleric, elf cleric, or zombie berserker, zombie berserker, zombie berserker.
Yeah, and many of basically every creature we've seen has 2 types, right?
Yeah,
it's not
almost
just
everything
like
has
zombie.
2 types.
Yeah.
Also, this will help really nicely. This is one of the cards you'll need to double spell. Imagine you're playing this low curve black-white deck and you run out of cards in hand. Well, even if you're just returning 1 creature, this is going to let you cast 2 spells in the same turn. So cards like this are pretty valuable to getting that engine going. If you end up kind of stalling because you have no cards in hand. So,
and you mentioned the changeling thing.
Yep, changelings are another good thing because you can always pick up a creature plus a changeling. So I think Raise the Draugr gets probably a C+, but it falls off pretty quickly. The first one is worth a lot more than subsequent ones because this is the kind of card that could get stuck in your hand.
Yeah, I like C+, and then depending on how this format plays out, whether it's a very, very fast format or more of a slower one, we've seen cards like this move up the ranks. Dominaria comes to mind, where that effect, we saw it in the set review and we're like, I don't know, C-, D+, whatever. And it ends up being, playing out like very much a C+, B- level card. Because of how grindy the format was. The faster a format is, the worse these effects can be because you don't have the time to spend the mana. Next is Return Upon the Tide. This is 4 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If it's an elf, create 2 1/1 green elf warrior creature tokens. And this does have Foretell. It's 3 and a black. So that actually pumps the Foretell 1 higher in total than its straight up mana cost. But wow, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield for 4 and a black at sorcery speed is fairly mediocre. That usually doesn't get the job done unless you have some other thing going on. Like, remember when we had the big cycle creatures that you could cycle and put into your yard, that type of thing. But 2 1/1s in addition, if it happens to be an elf, does kind of make it worth it. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah,
and hard to say about Foretell, but
I'm looking at the elves. The elves are kind of dorky, which is part of what makes this card not super exciting. Like, yeah, you'll get 2 elves if you return a Elderfang Disciple, but that's a 1/1. That's the Ravenous Rats. Mm-hmm. So most of the time, I think that returning an elf is not going to be your highest priority. It does work with changelings, of course, and there's not that much value in foretelling here overall, besides the fact that you just got to cast the card at a slightly more convenient time.
Right.
I'm not really in for this. I think Return of the Tide is probably a D.
I think it
doesn't look very strong to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a D. Next is Rune of Mortality. This is the black rune. It's 1 and a black for an enchantment or a rune. It's uncommon. It enchants a permanent. When it ETBs, you draw a card. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has, what's the most black mechanic? Apparently Death Touch. Yep. As long as enchanted permanent is an equipment, it has equipped creature has Death Touch. This is the worst of the ones we've seen though, right? I'd rather have lifelink flying.
The part where this gets exciting is if you can put it on Menace, like a first striker or a creature that pings or has menace, like that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But so far this has been the worst of the ones we've seen, which still probably makes it like a C+, mm-hmm. But it is a little worse than flying or lifelink.
Yeah, because that card draw really does make it just so much less, committal. C+ for Rune of Mortality. Next is Skemfar Shadow Sage. This is 3 and a black for a 2/5 elf cleric at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you choose one. Either each opponent loses X life, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common, or you gain X life, where same thing.
So at the very least, it's gonna do 1 because you can always choose. It always counts itself. It's probably gonna drain for or deal 2 or gain 2. Most of the time, maybe 3 sometimes. Mm-hmm. That seems fine. Mm-hmm. I would say it's a C+. You're gonna want it in control decks or aggro decks alike. They both give you something. This is a card I wouldn't mind returning Upon the Tide, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Also, 2/5 is those are good stats for a 4 mana card. Like, there's not that many creatures that will be on the battlefield yet that can actually rumble through it. So yeah, I'm kind of in for it. I like at least C+ for Skemfar Shadow. Yeah, Sage.
Maybe it's even a B-. It
might be.
It is pretty strong.
Yeah, these incremental effects do add up. Next is Skull Raid. This is 3 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. Target opponent discards 2 cards. If fewer than 2 cards were discarded this way, you draw cards equal to the difference. Oh, that's sweet. And it has Foretell for 1 and a black.
Yeah, I really like the what's going on here with either you get to mind rot them or you get to draw 2, or draw 1 if they discard 1. So it takes away a lot of the disadvantage that discard has, which is it's dead in the late game. In fact, there might be some games where you want to wait till they have no cards in hand because you'd rather draw 2 than get their last cards. You'd have to know a very specific thing about their deck for that to be the case, but this is never completely dead.
Yeah.
I like this.
I kind of do
it's
too.
It's a little slow.
The Foretell is really nice, though. Like,
yeah.
This is where you can foretell and save it for later. and not, because the downside to these type of cards when they cost 4 is that they don't affect the board at all, and they take effectively your whole turn, right? You're like 4 mana. If I had 5 or 6 at that point, I probably already cast my 1s and 2s. So wipe away my turn to set up for later turns. But here, that's, we can simply play 2 spells in a turn later while still wiping out the rest of their hand, and I like that.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that you're not going to end up wanting a discard 2 effect when everyone's optimizing like their curves and playing 2 spells in the same turn and doing all this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But I think in general, the effect is intriguing to me. I would probably give it a C-. I think it's going to be a little worse than a lot of times it's a 4 mana Mind Rat. That's not actually good enough. I think it's really cute how it gets around the drawback, but I think it's not a card you can play in most matchups, though it will be really good in control matchups.
I think it's going to be 2 mana divination most of the time.
Most of the time, called.
Yeah, because they're going to be foretelling everything, and they're just like not going to have any cards because they're all exiled, and then I'm just going to be like, draw me my cards, baby, ship them over here. I'll say C- for Skull Raid. It's C- D+ range. What about Turgrid's Shadow?
This is 3 black. It's an instant at uncommon. Each player sacrifices 2 creatures, and it has foretell for 2 black. So in most games, this is not a very good card, because if you cast this and you both sack 2 creatures, obviously you're down a card. Terrible. But if you have no creatures and they have 2, then this is a 2-for-1. And that's pretty strong. If you have 1 creature and they have 2, it's at least even. And that it's an instant, it has foretell, means maybe you can line this up. I can imagine a situation where you have a creature out, you have this foretold, and you have the mana to cast it. They attack, you trade, and then they play another creature, and then you kill their last 2 creatures with Turgid's Shadow. So it's a pretty high payoff card, but also has a very low ceiling.
These cards, because you have it, end up overperforming so often. What was the 2 black each player?
Innocent Blood.
No, the one that does 2.
Barter and Blood. Sorry.
Barter and Blood. Yeah, Innocent Blood's 1, right? I remember that card feeling very strong. Like I could set that up to really benefit me, right? And the fact that this is an instant is kind of awesome.
Yeah, and the fact that it has foretell, so you can kind of pay a cost. So like you foretell this on turn 2, they play a 2-drop. Turn 3, if you can use that turn 3 to foretell something else, they play another creature, and then you just boom, flip this one over. Like that's pretty big. I'm kind of liking Turgid's Shadow at B, but with the caveat that you have to put a lot of work into like constructing your deck to maximize this and knowing how to play the games to maximize it.
Mm-hmm. I'm high on this card, Luis. I think this is going
greater than B?
No.
Okay.
B.
That would have been that. I also think I'm high on the card. So.
Yeah, I think you are too. Yeah, I didn't mean like in contrast to you. I just meant also like yeah. B for Turgid's Shadow. Next is Vengeful Reaper. This is 3 and a black for a 2/3 flying, death touch, haste, angel cleric at uncommon. And it has foretell of 1 and a black. So you get back to its original cost, but holy crap, that's a sweet card.
Yeah, I mean, this has some badass art, right? Like,
yes, it does.
Giant, like, Reaper's Scythe.
Oh, my
Also, the flavor text, Starnheim is closed to you, coward.
Coward. Just throws
that's like a Valhalla equivalent, I think. So, 4 mana, 2/3 flying, death touch, haste. Yeah, I'm completely in for this. This just beats down right away, can also block and trade, also can just keep multiple creatures at bay, and then foretell, making it so you can just cast this whenever is convenient for you. This card seems awesome. I would give Vengeful Reaper a B. This card seems very strong.
B for the Reaper. Fear of the Reaper. Village Rites is back. This is black for an instant. It's common. It says an additional cost to cast it. You sack a creature, sacrifice a creature, and then you get to draw 2 cards. This card actually does perform. Like, you can play this in your deck. Look, it's best if you can steal your opponent's creatures and then sack it. Of course, that is the dream. But the fact that it's so cheap does mean that a creature that was scheduled to die anyway to like a removal spell or something like that can be sacrificed out from underneath that removal spell. Also, remember, we've already seen multiple enchantments that lock down creatures from white and blue. Village Rites actually creates a scenario where those are profitable for you, assuming you can leave the mana up. And there's also just times when you have a 1/1 token that's just never doing anything, or you draw a 2/2 for 2 that's too late in the game to really impact things, and that can turn Village Rites into a card. That said, it's never amazing, right? The ceiling on Village Rites really, if you're not dealing with stealing opponents' creatures, isn't that high.
Yeah, there is Shackles of Treachery, which is a common that steals a creature for 2 in a red. So we do have that. And yeah, like you said, the fact that it is pretty efficient if they play a removal spell or something like that is nice. Again, I'm a little lower on cards that require you to leave mana up and try to take use of extra bits of mana in a set that is so heavily optimized for being able to curve out and do all the things you want. And even in the double spell deck, like Village Rites isn't really how you want to curve out. Right. Like you don't want to go like, creature, Village Rites. And it's like, well, you'd rather just play another creature at that point. So that part is nice. White does have Bound in Gold. So Village Rites is a nice counter to that. And I think in general, you will not play this card.
The blue Swords to Plowshares, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
And there's also the -3/-0 Swords to Plowshares in blue. So yeah.
So many Plowshares. I would say that most decks are not going to start this, but it's a pretty strong sideboard card. Also, the art is just is really something. Like they have leaned in on a lot of what's going on here. This reminds me a lot of like Nordic horror movies.
God, yeah, this is some brutal stuff. Yeah, I like C- to D+ for Village Rites. Definitely a card that you'd like to have access to in your sideboard for when opponents are playing that enchantment based removal for sure.
Yeah.
Way Down is that's kind of funny. Is black for a sorcery. It is common. It says an additional cost to cast this spell. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Ugh,
yeah.
Kind of interesting.
Really efficient.
It is, so, yeah.
It's not going to be the easiest to cast in the first couple turns, but it's going to set up some really nice turn 4 or 5s. It's good with like, the 1/1 that makes them discard a card, kind of chumpers. It's actually good with Village Rites too. This is the kind of thing that can enable it. It is bad with Raise the Draugr in your deck because you're eating the same resources you'd like to bring back. But I think Way Down is going to perform really well in aggressive decks. In decks that have a lot of cheap creatures that are looking to trade off, I think that Way Down is going to be it's going to be a nice reward for playing a bunch of cheap creatures. 10 creature control decks can't really make use of this card all that well. Maybe they'll play one as a late game card, but this is going to be the card that pays you off for playing 1-drop into 2-drop into 3-drop and curving out.
Because you'll just be able to meet that requirement in a timely fashion, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those that scales incredibly hard downward, right? Like the second way down is like, you may not even want it at all, right? Where the first way down, yeah, it's probably pretty good in your deck. A little bit awkward, right? Like -3/-3 until end of turn at sorcery speed is good in the early stages of the game, but it can be really hard to be able to meet the cast requirement for it. So, this card's okay. I guess I would give it a C- or a C.
I think the first copy is going to be like a C+ in a deck that has a lot of creatures. Okay. C- in a deck with a medium amount of creatures. The second copy gets quite a bit worse, though.
Yeah, sorcery speed is just really tough.
I think in any like 16+ creature deck, this is going to be a card you're very happy to have one.
Really? Okay. Maybe. I'm a little lower on it than you are, I think. Not a lot, though. Just a little.
You don't have to cast it on turn 3. You can cast it on turn 5, and it can be really good.
And it can still kill something relevant. Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. And if you do, you're killing a 4-drop or 5. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. All right. C+ for Way Down. I'm with you. Last black card is called Wither Crown. It's 1 and a black for an enchantment aura. It is common. It says enchant creature. Enchanted creature has base power 0 and has at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature.
Yeah, it's what they did to the king in Lord of the Rings.
It actually looks like him too.
Yeah. I'm not sure how this card's going to play out. I think it's a good card because if you put this on their 3/3, you spent 2 mana and they effectively killed their 3/3, right? They're not going to keep it around paying a life every turn. But it can still block as an 0/3, I suppose. So if you're attacking with a 2/2, it's better to keep it around. But even then, they're still losing a life every turn, and that's good. It, I guess, doesn't do well if they have ways to like pump their creature or have equipment. It doesn't fully deal with it. I think on balance, this card's going to be just great removal for a control deck and still solid for aggro decks, which makes me think it's just going to be just solid removal. Not great, but it's like a C-level removal spell.
Yeah, I think so too. You're giving them a choice, which is not something you generally want to do, but they really don't have great options here. So,
No.
And likely they will just put it in the bin most of the time, especially if the creature's really nullified. So C-ish for Wither Crown, and that'll move us to red, where our first card is called Axguard Cavalry. This is 1 in a red for a 2/2 Dwarf Berserker at common. It has the activated ability, tap it, target creature gains haste until end of turn. God, I hate cards like this, Luis. I never am on board. This one's a little weird, though, in that it's a 2/2 for 2, so maybe I would just play it anyway.
Yeah, no, this is the best one of these we've seen, I think, because a 2-mana 2/2 means on turn 2, you can play this and attack for 2, and it just operates as a 2-drop. And then later in the game, it effectively makes it so your bigger and better creatures kind of come out the gates a little faster. I think it's a C. I think Axguard Cavalry is actually going to do the thing you want it to do. You don't really pay that much of a cost for this effect.
Yeah, and it does have that thing that I love, which is good early and has something to do late. So C for Axguard Cavalry. Next is Basalt Ravager. This is 3 and red for a 4/2 giant wizard at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. So
it even pings opponents.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. It's a 4-mana 4/2 that's going to deal minimum 1, but often like 2 damage.
Yeah.
That's great, and sometimes even more. Basalt Ravager looks like a B to me. This looks like a good card.
It does to me too. Yeah, you get any synergies going with it at all. It is also a giant wizard, so that could matter. I like Basalt Ravager at B. Very solid. Breakneck Berserker is next. It's 2 in a red for a 3/2 haste. It's also a dwarf berserker. It's common.
Yeah, I think that you're going to end up playing this card in your aggro decks, but not. It's not going to be an outstanding card, but it looks like a C. It looks like a 3-mana 3/2 haste is still pretty good. I mean,
it hits.
Think of the game when you play a cavalry on turn 2 and turn 3 this, and they didn't have a 2-drop. They foretold on turn 2. They're at 15 on their turn 3, and they're facing down 2 creatures.
And that is an important thing, that this comes down the turn after many people are going to be spending a turn doing actual nothing. So
this is the card that really punishes people for being too slow.
Yes.
Like, you're sitting around trying to glimpse the cosmos or behold the multiverse, and you're glimpsing a berserker hitting you with an axe.
Yeah. I like it. So C for Breakneck Berserker. What does Cinderheart Giant do?
Mostly it sits in your sideboard. It's a 5 red. It's a 7/6 giant berserker at common. It has trample, and when it dies, it deals 7 damage to a creature an opponent controls chosen at random.
What's not to love?
I think because of Foretell, you just don't have to play 7-drops that don't have Foretell. I think you're going to have a lot of options for expensive cards with Foretell, and you'd much rather have the Foretell versions, because being kind of stuck to having 7 mana or not being able to cast this, like, wouldn't you rather just have a 6-drop that has Foretell if you have the option, which you're not always going to have, but I think that means that the decks that want Cinderheart Giant are going to be few and far between, which makes it a D for me, even though it's a powerful effect.
I think it's a D. I agree. Like, you read the card, it's really strong. It's just that it's the mana problem. Craven Hulk is next. 3 and a red for a 4/4 that cannot block alone. Also, it's a giant coward.
Yeah, it is a giant coward.
It's 4 mana, and its creature type is giant coward. Who cares about blocking? This is our curve, right?
This card's quite strong.
Yeah, Axguard Cavalry, Breakneck Berserker, Craven Hulk, they're all common. You're just smashing.
Yeah, I would say Craven Hulk gets a C+. It's just going to come down and attack them and be really hard to stop.
I love it. Giant coward. I can't believe they printed that. Crush the Weak. Boy, this better be good. 2 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. Crush the Weak deals 2 damage to each creature. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead, and it has Foretell for red.
So this does, in fact, crush the weak. It kills all the small things. It's a really good way to go Foretell into play this, then play a creature. It works nicely with your giants. It works less well with your aggressive dwarves, of course. I like Crush the Weak. Yeah. This card looks like the card that will just demolish the Battlefield Raptor, all one drop deck.
Yep.
People looking to double spell are going to get really punished by this, because double spelling means you're playing a lot of cheap cards that probably die to this. So I think Crush the Weak gets a B because it looks especially good in this particular format.
It also hits flyers, right?
Yeah, it hits everything. I'm liking exactly what this is doing, because this looks like a format where a sweeper is really nice.
It does, yeah. So what grade did you give it?
A B.
B for Crush the Weak.
Which is higher than most pyroclasms.
Much higher, yeah. Yeah, usually they're more situational, but this really does seem good for that. Demon Bolt is next. Yikes. It's 2 and a red for an instant at common. It does 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So there's our premium burn spell at common here. Boy, it also has Foretell. Dang, that's nice. Instant speed, 4 damage for 3, or you can put it on the layaway plan and only pay a single red mana the turn that you actually cast it. This
good. Looks like a B plus to me.
Me too.
It's just really efficient removal that lets you curve out exactly when you want.
Wow. And you get to double spell off of it often because if it's only 1 Foretell, that is super strong. Demon Bolt, B plus. Next is Doomscar Titan. This one is 4 red for a 4/4 giant berserker at uncommon. When Doomscar Titan enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. So I guess that counts itself. And then it has Foretell. Its Foretell cost is actually kind of expensive. It's 4 and a red. It's 5 mana to Foretell.
I can't look at this card and not see like some goofy thing with like googly eyes. Am I looking at the art wrong?
It looks like something from the Muppets.
Like, what is going on with this?
I don't know.
Which is weird because it's just it's actually a beating of a card. The card is no joke.
Yes,
like
it is.
You're gonna foretell this, and the combo is you foretell this and then foretell something else, and then you spend like 6 or 7 mana and play them both on the same turn, and then just get in there for a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Plus, it just pumps all the other creatures you have in play.
So it's a 5/4 haste by itself, and then everything else gets pumped too.
6 mana 5/4 haste that gives the rest of your team +1/+0 would be great.
Yep.
And this has the foretell part and the fact that other things have foretell. So playing 2 creatures, like it's not out of the question to play like Dwarven Reinforcements for which foretells for 2 mana, and then this, and then attack for millions of damage. So I would give Doomscar Titan a B. I think this is going to be one of the solid finishers when it comes to the aggro decks.
Definitely. And I like that there's an aggro deck here to keep all the foretelling in check. So Doomscar Titan gets a B. What does Dual Strike do?
It's red for an instant and uncommon. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with converted mana cost 4 or less, this turn, copy that spell and you may choose new targets, and it has foretell of a single red. These cards tend not to be good in limited, and this one actually doesn't change that. The foretell part's kind of cute because you can cast 2 spells in the same turn, and this really does help you line the mana up nicely. But the problem with these isn't as much the mana as the fact that how can you guarantee that you're going to have a good spell to cast afterwards? And the answer is you're just not. So best case scenario, this copies a spell that you have in your deck. Worst case scenario, it does stone nothing. So I would give Dual Strike an F. I don't see these cards really working out.
Yeah, I'm on F for Dual Strike. The mana considerations are tough too. Dwarven Hammer. All right, this better be good. This is 2 and a red for an artifact equipment and uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 more mana. If you do, you get a 2/1 red dwarf berserker creature token, and then you attach the hammer to it. Wow, the creature gets +3/+0 and trample. And the equip cost is 3. So it is still fairly expensive, but reasonable equip cost. But you get a 5/1 trampler if you pay the extra 2 mana for a total of 5.
I believe this is the best of the equipment we've seen so far, just because a 5/1 trampler is fine. That for 5 mana, it's obviously not great, but +3/+0 and trample for 3 is exactly what you want out of one of these. You're not paying an incredible amount, and you're getting +3/+0 and trample, which is exactly what red wants. You throw this on, it makes all your 2/1s into 5/1 tramples. It makes your 4/4s into 7/4 tramples. This card will wear your opponent down very, very quickly here.
Wow. Yeah, this is definitely where you want to be as far as dumping the 3 mana in and just being like, send it in. Don't care if it's a 1/1 token or bigger. Just send it in there. You have to deal with it every turn.
I would give Dwarven Hammer a B+. I think that this is the kind of card that aggressive red decks can use to grind out any control deck.
Yeah, this card's fantastic. B+ for Dwarven Hammer. What about Dwarven Reinforcements? This is the one you mentioned a minute ago.
It's 3 and a red for a sorcery that makes 2/1 Dwarf Berserkers, and it has Foretell of 1 and a red. So 4 mana for 2/2/1s is fine. Not super exciting, but fine. You're getting 4/2 worth of stats split up over 2 creatures. Works nicely if you're pumping your team for like a tokens deck, red, white, go wide, or you have Doomscar Titan. But the Foretell means that you can, again, double spell and line it up such that if you have a good setup like that Doomscar Titan, or you want to set up playing 2 spells, then next turn playing a pump spell, this works out kind of nicely. So I think it's fine. I think you need to do something besides just play the card itself to make it worth it. But I would give it a C. I think that it's got enough upside that it's fine.
Okay. C for Dwarven Reinforcements. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that one plays out. What about Fearless Liberator?
This is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Dwarf Berserker at Uncommon, and it has Boast for 2 and a red. You can create a 2/1 red Dwarf Berserker. So 2 mana 2/1, and you can pay 3 to make another 2/1 when it attacks. I like it. This seems like what the red decks want to do.
Okay. Uncommon, not going to see it all the time, but a worthy payoff here considering that it is an uncommon.
Yeah.
Does it get up into the B range for you?
No, I think it's a C+. I think it's a better than average 2-drop. But again, these cards aren't going to survive very often. I guess maybe you end up in a spot where you're like, play a Fearless Liberator, attack and play the 1 mana trick that gives +1/+3, then make a 2/1 as well. But you're not really like crushing them when you do that.
And that's
you're
4 mana. Like that's not even the next turn, right? Like yeah, because Fearless Liberator, if it gets to attack unimpeded a couple of times, is awesome. I mean, you're just pumping out copies of itself basically. But if they have literally any creature with any power, that isn't the case anymore, and that's a lot worse. C+ for Fearless Liberator. Fearless Pup is red for a 1/1 wolf. It's actually a little baby wolf with at common. It has first strike and it has boast. It gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
So this has a nice little threat of activation because if you attack with this, they're not going to block it because a 3/1 first strike will take down anything they can block with. But it also just deals 1 point of damage, so you're not really getting that good of value. I think that this card will actually be fine in the aggressive decks. You don't want too many copies of it because they really do get bad in multiples. But having one of these is like a mana sink plus a way to just have another creature in play, plus a way to play 2 spells in the same turn. This actually seems playable. It's funny, the red creatures that have fire breathing of some kind that pump themselves tend to be pretty bad, I think, on balance. I would say like 80% of them just don't get played. This looks like one of the 20% that is worth playing in the aggressive decks that want it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, you do need to augment it though, right? You have to be committed to equipment or something to make it work.
Yeah, go wide, equipment, the
double spell.
Those are the things. The double spell, those are the things. But that's a lot of stuff.
That is a lot of things. Yeah. So what grade do you give it? C-?
I would give it a C-. Yeah. I think that it's a little worse than average, but I think can fill some slots in the right deck.
Yeah.
Frenzied Raider is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Demon Berserker at Uncommon. Whenever you activate a boast ability, put a +1/+1 counter on Frenzied Raider. There we go. That justifies Fearless Pup. Turn 1 Pup, turn 2 Raider, turn 3 attack with both Pump. You have a 3/3 and a 3/1 first strike.
That's legit.
Works for me.
Yeah.
You would want probably 3 or 4 boast creatures before Frenzied Raider gets worth it, but a +1/+1 counter is pretty good. You only need one of those to make this card good enough. So
yeah, it's also in combat a lot of times that you're doing it, right?
Yeah.
So you attack with your boast creature plus your Frenzied Raider. You play for boast before or after blocks, and you're attacking with a bigger Frenzied Raider that turn as well. Yeah, it actually goes really well with Fearless Pup, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah, because they just never block the pup either. Low downside as well. It's 2 mana 2/2, so not the end of the world for your aggro deck. The card seems really good to me. I would give it a B- actually. Like I think this card's going to be legit scary. and an actual incentive to activate boast, every turn.
Well, you also can do things like play a 3-drop boast creature on turn 3, and then turn 4, play Frenzied Raider, attack with the boast tapper, for example, tap their creature, get a counter on this. Like, this doesn't have to be attacking.
Oh, wow, that's really nice too.
Yeah, so yeah, I think B- is good for Frenzied Raider. This card is gonna stack up nicely.
Also, if you boasted 2 creatures, it just picks up 2 counters.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Frostbite is next. This better be good. Red for a snow instant. Good. It's common. Frostbite deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, it deals 3 damage instead. Dang, so that's sweet.
You're always going to play this card.
Yeah.
It's a C+ just in a deck. Mm-hmm. And if you can get to 3 snow permanents, even like half the time, it becomes kind of like a B-.
It does. Yeah. And it's snow permanents, right? It's not just snow lands. Like your creatures actually count towards this.
Yeah. So yeah, you could play Frostbite in a deck that has 0 snow lands that just happens to play a couple random snow creatures, and sometimes it'll be on. So I would give Frostbite probably a C+, yeah. But it can tend up to B- as well.
That's exactly where I'm at too. Hagi Mob is 4 and a red for a 5/4 Troll Berserker at common, and it has Boast. It deals 1 damage to any target. The Boast cost is 1 and a red. The flavor text is Grarg.
This is one of the Boast cards that not being able to multi-activate, of course, is kind of painful.
Yeah.
But 5 mana, 5/4, and it can attack and ping a 1 toughness creature. This looks good to me.
It does to me too.
This is in the realm of like, when you spend 5 mana for a creature at common, this is about what you expect to get, which makes it a C. But there's going to be some matchups where this card is fairly threatening.
Yeah, I feel like they've really tried to pick up the slack on the 1 mana creatures and the 5 mana creatures.
Yeah.
This is pretty good for that. Next is Immersturm Raider. Immersturm, how would you say that? That's actually German, but how would you say that?
Yeah, you know better than I would. I mean,
well, I don't want to say it in German because then it just doesn't sound right for English. You know what I mean? Would you say Immersturm?
I would say Immersturm because that's what I heard you say.
Immersturm Raider is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Demon Berserker at common. When Immersturm Raider enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And by the way, it means like an unending storm. Always storm is what that means, which is kind of sweet. So you get to rummage when it ETBs?
Yeah, which is good in the set because it puts a creature in your graveyard. There's a lot of cards that care about that, so it has that additional context for you. But yeah, this slot, we've seen this card before, is never great, but certainly not terrible. I would say this is a C. You'll play this more often than not.
And for crying out loud, if you have this card in your aggro deck or whatever, hang on to a land so that if you draw it late, you can do it. Immersturm Raider. That's pretty sweet. So like C-ish for it. Next is Open the Omen Paths. This is 2 and a red for an instant. It's common. You can choose 1. You can add 2 mana of any 1 color and 2 mana of any other color. Spend this mana only to cast creature or enchantment spells. Sorry, Storm players. Or you can have creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Wow.
So
those are very different things.
It's a trumpet blast with extra steps. You're going to end up wanting this in your go wide decks as trumpet blast. Oh no, it's only +1/+0. You don't get to choose both. No, never mind. This card is just quite mediocre.
Yeah, and weird.
In limited, there's no real reason to pay 3 mana to get 4 because you're not really like paying a card to do that isn't worth it because you're not going to turbo out anything too exciting. And then giving you all your creatures +1/+0 is kind of medium. Yeah, this looks like an F to me.
Yeah, I think it's just an F. Provoke the Trolls. Something you're very good at.
I got this one. Provoking the Trolls. Provoke the Trolls is 3 and a red. It's an instant and uncommon, and Provoke the Trolls deals 3 damage to any target. If creatures dealt damage this way, it gets +5/+0 until end of turn. So the joke is you hit one of your things for 3 damage, and it gets +5/+0 because you angered it. You
so angry.
The Trolls. And it conveniently doesn't kill the Hagi Mob, the Troll Berserker, because it has 4 toughness.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, this is 3 in a red, deal 3 to any target, which is a card you'd always put in your deck in limited.
Yeah.
And it has slight upside where if you have a 4/4 that's not blocked and they're at 9, yeah, you could go for it.
You could get them. Of course, it works well with trample if the creature has the requisite toughness.
Yeah. I would say Provoke the Trolls gets a C+.
Yeah.
C. It's a C.
I would go C+. I like
right,
instant speed 3 to anything with some random upside. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. This is a nice combo with the Double Strike card, by the way.
Oh, sure.
The +1/+1 and Double Strike card, like that's going to be something that could actually come up. And you even give it +1/+1, so you can like target your 3/3, make it a 4/4, then provoke it, and now it's a 9/1 Double Striker. Like that's 18 right there.
Probably game.
Boom.
Yep, that's true.
What about Run Amok?
Yeah.
It's 1 in a red. It's a reprint. 1 in a red for an instant common. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before. It's
from Domino.
It's a good aggressive card. This is the kind of combat trick that's nice. One thing we didn't touch on too much is Boast is really good at combat tricks because they have to block, and this is the exact kind of combat trick that punishes them for blocking.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got enough of the random little Boast creatures, Run Amok could do some good stuff. So I think it's probably like a D+.
Yes.
Maybe C minus, depending on how the format ends up.
Yeah, and this is a card that you really need to be aware of if you have damage-based instant speed removal. If you let your opponent get to attacks and you needed to just kill the creature first, don't be greedy. Just kill the creature because all of a sudden you're going to go, oh no, wait a minute. If they have Run Amok, then they can respond and I take ton more damage, than I was supposed to. Where if you need to play it safe and just kill their creature when you can, then make sure you do that. Rune of Speed. Well, we know what this does, don't we? 1 in a red for an enchantment or a rune. It's uncommon. Chance of permanent. ETBs when it draws a card. When it ETBs, you draw a card. And as long as a enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+0 and has, that's right, haste. And same thing with the equipment. The equipped creature would get that if you put this on that.
It's funny. They clearly knew that just giving haste was not enough. They had to give +1/+0 because otherwise this rune would have been too weak.
It was too.
This one is almost assuredly a card you'd rather play on equipment. Like the other ones, you would rather play on equipment, but this is not very close because playing this to give haste to a creature is very hard because you have to spend 2 mana above what the creature costs. But on equipment, if there's like one with like a cheap equip cost, you could really get some good mileage out of that.
Yeah.
Though I guess sure. I don't know if there's a one cost equip or not, but that's the sort of thing you'd want to look for. Yeah. There's a pick at common, which is only 1 to equip. So that's the sort of thing you want to try to get maximum haste value out of your creature.
Mm-hmm. And then also, this would seem to combo well with foretell creatures, right? Like you pay like say 2 mana for your foretell creature, it's on the battlefield, and now you can pay this extra couple for rune.
No, that's a good point too.
Yeah, you could get something bigger than normal.
Yeah, I think this is a C. I don't think this is nearly as impactful as some of the other ones.
Yeah,
just because
definitely
+1/+0 and haste
playable still. Yeah.
Definitely playable.
Yeah. +1/+0 and haste is a little not quite there. Seize the Spoils. This is 2 in a red for a sorcery. It's common. As an additional cost to cast it, you have to discard a card, and then you draw 2 cards, and you make a treasure token, which sacrifices to make a mana of any color.
So this is you're paying an extra mana on Tormenting Voice to get a treasure token, which this plus Foretell means you could play something pretty big on turn 4.
Yeah, you really could.
I think that Seize the Spoils is not a card you're going to want to play most of the time. It does set up double spelling because that extra token plus the 2 cards kind of sets that up nicely. But this is not looking to me like a format where you want to spend a bunch of time casting this. This looks like a D to me.
Yeah, it looks like a D to me as well. The only thing that I do think about is with Foretell being so prevalent, do you actually not need as many lands on the battlefield as normal? Right? Like if you're foretelling a bunch of stuff and paying less mana in total, then you're going to end up with extra lands in your hand more often.
Yeah, so you're not going to need your sixth or seventh land quite as often if you're doing that, but you're still going to want like the first five or six.
Okay.
So I don't know where the border is either five or six. I don't know.
Right.
I still think it's a D, but I guess I could see some decks being a little more interested in it.
Yeah, I'm still on D for Seize the Spoils. What about Shackles of Treachery? Is this the one you mentioned before?
Yeah, it says 2 and a red. It's a sorcery at common. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste. And it also gains whenever this creature deals damage, destroy target equipment attached to it. So the joke is when you steal one of their equipped creatures, whenever it deals damage, whether it's to a creature or a player, it then breaks the equipment that it's on it, which is nice because there is a cycle of powerful uncommon equipment. This is some good counterplay to it.
Yeah.
So,
and it always feels awkward when you steal their creature with the equipment on it because you're like, are you going to move this? Like you still control the equipment. This way it just blows it up and you don't have to deal with it.
I don't think this card's going to be great because besides village rights, there aren't very many common ways to sacrifice a creature for profit.
No, we didn't see any. Mm-mm.
So this looks like a D. It just the effect of stealing a creature and giving it haste is just not good by itself. Even in aggro decks, it just doesn't come up. Like, yes, when the stars align, sometimes you steal a 5/5 and you attack them for 12 and you think you're a genius, you know. Mm-hmm. But most of the time that's just yeah, I would be pretty sure too. Most of the time that's just not how it works out. So this is a D or a build around C. If you have 2 village rights, yeah, I'd definitely play this card.
I would too.
But you're just not going to end up in that situation very often.
Smashing Success is the next one. It's 3 and a red for an instant. It's common. It says destroy target artifact or land. If an artifact was destroyed this way, create a treasure token. I mean, this is obviously going to be a sideboard card, but even then, a 4 mana shatter, right? Destroy an artifact is rarely what I want, right?
You get your treasure token as a little minor rebate.
Yeah.
Once you've spent that 4 mana, you get 1 back. I would give Smashing Success a sideboard D. It would take more than just, they have a good equipment for me to side this in. I would need to see multiple. Squash is next. This card's really funny. It's 4 and a red for an instant at common. Deals 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. But it costs 3 less to cast if you control a giant.
Whoa!
This is common. 2 mana deal 6?
2 mana deal 6 if you have a giant? Holy crap.
So in red-blue, this card's going to be amazing because there's so many giants and shapeshifters you can get. In red X, it's going to be a little harder because you're not always going to have a giant in play. But when you cast this for 2 mana, you are going to feel like you got away with something, and you did.
You kill any creature in the set almost for 2 mana.
And also, it's 5 mana for a deal 6 is not the end of the world. It's not like you can't cast this card. Yeah. This looks like a B+ to me, honestly. In a deck with 0 giants, it's like a C+, or B, not C+. It's just 5 mana. But the upside of being able to cast this for 2 when you have say 3 giants in your deck is really strong. When you're like, all right, I'm going to play this Mist Raven Crow shapeshifter on turn 5 and then immediately squash their 5-drop.
Yes.
We're talking Doomblades here.
Yeah,
so
seriously.
I would give Squash probably like a B+, like build around B+ / B in a normal deck that has 1 or 2 giants.
Yeah, it probably ranges from B- to C+ on average, but in blue-red particularly, it's excellent. Yeah, you said it. Yeah. We're talking about Doomblades here. I mean, in some cases better. So there you go. That's really impressive. Man, I honestly, I keep looking at the 3 less to cast and feeling like it should be 2. That's a steep discount. So really good.
Oh, yeah.
Tormentor's Helm?
This is red for an equipment. So here's another equipment that actually is cheap. Red for an equipment that gives the creature +1/+1. And whenever it becomes blocked, deals 1 damage to the defending player and has a equip cost of 1.
1?
Yeah. I'm in for this. This is a 1 mana equipment that gives +1/+1 and pings them for 1 when they block. This is the way you can use your mana efficiently, play multiple spells in the same turn, take use of Rune of Speed. Rune of Speed on Tormentor's Helm is no joke.
Yes. That's insane.
This almost makes me want to bump Rune of Speed up to a C+, given that this is Tormentor's Helm is a common that you're going to want in your deck.
Definitely. And, this is also the +1/+1 does work on defense. You can very easily just attack with a thing, then move this to a blocker, then attack. You can swap it around really easily. When you get down to equip 1, that's the type of game you can play.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm impressed. I mean, look, this isn't the highest impact card, but the efficiency is very much here.
Yeah. It just, when you're repeatedly attacking your opponent and making them deal with the creatures that are wearing this, they're taking one every turn they trade. Also, all your creatures are effectively getting +1/+1 if you're attacking with like one equipped creature every turn. I would give Tormentor's Helm a C+. I actually think this card is going to be a desirable card for aggressive decks.
I do too. It could enable boast activations that you might not get normally. Yeah, I like Tormentor's Helm. Excuse me, that seems good. What about Teskari Firewalker?
So this is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Human Berserker at common, and it has Boast. Pay 1 generic mana, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So remember, that does include lands because it doesn't say cast. So if you hit a land with this, you can play it.
It's a common?
Yeah. This card seems pretty strong. You're not going to want to play this turn 3 and activate it turn 4 all that often unless your curve is very low, because if you flip over a 4-drop or something, you're going to be pretty disappointed. But it's really good to activate on like turn 5 or 6 when you have enough mana to play every card in your deck.
Yeah.
It can also hit a combat trick. That's always going to be a beating. You attack with this, you flip Run Amok, and they're just like, oh my god.
Yeah, because when you boast really does matter in different scenarios. You may want to boast immediately if you're going to anyway with this one.
Yeah. I would say that Teskari Firewalker is likely to be a C+ because this is the boast card that really pays you off for repeated attacks. Mm-hmm. If you can have this survive combat, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and I would view an average use case for it being that it doesn't survive combat, but that you do get to just pay the 1 for the boast and could perhaps get a card back out of it. And if it trades off for their 2 or 3 drop and you get a card from it, then that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, if you play this and then hit a land with it and trade for their a card of equivalent cost, you're up in that exchange. Even if you traded for a 2-drop, you're not that unhappy. So
right.
That's why I think the Firewalker is a C+, because it will just be a 2-for-1 enough of the time, and in some rare situations could be even more than that.
That's right. What about Vault Robber?
It says 1 and a red for a Dwarf Rogue at common. You can pay 1, tap it, and exile a creature card from your graveyard to create a treasure token. I'm not super high on this because, yes, it generates treasure, which can fix your colors and get you to higher mana counts, but it can only start doing that once creatures have traded off, which is late enough in the game that you're not really getting that much out of the ramping. And you also really don't want to play this on like turn 2 and activate it turn 3. That doesn't seem like a particularly efficient use of your resources. Mm-hmm. I could see some cool self-mill decks using this to splash wild stuff, but in general, I think Vault Robber looks like a D to me.
It does seem like there's some self-mill stuff going on here overall, but yeah, Vault Robber, not super high on the list. All right, that's it for red. Let's move on to green. Arachnoform. This is our last color, though. We do still have the gold cards to do. We didn't do them up front this time. There's actually so many signpost cards that we're just going to kind of tackle them after we do the bulk here. So Arachnoform is 1 and a green for an enchantment aura. It is common. It is an enchant creature. The creature gets +2/+2, has reach, and is every creature type. Nope. This
is not a card I really want to put in my deck. No. Yes, it's cool that it has reach in every creature type, but green in particular doesn't even really want to make this kind of bet. Green doesn't need to gamble on giving a creature +2/+2. It just does that by casting bigger creatures. So I like F for Arachnoform. I really don't think you should put this card in your deck.
Not going to be playing Arachnoform. Blizzard Brawl is next. This is green for a snow sorcery. It's uncommon. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, the creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Then those creatures fight each other. They deal damage equal to their power to the other.
This is great. Much like a Frostbite is shock with upside, this is Prey Upon with upside.
Yeah. Big upside.
It starts at just straight up Prey Upon, and then if you get 3 snow permanents, all of a sudden your 4/4 is taking out their 5/5 and walking away. So I don't really consider this a build around. I think in a deck with no snow permanents or no real hope of getting to 3 snow permanents, this is probably going to be like a C+ because green tends to have creatures sized well enough to use this. And 1 mana is really efficient. In a deck that can reliably get to 3 snow permanents, this is like a B, just straight up B.
Yep. It's a sorcery speed removal spell
Maybe
in
B+,
many scenarios.
Honestly.
Yeah, B right in that range if you're snowing hard enough. So there you go. Those are our grades. It depends on what your deck looks like. Boreal Outrider is 2 and a green for a 3/2 elf warrior snow creature at uncommon. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if snow of any of that spell's colors was spent to cast it, it's kind of weird worded, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it.
I think that the idea is that you can't just have a snow plains in this and play a bunch of green snow creatures, or green creatures rather.
It has to have snow in the mana cost.
Well, it has to have green in the mana cost. So if you have a snow forest, it only pumps green creatures. A snow plains only pumps white creatures.
Okay.
So basically, this doesn't work with splashed snowlands very well, but it works totally well with snowlands of your colors, which does make it a little harder to use. It means a red-green deck that has 3 snow mountains can only pump red creatures with this, which is kind of unfortunate. It means it's a little harder to end up utilizing this to max effect. But it is a very powerful card. If you have just a couple snowlands, this card can give you a really big advantage. It's not asking you to pay extra mana. If you play this turn 3, turn 4, you play a snowdrop using a snow forest, or a 4-drop using a snow forest, you're getting the bonus, and that's really big. So I think Boreal Outrider is kind of like a build around B+, and the cost is so low that I would play this with as few as like 1 snowland in my deck because the payoff is really there.
Yeah, definitely. And she's riding on a majestic elk here too, so you can't knock the Elmers. Hey, Broken Wings is back. 2 and a green, instant destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, and it comes in at common.
So one thing that bothers me is the flavor text talks about Finn the hunter, killing this great eagle, but that's definitely an owl in the picture, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like a like an armadillo or something.
Although it's got the owl's beak and like the big owl wings, so
it's definitely an owl.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Anyways, Broken Wings is a sideboard C. It's just a fine sideboard card.
It might be better here.
It's a little better because
equipment and stuff.
Equipment.
Yeah, sideboard C plus.
Sideboard C plus. I'll allow it. Elder Leaf Mentor is 3 and a green for a 3/2 Elf Warrior at common, and when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 green Elf Warrior token. Nice.
That's good.
Yeah, 4 mana for a 3/2 plus a 1/1. 2 creatures for cards that care about having multiple creatures. Elves are one of the few tribes that people actually, or the set actually cares about. So we saw this, black elf, or the black card that returns a creature, and if it's an elf, you get additional elves. Yeah, this card looks solid. I think Elderleaf Mentor is just a solid C. You'd put this in your green decks and be happy with it.
Yep, C for Elderleaf Mentor. Elven Bow is green for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, you get a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token, and then you put the bow on it. So 3 mana to do that. The creature gets +1/+2 and has reach, and the equip cost is 3. Man, whenever they make equipment that costs green, it always disappoints. Remember the landfall?
Yeah. Three. Yeah, the Skyclave Axe or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. So this is what, 3 mana for a 2/3 reach? That's not bad, I guess.
3 mana for a 2/3 reach is not unreasonable. That's below average, but it's okay. And then later getting +1/+2 in reach. This is a really good defensive card. Mm-hmm. It's got some applications on offense as well, but this is the kind of card that helps the green decks beat the blue-white decks because they play their 2/3 reach, has to get dealt with, and then if it does, you move it to another creature and you have a 2/3 or a 3/4 reach. And I think Elven Bow is going to be good in grindy games. +1/+2 is a good set of stats. That makes your 2/2s beat their 3/3s in combat. Like that does let you trade up kind of nicely. So I think Elven Bow is probably a C+. I'm not like nuts about no, it's probably a B- actually.
Really?
I think it's
3 to equip to give +1/+2 and reach.
It puts you above the next creature class where 2/2s beat 3/3s and 3/3s beat 4/4s.
That is true. And it is hard to get through. Okay, yeah, if you're defensive, I could see that being for sure up in the B range. What about Finn the Fang Bearer?
Oh, this is the hunter we were just talking about. 1 and a green for a 1/3 human warrior at uncommon, has death touch, and whenever a creature you control with death touch deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters.
What the poisons in this set? Okay.
So ignore the poison part because I think that basically never comes up. because it doesn't scale up. This isn't Infect. You can give Finn +10/+10. He'll still just give them 2 poison counters, and there's not that many Death Touchers. But 2 mana for a 1/3 Death Touch is already a B for me. Like, that's just such a good set of stats. 1/3 Death Touch beats so many things in combat.
Yeah, it really does. It's a brick wall, and it can attack. Yeah, it's really, really strong.
Really good with equipment. You put Elven Bow on this, and how are they gonna? What are they gonna do? It's a 2/5 Death Toucher.
Yeah, but yeah, the poison thing is like send me your screenshots, but probably not going to come up very often. Yeah. So I would say B- myself for Finn the Fangbearer. I'm just basically ignoring the rest and saying, cool, a 1/3 Death Touch for 2 mana. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I like B. I just think that it just rumbles in combat well enough.
Okay.
Glittering Frost is next. This is a cool card. This is 2 and a green for a snow enchantment aura, enchant land. Enchanted land is snow. Whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, it adds an additional 1 mana of any color. So basically,
and by default, that means that it's adding snow mana?
Yes, it's a snow land, so it now adds snow mana. Plus, this is a snow enchantment. So this by itself represents 2 snow permanents, because you obviously put this on a non-snow land. And now you're getting 2 snow mana out of this. So this is a good way to splash snow effects. I don't know how often that's going to come up, but this is a good way to up your snow count significantly. This looks to me like a build around C, because by itself, paying 3 mana to make it so one of your lands taps for any color +1 isn't really worth it. 3 mana ramp spells are not usually where it's at, especially in this set, which gives you Foretell as a good way to curve out instead. But in a deck really looking to up its snow count, a card that counts as 2 snow mana, adds snow mana, seems like it's going to be good for me.
Yeah, and it doesn't require you to be in snow to make it work, right? Like it costs regular mana to cast. So yeah, build around C for Glittering Frost. That could save a lot of train wrecking snow decks. There's no doubt about it. Notvold Recluse is next. Is 2 and a green for a 4/2 with reach. It's a spider. Oh, I hate these. Why is it? This is a reverse giant spider, although it is only 3 mana, so I guess I can't complain. 4 power on a 3-drop in green. Happens to have reach.
This still looks like a D to me. Like the problem is 4/2 is a particularly unfortunate set of stats.
Yeah.
In general, 4/2s trade for 2 drops. They trade for 2/2s, 2/1s. So I'm not really that interested in playing Notvold Recluse in my deck.
Yeah, I'm the same. And as a blocker, it's okay, but just likely to trade no matter what. Next is Grizzled Outrider. This is 4 and a green for a 5/5 elf warrior at common. Done talking about it. This set has had like some of the most text on each card, and this one just has flavor text. So this I would assume is almost never going to see play.
Yeah, I would imagine Grizzled Outrider gets a D, where if you put it in your deck, it's not like that much worse than comparable 5s, but it's definitely worse. So you really shouldn't play this unless you absolutely are short on creatures.
And that's a competitive slot in your curve. So D for Grizzled Outrider. Guardian Gladewalker is next. It's 1 and a green for a 1/1 shapeshifter. It has changeling, as you might imagine. Also, it's common. When Guardian Gladewalker enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Wow.
Ooh, I like this. Another nice shapeshifter. These things are always played really, really nicely. There's always more things that matter than you kind of expect.
That's right.
And this is a 2 mana 2/2 with upside, because not only is it a changeling, it can put the counter somewhere else. This looks like a C+ to me. I'm always going to be happy putting this card in my deck.
Me too. There's a lot to like here. Next is Horizon Seeker. This is 2 and a green for a 3/2 human warrior. This one's common. And it has Boast. You can pay 1 and a green to search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, and shuffle your library.
Yeah, that putting it in your hand means this is a 3 mana 3/2 that sometimes you're going to pay 2 to draw a land when it attacks, but you're not going to want to do that until late in the game, or if you're going to miss your land drop. But I don't know. I think this card's okay.
I do too. I mean, you're getting a card out of it. Like when you do turn it sideways, you are going to get a card. It does represent fixing. It's an extra card in your hand. It's a land drop no matter what, and maybe it trades off for something lesser, but you're getting a card back out of it. It's just not, it's just a specific type of card. I don't hate it, actually. I would give Horizon Seeker a C. I think you're really, like, the turn you do it, you're going to, you can fix your mana or hit your land drop no matter what. And as long as it's at least trading, you're getting a 2-for-1. So I'll take it.
Yeah, I would give Horizon Seeker a C as well.
What about Icehide Troll?
This is Tuna Green for a 2/3 snow creature. It's a troll warrior at common. It has snow. Eyeside Troll gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. They do a lot of tapping when things gain indestructible these days. I guess to make it so you could at least use a removal spell to clear away for a block.
Yeah, I suppose so. So what is what is the tap it part though?
Well, that
like if you're attacking, it doesn't matter if you're blocking.
It doesn't matter if you're attacking. Right. It doesn't matter if you're attacking or are already in blocks.
Right.
So it just means that so like a mono red deck can use a lightning bolt to at least tap this down for a turn to attack.
I see. Okay, so it's a mitigation on how annoying indestructible can be for certain colors. Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. Mm-hmm. I like the harpy, the hailstorm harpy. I don't think snow is very easy to put together. I think that most of the time you're not going to end up wanting to play this card. It is very strong if you can.
It is.
Because a 4/3 indestructible is really tough to deal with. Mm-hmm. And I guess it's good with the Shimmering Glade we just saw that makes the thing snow. But I think in general, Eyeside Troll is going to be like a build around sea where you're just not going to play this card very often. It'll be good when you end up actually getting there on snow.
Yeah, I mean these cards are so good if you're fully dedicated, have all your colors and snow and all that, and they're just super mediocre where if you only get to activate them every once in a while. And double snow is really tough. Next is Jaspera Sentinel. It's green for a 1/2 elf rogue at common. It has reach, and you can tap it to tap an untapped creature you control and add 1 mana of any color. You have to so you end up having to tap 2 creatures to make the 1 mana.
Yeah. Ooh. Friends don't let friends play Loam Dryad, which is a card I have played. It just has 2 resource incentives.
Didn't you play it at the PT?
I did, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you learned your lesson, and we're not going to play just for a Sentinel.
Well, I guess I learned my lesson by making top 8, but
oh God, weren't you the only one that did?
Yeah, the deck wasn't the best. And Loam Dryad was certainly not a good part of it, so I would advise you not to play Jaspera Sentinel. Reach on a 1/2 is also not even exciting. So
forgot you top-rated that one. Yeah. This card seems like actually it kind of seems like an F to me.
It looks like an F to me as well.
What about
King Harold's
Revenge? Yeah, what does it do?
King Harold's Revenge is a 2 and a green for a sorcery at common. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains trample. It must be blocked this turn if able. So it's a sorcery, but the idea is if they have a 1 untapped creature, you can go, bam, attack now with my 5/5. You have to block it. You take some trample. My other creatures get in. The problem with this, it only has to be blocked by 1 creature. It doesn't force them to block with everything or any specific thing. Mm-hmm. So on most boards, this is just going to be kind of the green equivalent of an edict where they lose whichever creature they care about least. The trample means maybe they don't throw a 1/1 in the way, but they still have a maximum choice over this, and it gets blown out by bounce, removal, anything else. So I would give King Harold's Revenge an F as well.
Yeah, boy, these things are really powerful when the right board state comes out, when your opponent's tapped out, when you have the right creature. This thing does give trample. You can end the game on a stalled board, etc. But the risk is so high. I'm with you. It's an F for King Harold's Revenge. What about Lityara Glade Warden?
It's 3 and a green for a 3/3 shapeshifter to uncommon, has changeling, and you can pay 2 a green and tap, exile a creature from your graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, but only as a sorcery. So, card is fantastic.
Wow, that's great.
4 mana 3/3 changeling is a card I'm very likely to put in every deck. And the fact that later in the game, when you have time and creatures in the graveyard, which kind of line up because by the time you want to use this, you probably have fodder, you can start just, boom, building up one of your other creatures. You could put it on this creature. You generally want to put it on others to spread the wealth around. You don't want to be all in on just this one good creature. But yeah, this card looks really good. Looks like a B to me. It looks like a card. Yeah. When they have it, I'm going to be scared of the game stalling out. And even in a fast game, if they have like a lifelinker or they're aggressive, they can find time to use this ability.
That's right. And yeah, whenever you put 2 +1/+1 counters on any creature with any ability, including one that's equipped and getting an extra, trample, lifelink, whatever, it gets that much worse for your opponent. So yeah, I like B for Lityara Glade Warden. Really good. Mammoth Growth is next. Great art. It's 2 and a green for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. It is a lot, though I don't think I want to pay the 2 and a green, but I can foretell it for a green. I mean, green for +4/+4 is just a very potent effect if you're in the market for a combat trick.
Yeah, this card lines up nicely. There's a decent amount of tramplers in green. I think that you're going to end up being pretty happy with Mammoth Growth in any creature heavy deck that's trying to push through damage. It's still a combat trick that you're not always going to have the opportunity to play this, but the fact that you can play it for so cheap is pretty big.
You see the flavor text? Thus the long haul became a flat haul.
I do like that. That is good flavor text.
Yeah. I would say D for Mammoth Growth. I mean, maybe there's some decks that want a decent combat trick, but you are still paying the 3 no matter what. Masked Vandal is next. It's 1 and a green for a 1/3 shapeshifter. It's changeling. Lots of them in green here. It's common. And when it enters a battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls.
I really like this card.
Nice.
I think this card's very strong. There's just a lot of good enchantments and artifacts that getting to play a 2-mana 1/3 shapeshifter that can incidentally take out their valuable cards is the perfect way to have artifact or enchantment removal in your deck. So I'd probably give this a B-. I think you're always going to play the first copy of this.
I think so,
You generally won't play the second, but the first one's really good.
There just seem to be so many targets, this set so far, and they're good targets too. Path to the World Tree is next. It's 1 and a green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, when it enters a battlefield, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. And then you can pay 2 and Wooburg. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Think Golos activation here. Sacrifice Path to the World Tree. You gain 2 life and draw 2 cards. Target opponent loses 2 life. Path to the World Tree deals 2 damage to up to 1 target creature. You create a 2/2 green bear creature token.
I love this card. This card's so sweet.
That is dope.
I don't think this card's good unless you can activate the ability, and I don't think decks that can activate the ability are generally going to be very good.
Yes,
but
these are closely related.
I do like what this is going on. One deck that I think could use this is Snow, because Snow often plays random off-color basics to enable their Snow cards. So let's say you're playing like a green-black Snow control deck. You've got a bunch of Snow cards and Snow payoffs, and then you already were going to play a Snow Mountain, a Snow Island. At that point, Path to the World Tree not only gets you a Snow card, but it also fixes your mana. Maybe throw in a Plains and live the dream. I think that's going to be the most likely scenario where this comes up.
You talk to me on draft number like 70 and I'm in. I'm Path to the World Tree. I'm first picking it. But, you might think that it's okay to just play it for its first ability, but it's really not. Like even cards that do this for just 1 mana are borderline, but 2 mana is really, especially in the set with Foretell, you just can't be spending that turn to go grab a random land. You're not even ramping.
No, the only time where I think that could be passable is if your deck really got there on Snow and just wants to maximize Snow permanence. But it doesn't really even look like this. That's the kind of set this is. It doesn't seem like there's that many payoffs for that. So, yeah, I would give Path of the World Tree probably a D. If you end up short on Foretell and need fixing, this isn't the worst in the world, but it's not good.
Yeah, I would give it an F, like just.
Sure.
As a hard rating or whatever, but I cannot wait to try to make this thing work. What does Ravenous Lindworm do?
This is 4 green for a 6/6, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. It's a common. It's a worm. See, this I like. 5 mana 5/5 is less exciting to me than 6 mana 6/6 gain 4, because gaining 4 just mitigates so much of the risk of tapping out for just a giant beast.
Yes,
so I don't think the card's great, but. The Honey Mammoth was pretty good in Ikoria, and Ikoria was a high-powered set. I would give Ravenous Lindworm a C. I think it's a playable card.
Which is C is high for it, and I agree with you. What about Rootless Yew?
This is 3 green for a 5/4 Treefolk at Uncommon, and when it dies, you search your library for a creature card with power or toughness 6 or greater, and put it in your hand. There we go, Rootless Yew to go get your Ravenous Lindworm. I would be very happy with the Rootless Yew in any deck that had like 2 or more creatures to go get, which isn't going to be every deck, but if 5 power is not that out of the question. or 5 toughness. So
Six,
you could end up
six,
playing,
or you mean 6?
or 6. Sorry,
Yeah.
6 is yeah.
I'll tell you, Louis, I would play it if I even only had one other target. Like,
yeah, if you just had one Ravenous Lindworm, like a 5-mana 5/4 that dies and draws a card 2/3 of the time is still good.
Draws an expensive relevant card too. Like,
yes, which at this point in the game is probably something you want. Yeah. I would give Rootless you a C+. And if you have a bomb, this goes up to like a B.
Yeah, if you have multiples. Not multiple rootless use, but multiple targets.
Multiple targets. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I like that a lot. Didn't we have an 06 for 2?
Oh, yeah, I guess you could play the Ox.
The
giant
Ox.
Ox.
That's what it was, Yeah, so there you go. I like Rootless U. I would actually give it a B-.
All right.
In the deck that has like 2 or more targets or like a super premium target. What about Roots of Wisdom?
This is 1 and a green. It's a sorcery at common. Mill 3 cards, then return a land or elf card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, draw a card. So to be clear, if you have a land or elf show like in your graveyard, you have to return that. You can't just choose to draw a card.
Okay.
But if you've bricked completely, you do draw a card, which I think is decent text. You've seen them start to put this on these kind of cards, and I think is a good way to just cut off the bottom 10% cases that are really miserable.
Right. And also it's faster on Arena. Like if you don't have a choice, it just does the thing, right?
Yeah. I think Roots of Wisdom is not a card I'm going to be playing just because I'm mostly not going to want to spend 2 mana on a trinket effect. This is just not the set to do that.
Right.
That said, it does fill up your graveyard and is good in like a black-green elf graveyard deck, maybe, but I think Roots of Wisdom probably is a D. It's not a disaster if you play it, but I would say most decks are not going to want it.
That's where I'm at, D on it. If I had a bunch of other synergies, I could see moving up it on your average deck.
Yeah.
What about Rune of Might? This is the green rune.
This is 1 and a green for an enchantment or a rune. You can put it on any permanent. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. If the permanent's a creature, it has +1/+1 in trample. And if the permanent's an equipment, equipped creatures have +1/+1 in trample.
Pretty good.
I like it.
Yep.
I'm in. Yeah.
Would play.
I would say Rune of Might gets probably around a B, B minus, just where all the good runes are.
I'd give it a B. Yeah. It's just right in there. I mean, you play this, your creature has trample, it's big enough to battle, and it's a cantrip. Like, that's your worst case. You get this thing on some equipment, start throwing it around, it can be really good. So I like Rune of Might at B. Serulf's Packmate. This is 3 and a green for a 3/3 wolf. It's common. When it enters a battlefield, you draw a card. I like that. And it even has Foretell for 1 and a green. So this is the kind of equal cost, but over time Foretell here. And it's a cantripping 3/3 of probably no relevant creature type. It's just a wolf.
This card looks awesome. This is the equivalent to Augury Raven, where you traded flying for draw a card.
Yeah.
Surreal's Packmate looks like a B. This card looks really strong to me.
This is sweet. Yeah. B minus for Surreal's Packmate. I'm in.
I mean,
that's a common.
I mean, 4 mana 3/3 draw card is already quite good. The fact that it's Foretell means you can just kind of squeak it in when you need to, kind of make your curve nice and efficient. Yeah, I like Surreal's Packmate a lot.
Yeah, it's really good. Yep, don't overlook it. Sculptor of Winter is next. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 snow creature elf rogue. It's common, and you can tap it to untap a snow land.
This is a payoff for having a bunch of snowlands. If you end up having like 4 or 5 snowlands, your 2-drop is really powerful, kind of for free, because you are just playing a 2-mana 2/2 that sometimes has like massive upside. So I like Sculptor of Winter. This is a card that would prompt me to not play off-color snowlands, but to prioritize taking like snow forests and islands in my blue-green deck just to turn this on, and then sometimes you end up with 1 or 2 other snow payoffs as well.
Yeah, really high upside, and then not a pretty high floor too. So that's where you want to be for sure. Next is Snakeskin Veil.
I would give we didn't grade it. I don't think.
Sorry.
I think I would give Sculptor of Winter a C+. I think that like at the end of the draft, if you have no snowlands, don't play it. It didn't make the cut. But if you end up with like 3 or more snowlands, this card will be a C+ for you
for sure. It maybe even a B-. I mean, that's a really powerful effect. Snakeskin Veil is green for an instant. It's common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn.
Yeah, Ranger's Guile is a fine sideboard card. Not a card I'm generally interested in. Oh, wait, this is a +1/+1 counter.
It's a counter, yeah.
No, I like this card. This is pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
The counter being permanent is a real payoff.
It really is.
I would give this a C. I was going to give it worse, but I think this is good.
I would too, because now you're combining the ability to protect your creature, which can be really strong, but also the ability to have your creature win combat sometimes, and you're getting both, and for no downside. So that's real. Yeah, I like that. That's a good combat trick. I would play that one for sure, especially since, like, you know, the black removal spell costs 4, right? Like, that's a blowout if you Snakeskin Veil. So yeah, there you go. What did you give it? C plus?
C.
Spirit.
If they don't have removal spells, this card does fall off because it's not the most impactful combat trick.
That's right. Spirit of the Alder Guard is 3 and a green for a 0/4 snow creature bear spirit. It's uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a snow land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library, and it gets +1/+0 for each other snow permanent you control. Nice. And remember, you don't need any snow, right, to do this. Like, you just pay 4 mana, 3 and a green like normal, and then you go get a snow land. That is decent.
So this is always a 4 mana 1/4, assuming you have at least one snow land. 4 mana 1/4 that draws you a land. Mm-hmm. That's not terrible.
No.
And obviously the upside on this is quite a bit higher. It can fix your colors. It also just gets you snow for other cards that care about snow, like your Sculptor of Winter. Like, if you have a deck that has Sculptor of Winter, Spirit of the Alder Guard, and like 3 snow lands, like, you're kind of doing it. That's a pretty nice little combination.
And it could be a 6/4 if you have a couple of snow creatures with some snow lands out, because it just counts permanent.
Totally can.
I really like Spirit of the Alder Guard.
Yeah, this can also get the uncommon lands, the uncommon snow duels, if you really want. Like, it does all the things you want. So I think Spirit of the Alder Guard probably gets a C+.
I'd give it a B.
You think a B?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a full card out of it. This is
just going to be pretty good.
Yeah,
it's going to be a 2/4 or 3/4 a lot of the time.
You know, also, I think that this is, you know, one of your best enablers for the payoffs that have double snow activation, because you may have found one on your own and this gets you the second. So yeah, I go B for Spirit of the Alder Guard. Last green card is Struggle for Skemfar. And this is 3 and a green for a sorcery at common. It says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature fights up to one target creature you don't control. And it has Foretell, and the Foretell cost is just green. So the total investment from the Foretell side is only 3 rather than 4. And the turn you foretell it, it's just green, man. For a +1/+1 counter and a fight, that is nasty.
Yeah, this is Hunt the Weak, but also the option to cast it for 3 mana total over 2 turns.
Right.
Which is including for a very cheap cost if you want to line up a turn for that. Yeah, I like one of the cool things about this is you can like foretell it, and then on turn 5 play a 4-drop and immediately use this, so you don't have to like untap with a creature and play to use it. You can do it all in one shot if your opponent's tapped out. This looks really good to me. This looks like a B to me. This looks just a really efficient common removal spell.
Super efficient removal spell for green. B for Struggle for Skemfar. And that's going to do it for green. That's going to move us into gold. And this is a jumbled mess, but we'll dive right into it. We'll start off with Agar the Freezing Flame. That's a sweet name. 1 blue-red for a 3/3 legendary. That's right, giant wizard. That's what blue-red is about. Whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls is dealt excess damage, if a giant, wizard, or spell you controlled dealt damage to it this turn, draw a card.
So excess damage is, of course, damage above what it's needed to kill it. And yeah, so if this blocks a 3/2 or gets blocked by a 3/2, that's already a card right there. Mm-hmm. If you cast Crush is a really good, or Squash is a really good combo with this.
Yep.
Because it's almost always dealing excess damage. It's pretty nice with your 4-power giants. You just play this attack with your 4/4 giant, and you know it's going to be hard for your opponent to figure out how they want to block. Plus, it's a 3 mana 3/3. It's also a giant and a wizard. Yeah, I'm into Agar. Agar looks like a B to me.
You know, the only thing I would have done to this card if I was designing it is have it be creature, planeswalker, or player. Because like if you're playing multiplayer and you know they're at 2 and you're like, hit you with my Agar. I want the card. Give me that card.
Yeah, sure. You got to get the card.
Yeah. This looks awesome. In this deck, it looks perfect. B plus for Agar the Freezing Flame. Really, really crazy. I never would have thought of that design. Next is the first of the sagas that we have in this set, of which there are many. This one's called Arnie Slays the Troll. Good job, Arnie. Green red for a saga. This one has 3 chapters, and I'll read the first part of sagas once, and then you'll have to keep up if you haven't heard of them after that. As this saga enters, and after your draw step, add a lore counter and sacrifice it after the last one, in this case, the third one. So the first lore counter gets you target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So RG, sorcery speed, fight. I'm in. Second chapter is add a red. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature you control. Dang, that's really good. This is uncommon, by the way. And then the third chapter and final one is you gain life equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Okay, fine. I'll take it. But those first 2 are nice.
Yeah, if you can sneak this in, play it, win a fight, next turn your creatures get two +1/+1 counters on that one creature, and you add a red mana. So you're even ramping a little bit. And then the last saga or last chapter, not even a big deal, but it is nice to have. So This looks good. Also, in red-green, of course, you're going to find the best combination of creatures to make use of this. Arnie Slays the Troll also looks like a B.
It does to me, too. One downside that I do see here, Luis, is that first chapter is mandatory. So, like, if you didn't want to use that part, but you really wanted to get the mana and the +1/+1 counters the next turn, you got to have one of your creatures fight one of theirs. So,
it says up to 1. So
does it really?
You can
thank you. Thank God.
That's their new templating, which means that you can't choose not to fight, but you can choose your targets, which is much better.
Okay, I'm glad you saw that.
I think we ran it about this at one of the earlier shows.
Yeah,
but
I think it got me.
It's better templating for sure.
Okay, cool. So B for Arnie Slays the Troll, really good. Ascent of the Worthy. So this next one is 1 white-black. For the first 2 chapters are actually the same on this one. So choose a creature you control. Until your next turn, all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Oh, man. Was that Pariah? Was that what that was called? I can't remember, but
yeah,
there's a card that does that. And then the third chapter is return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a flying counter on it. That creature is an angel warrior in addition to its other types. That is really sweet.
I don't think this card's good.
It's trash, but it's really cool design.
Like, the first mode is not the first 2 chapters are not even like that much upside.
No, this is some type of weird combo thing, right?
Yeah, I guess if you have an indestructible creature out,
right,
or if you're like hyper aggressive, you can like play this, attack with everything, and then only one of your creatures can die in combat this turn. So if you have a giant board, it does give you that. And then the third chapter is not even that big of a payoff. So this looks like a D to me. I don't think Ascent is worth it.
I agree. I think it's a D because that scenario that you described where you have all these trades lined up for a big attack never happens. That's not how Magic works. So D for Ascent of the Worthy. Next is Binding the Old Gods. This is 2 black-green, another saga. These are all uncommon, by the way. First chapter, destroy target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Sick. Second chapter, search your library for a forest card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library. Sweet. And the third chapter is creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn. Okay, that's pretty sweet. But boy, they really front loaded these, didn't they? 4 mana destroy any non-land permanent is great.
Binding the Old Gods gets a B+ based on just the first chapter alone, just about.
Right.
Right. It's already strong. Any permanent means it can kill equipment and stuff too. Mm-hmm. But where it really gets its money is the combination of the first 2, because then it ramps you, which is really nice. And then the third chapter isn't going to come up in a relevant way all that often, but it's nice to have. Yeah, I would give Binding the Old Gods a B+, and I'm kind of thinking about A-. 4 mana, kill a creature, get a land is really strong.
It really is. I like B+ though for Binding the Old Gods. What about Fall of the Imposter?
So yeah, that's when I'm a crewmate and BK's the imposter. But Fall of the Imposter is 1 green-white for a saga. The first 2 chapters are the same. It's put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. And then the third chapter is exile a creature with the greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. So you get to choose if there's a tie, but it'll kill their biggest creature.
That's usually good.
Yeah, this looks good to me. You get to, there's no real way for them to like get around it. Like, sure, they can not play a good creature because they know that the smite the monstrous sort of thing is coming. But if they only have one creature in play, it doesn't matter if it's a 0/1, it'll still get it. Mm-hmm. So the only way for them to play around this completely is not play a single creature, which is just not that likely. And then getting 2 +1/+1 counters isn't bad. Waiting 2 turns, like you play this chapter 1, next turn chapter 2, next turn you kill a creature, is rough. If they have a 4/4 flyer hitting you, this isn't a great answer to that. But this is a good way to kind of get on the board, get some counters, then eventually kill a creature. Looks like a C+ to me.
Yeah, also if they're holding back from casting their best creature, that's not the worst either. They're like, well, I got to wait until that chapter goes. Because there's a big correlation between biggest power and best, on board.
Yeah.
I like B- for Fall of the Imposter.
I'm just concerned about the situation where you have a problem and this is not helping you fix it. But
where you're getting hit. Good point.
Yeah,
it's very, very
I could see
slow.
B-. My inclination is C+.
No, I think you're right. You're right. You need to kill a creature, and it's like, cool, in 3 turns, we'll see you later. You're dead. So yeah, I agree with you. C+ for Fall of the Imposter. Next is Furia, Judge of Valor. This is 2 white, black for a 2/4 legendary creature, Angel Cleric, uncommon with flying and lifelink. So 5 mana, 2/4 flying lifelink across 2 colors. Okay. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard?
Nice.
Wow. That's decent.
A 2/4 flying lifelink gives you a bit of life cushion because Solid Defender can peck in for 2 points of life. And then really pays you off because once you've triggered this once, you're almost assuredly going to trigger it next turn, right? Because you cast 2 spells, you drew the best of your top 3 cards. Next turn, you get to draw a card for your turn. Pretty easy to assemble 2 spells from that position. So I think Fury is very good. I would give her a B+.
Is there any fear of decking yourself?
It is mandatory, but you can just play 1 spell a turn if you really have to.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to come up very often. You should be able to bury your opponent in cards by then. Yep. It is real, but it's not a big part of it, I think.
Okay, B+ for Furia, Judge of Valor. Awesome card. What about Forging the Tyrite Sword? Man, the art on these sagas is
super
just
cool.
So sick, yeah.
It's a saga. It's 1 red-white. The first 2 chapters are both the same, which is create a treasure token. And the third chapter is search your library for a card named Halvar, God of Battle, or an equipment card and reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle your library. I'm not excited about this. 3 mana to go and 2 turns to go get an equipment or maybe a Halvar, and you get 2 treasure tokens. This looks like an F to me.
Yeah, I'm on F for Forging the Tyrite Sword. We can just leave that sword in its sheath. Here's Harald, Herald, King of Skemfar. 1 green-black for a 3/2 legendary creature, elf warrior, uncommon with menace. So we have a 3 mana, 3/2 menace. Looking good. When Herald enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an elf, warrior, or Tyvar card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Great.
Tyvar's a planeswalker in the set. Yeah, Herald looks good. 3 mana, 3/2 menace is going to draw you a card most of the time, I would say, in a green-black deck.
Yeah, the elf
It's kind of hard to find creatures that aren't elves or warriors.
Which include, what's it called? Changelings. Yeah. Draw you a card good percentage of the time, and you get a 3/2 menace for 3 mana. I am in.
I would give this a B.
Me. Yep, same. What about Invasion of the Giants?
This is blue-red, so a 2 mana saga. Its first chapter is Scry 2. Its second chapter is draw a card. Then you may reveal a giant card from your hand. When you do, Invasion of the Giants deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker, not creature.
Okay.
And then the third chapter is the next giant spell you cast this turn costs 2 less to cast. So if you have no giants in your deck, this is blue-red for Scry 2, next turn draw a card. So a slow Omen of the Sea. That's not great, but might be worth playing it. I don't think your blue-red deck's going to have 0 giants, though. And if you can reliably get to cast a giant for cheaper, this is pretty nice. I'm ruling out the shock to the face as much because I don't think that's a huge part of it. But if you play a preordain, a Scry 2 draw card, and then you cast a 5-mana giant or a 4-mana giant for like 2 or 3 mana. That seems pretty solid to me.
It does.
I would play this card. I'm not super excited about it, but it seems like a good card that'll kind of make the trains run on time.
Yeah, it also just feels like if you're already red-blue, most average red-blue decks are just going to be like, yeah, I want this. Like, I have enough giants, it works. So, yeah, I don't think I could quite get up to B. I would probably say C plus for Invasion of the Giants.
I like C plus. I'm a little more skeptical of cards that just fiddle around and waste mana in this set. It just feels like you have a lot of ways not to do that.
Right. That's a good point, right? You're not foretelling if you're playing this, so keep that in mind. Next is Kardur Doomscourge. This is 2 black-red for a 4/3 legendary demon berserker. Again, out uncommon, these all are. When it enters the battlefield, until your next turn, creatures your opponents control attack each combat if able and attack a player other than you if able. That's cute. When an attacking creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. These are tough. I mean, you want to have a bunch of good defensive creatures lined up to kind of gobble up the opposing forces here, but that's actually kind of difficult to do in this color pair because it often lends to high power, low toughness creatures.
Yeah, I think this card is very strong, though, because whenever an attacking creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That triggers off their attackers or your attackers. So it
just
plays
static.
both,
right, of course.
Both sides of the court here. And imagine this in play, like you attack them with 2 creatures. If they make any trades, you're like, all right, you get drained for 2, I gain 2. And then when they attack back, if you make a trade, it's the same thing. I think Kardur is also 4 mana, 4/3, and it, like you said, it has the potential to set up some bad attacks for them. This looks like a B plus to me. I think this card is going to have a pretty big impact on most boards.
Super, super strong. Also, don't underestimate all your creatures attack, take it all. Right?
Yeah.
And now I'm just going to kill you on my turn. Right? Like they're luring their entire team in can be the difference between you just winning the game with your army. So I like B plus for Kardur. What about Carter's Vicious Return?
His Vicious Return is better than him, actually. It's 2 red, black.
Is it really?
The saga. Its first chapter is you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, Carter's Vicious Return deals 3 damage to any target.
Okay.
Number 2 is each player discards a card. Number 3 is return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter and haste.
Wow.
So, this is like, you play this and you trade your worst creature for a creature with 3 or less toughness. That's okay, but not incredible, but okay. There's some good way to get fodder in red and black. Number 2 is each player discards a card, and then number 3, you get your best creature back with a +1/+1 counter and haste. I guess in constructed, this is much better than Kardur. In limited, I think this is probably comparable to Kardur. I would also give it a B plus.
Yeah, that's incredible. I love that.
Also note that the second and third chapters, you discard your 6-drop creature and then return it.
Right. Like it's not equal, right? Like,
yeah, it does the whole reanimation thing for you.
Yeah. Next is Cole the Forge Master. This is red-white for a 2/2 legendary dwarf warrior. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Okay. Creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped get +1/+1. So it kind of covers both bases. Non-token creatures and token creatures.
Yeah, but it does require that you have enchantment and equipment to get to work. I'm just still skeptical of this build around just because I've seen it go badly so often. Mm-hmm. Though there are good equipment in this set. I think Cole's probably like a B build around though. Yep. Like if you have 2 equipment, Cole's worth playing. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that will sometimes get you some good value. But the high end is just really not there. I would say build around B for Cole the Forge Master.
I'm with you. I'm actually hopeful for it too. I think that this one is a little more supported than some of the ones we've seen recently. Maya Bredegard Protector is next, and this is 2 green, white for a 2/3. Maya, you're going to need to get in the gym here. Legendary creature, human warrior. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 white human warrior creature token. And there's the payoff. Yep, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, you get 4 or 5 worth of stats already because you get a 1/1 that's now a 2/2, and then pumps the whole rest of your team. This looks great. This looks like a B+ to me.
Me too.
I would be very happy with any green-white deck to play this.
It's also the type of card that you can play and then just kill your opponent. Like sometimes you just play it in the static ability with what you already have wins you the game. Obviously a payoff for the go wide strategy as well. Morite of the Frost. This is 2 green, blue for a 0/0 legendary snow creature shapeshifter who's obviously shapeshifted into an elk because they know what's up. Changeling. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of a permanent you control, except it's legendary and snow in addition to its other types. And if it's a creature, it enters the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it, and it has Changeling.
This is a lot of text.
Jeez. It's a clone?
So the thing is, the way clones work these days, this one included, is it only looks at your side, which makes sense because you don't want to feel like you're getting punished for putting cool creatures in your deck if your opponent's just copying them. Mm-hmm. But wow, does it make this card a lot less good?
Yeah.
But yes, this gives you a second copy of whatever your best creature is with an additional 2 +1/+1 counters. And I guess in some rare cases you could copy an equipment or something. I don't know that that's worth 5 mana of kind of difficult types to cast. It doesn't seem like a card I'm going to be excited about. I'm going to play this in any blue-green deck, but I'm not going to use this as a reason to go into blue-green, whereas something like Maya is like, yeah, this is a reason to be green-white. So I think Morite of the Frost looks like a C+ to me.
Yeah, I'm going to say B-. It does copy any permanent. Is there anything that, making it in, like doing another saga or something? Like, I don't know. It feels like giving up the 2 counters is too much to give up. Like you're really incentivized to do a creature because it makes your creature awesome, right? Like basically any creature awesome. I'm going to go B- on whatever of the Frost. Next is Narfi, Betrayer King. Narfi looks like Urza, somebody from one of the old sets. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's a 3 blue-black for a 4/3 legendary snow creature zombie wizard. A lot of types there.
Oh God,
Other snow and zombie creatures you control get +1/+1, and you can pay snow to return Narfi from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. If you can reliably get to triple snow, it's really tough for them to kill. It's a 5 mana 4/3 that just keeps coming back for 3 mana.
Yeah.
But
I think it shows you what they expect for our abilities to get to snow, right? Like that is busted, right? If you just pay 3 mana to bring back a strong creature, that's them saying you're not going to get this very often and limited, right?
Yeah. So this looks to me like, because like a 5 mana 4/3 that gives your snow and zombie creatures +1/+1 isn't that good. There's just not enough. Like it's okay, but it's not a card I would really be super excited about. I would really want to get the second ability before I'm thinking this card is great, which looks like a build around B+ to me because the payoff really is there.
Mm-hmm. I could see this being splashed in snow decks a lot as well, like with the green guy that goes and searches up a snow land and you go get a snow swamp or whatever, and then you play this in your blue-green deck or something. I could see that type of thing, but this is very, very, very build around. It does look like a really solid, like a B or whatever build around, but boy, you got to be all in on snow to make this thing work.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Nico Defies Destiny?
This is 1 blue-white for a saga. The first chapter is you gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. So every card that you've foretold face down but not cast yet. The second chapter is add blue-white. Spend this mana only to foretell cards or cast spells that have foretold. And the third chapter is return target card with foretell from your graveyard to your hand. This is pretty fiddly. So when it works, you play this, you gain like 4 life. Next turn you spend 2, you get 2 free mana to spend on one of those cards. And then the next turn you get one of those cards back. This looks like a card where if you had a lot of like foretell card draw spells, that you could maybe make some hay here, but I'm skeptical of this all working out because the payoff is 3 mana to add 2 mana, gain some life and draw a card. But the floor is do nothing, do nothing, do nothing.
Yes, that could be really bad.
There's no guaranteed money here. And a lot of this, if you don't have a foretell card, this does literally nothing.
Right.
That makes me feel like, this is just not the best bet,
Right. And what I was going to say as well is that the biggest payoff here is the card, right? Getting a card back. But if your foretell card isn't the type that goes to the graveyard naturally, you can't get anything back. Like if it's a creature, right?
Yeah. It's going to be hard for
you play the Raven, let's say, and you're like, cool.
Yeah.
I foretell the Raven. I play Nico Defies Destiny. I gain 2 life. I play the Raven. Great. And then I don't have anything to return because it's a creature. It's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
I'm off it.
I'm thinking this is like a build around C+, where when everything lines up, it's worth it, but it's so easy for this not to be worth a card.
Yeah, and build around B+ or C+ is not where you want to be with your
No, it really isn't.
What about Svella Ice Shaper?
I do like this one. This is 1 red-green for a 2/4 Troll Warrior at uncommon. It's a legendary snow creature. You can pay 3 and tap it to create a colorless snow artifact token named Icy Manalith that taps for 1 mana of any color. So 3 mana 2/4, and you can pay 3 and tap it to start building these mana lists that each tap for a mana of any color.
And you get a mana back, right? That's cool.
Yeah, you get a mana back, and then you can pay 6 red, green, and tap to look at the top 4 cards of your library and cast a spell from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom.
This is sweet.
Yeah, a 3 mana 2/4 does a really good job gumming up the board. Mm-hmm. If you have any spare mana, you can start investing in mana lists. And then once you've made like 2 mana lists, you probably can start activating the 8 mana version, which playing the best card out of your top 4 over and over again, that tends to get the game over with quickly. The only thing I have against this card is I think red-green is going to have some aggressive versions of decks. And this doesn't really fit into that plan, but still a 3 mana 2/4 is really not that bad. And all the other abilities give you a lot of late game potential. So I'm liking Svella Ice Shaper. I think this is really cool.
This is
really
awesome.
Cool card too.
3 mana Golos. It makes its own mana. Like, this is awesome. This card is so sweet. I'm at least at B for this card. Like, it's a 3 mana 2/4. It's already fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking B is the most likely grade, but I kind of want to give it a B+.
Let's do B+, man. We both love it. Let's do it. B+ for Svella Ice Shaper. What about the 3 seasons? Wait, 3 seasons? It's like the crappy hotel.
Yeah. This is you're reminding me of coverage days. No, this is blue. That's actually just like a cheap shot because we actually all stayed in nice hotels.
This is if you let Woody book the hotel room for you. You end up.
This is actually Team CFB testing is what this is.
Yeah.
This is blue-green for a saga. The first chapter is mill 3 cards. The second chapter is return up to 2 target snow permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third chapter is choose 3 cards in each graveyard. Their owner shuffle those cards back into their library. So basically what this is trying to set up is 2 mana to regrow 2 snow cards. You probably don't want to play this on turn 2 unless your deck's all snow. But playing this in the late game is a 1-turn delay double regrowth. The problem is you have to have actual good snow cards like Svella Ice Shaper. You can't just be getting back snow lands and expecting to profit here.
No. I'm pessimistic here. If I got 2 cards back, 2 snow cards, let's say a land and a non-land, I would feel pretty good about this card overall. Obviously, it feeds itself with the 3 mil at the beginning so that you have a better chance to hit more. It feels weird to have a 2 mana play that I want to play on turn 8.
Yeah,
but I don't want to punish it for it.
That's just whatever.
Yeah.
I would give this a build around probably B-.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And I mean, of course, if you're like Turbo Snow, as you
in the Turbo Snow deck, great. It's really good.
It's really good. Yeah. So there you go. The Trickster God's Heist is next. It's 2 blue-black, and it's another saga. Chapter 1 is you may exchange control of 2 target creatures. Oh, that's fun. Chapter 2 is you may exchange control of 2 target non-basic, non-creature permanents that share a card type. Okay, I'm going to have to digest that one. And then third chapter is target player loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. What's up with chapter 2? So you can't exchange basic lands, and they can't be creatures.
It won't really do much, I would think, in almost every game. You can exchange equipment.
Artifacts, enchantments.
You can exchange artifacts. You could exchange this saga for another enchantment, like another saga, because the third chapter is just a drain 3. Mm-hmm. I could definitely see you play this, switch your worst creature for their best, and then they play if they play a saga, you could then just change this for their saga, and you snipe chapters 2 and 3 of their saga.
And you can swap non-basic lands.
Yes, you could swap non-basic lands
you
if you
both
wanted,
have
though
to
that's
have
probably
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably not going to come up very often either.
Well, then I guess I don't
Yeah.
really love this card that much.
Mm,
How good is
exchange
exchange control of two target creatures?
It's not great. Like
Right.
there are situations where it's really good, but most of the time it's not fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to make use of Chapter 2 very often at all. So I would say this card looks like about a C to me, but I could see in some matchups or in some decks if you have a lot of the 2-mana 1/1 that makes them discard a card, it could be pretty good.
I'm going to need, this is the classic Marshall. You're going to need to beat me with this card before I start jumping on board.
Yeah.
I would give it a D to start off with.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm being too aggro there, but this just seems like Christmas Land type card to me.
I mean, if you reliably have a 1/1 or a 2/2 and they have a 5/5, it's spending a card to exchange those is kind of bad still.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm in for probably D plus.
Okay.
You know, it's a weirdo.
Yeah. I just don't like burning a card on this.
Yeah.
What about Vega the Watcher?
Vincent Vega, the Watcher, is 1 blue, white for a 2/2 legendary bird spirited uncommon with flying. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card.
So that basically never happens. We've got a couple of cards in this set that we remember, but basically that's just not a thing, right?
Well, foretell. The joke is that it
all
draws a
foretell
card
triggers it.
Whenever you foretell, yeah.
All right, we'll cancel that order. Yeah, so then that's sweet.
Yeah, it's good. This is a foretell payoff. 3-mana 2/2 flyer that will draw you 1 or 2 cards in a game. Seems good to me. I would give Vega a B.
Yeah, I like B. Yeah, if you're casting those from exile, I'm in. So B for Vega the Watcher. All right, we've got a few artifacts here and then a few lands, and then we're going to call it a show here. Bloodline Pretender is our first artifact. It's 3 mana for an artifact creature shapeshifter, an uncommon. It's a 2/2. It's got Changeling, and as it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type. Whenever another creature of the chosen type enters the battlefield under your control, you put a +1/+1 counter on Bloodline Pretender.
I like this. It's not hard to line this up to be a 3-mana 3/3 effectively, and often it'll be better than that because at the very least you can you can pick a creature that you already have in your hand and you already know you're going to play, even if it's the only one in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
But ideally, you choose Elf and you play Elves over the next 3 turns or whatever. It works nicely with tokens too. It doesn't say non-token. It's when a creature enters the battlefield.
Oh, so it's not cast. Okay.
Yeah, in the tokens deck, you can play this and then play like the elf that makes a token, and all of a sudden this is a 4/4.
Yeah. And it also is a changeling in and of its own, and that sometimes matters for giants and elves and other stuff. Yeah, Bloodline Pretender looks like a solid.
Oh yeah, this procs on every changeling you play afterwards too, no matter what you've chosen, which is nice.
So what do we like for it? C+, B-? Like, it actually seems pretty solid to me.
I'm liking B-. I think in some decks it'll be a C+. If you can get 2 counters out of this, it's probably a B-. If you can get 1 counter, it's probably a C+.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't seem hard to get 2 or more counters.
No, it seems like this could actually be one of those cards that grows it could be a 6/6, some percentage of the time too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so B- for Bloodline Pretender. Next is Colossal Plow. Here it is. 2 mana, our first vehicle, so artifact vehicle. It's a 6/3 vehicle. And whenever it attacks, you add triple white and you gain 3 life. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. So you basically get to carry over the triple white into your second main phase. Here's the downside. The crew cost is 6. So if you don't have that Ox, you're just never getting this thing in here.
Oh yeah, I think Colossal Plow is an F. I don't think it's actually going to work out unless you literally draft the Ox Plow deck, in which case you're putting 2 bad cards that when combined are pretty good, but they're not even necessarily going to win you the game. Like, imagine they have a 3/2 out. You get 1 big plow attack, and then it trades off, and then where are you?
Forget it. Yeah, this is an F. I'm not playing Colossal Plow, but I love the joke. Funeral Longboat. Wow, that is solemn. 2 mana for another vehicle. This one's common. It's a 3/3 with Vigilance, and its crew 1, which is really sad.
It's basically a smuggler's copter.
Yeah, sure. This is fixed smuggler's copter. Really sad that its crew is 1. It's just like it can even be driven by dead people, apparently.
Yeah.
This seems fairly efficient to me, though.
Yeah, this seems fine. Mm-hmm. You're going to send in with your 3/3 vigilance every, reasonable amount of the time. You'd have to have a lot of creatures before I'd want this, and especially small ones. It's good with tokens and stuff like that. This looks like a C to me.
Yeah, solid C for Funeral Longboat. Next is Goldvein Pick. This is 2 mana for an equipment. It's common. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, and the equip cost is 1. So there's that. And then also it says, whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Chipping away at him.
I don't mind this. When you play this and equip it, if they hit you, you get, if you hit them, you get a treasure token, and then you've got this kind of efficient little pick out there. I feel like I'd want like a rune mark or something. This is a good thing to put a rune on, a rune chant or whatever that cycle.
You can just swap it around so easily. Yeah, that makes sense.
And giving flying to this is pretty nice. You get a treasure token every turn, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Or I'd want it in one of the decks that have equipment payoffs. On its face, it's probably a little less than desirable. It doesn't take much to make me want to play this card. So that probably brings it to about a C level to me, where I want to play it in decks that make it a C+. It's kind of like a C- by itself, though.
Yep, same. That's exactly how I feel. What about Raider's Carve?
This is a 3 mana for a 4/4 vehicle at common. And whenever it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may put it on the battlefield tapped, and it has Crew 3.
Ugh, Crew 3 is a little rough. I like that.
So for those of you who haven't played with a lot of vehicles, because they don't come back all that often, Crew 3 is like pretty legit. Like, it takes a lot of crewing. Crew 1 and 2 is really what you want to look for. Because Crew 3 starts to get into the territory of tapping one of your best creatures or multiple creatures. I don't really think Raider's Carve is going to make the cut most of the time. As a result. It just feels a little too clunky to me. You're basically spending 3 mana to turn your 3/3 into a 4/4. That's not great.
Yeah, you get this extra ability, which is something, but it seems a little off. Vehicles tend to go in decks that are really trying to kill your opponent, and this ramp thing is kind of strange too. Next is Raven Wings. This is 2 mana for an artifact equipment. It's common.
The grade on the carve?
Oh, sorry, Raider's Carve.
This looks to me like a D.
D. Not going to make the cut very often. Yeah, thank
Agreed.
you.
You're not going to carve out a spot for it. No. Raven Wings is a 2 mana equipment at common. And it has equip cost of 2, and it gets +1/+0, flying, and is a bird in addition to its other types.
Is a bird, okay.
So you're basically paying 1 mana over Kite Sail to equip, which that's sorry, 1 mana over Cobbled Wings to cast, and you get +1/+0, plus you're a bird.
And you're a bird.
I like it.
It's actually a lot better with +1/+0. Really a lot.
+1/+0 really does give. It makes it so your 2-power creature now is like a 7-turn clock, not a 10-turn clock. I think this card is actually going to be solid in decks that are aggressive but might have trouble getting through. It's not for every deck, but it'll be good in some decks.
I want an excuse really good to play this
with the White Rune. The White Rune giving lifelink on this is really good.
That's right. So that's huge. This is a significant upgrade over the Kite Sail type equipment. I still am not a huge fan. I would give it a C-. Like, I'm not like, I got to have Raven Wings. But this is a card you can put in your deck, particularly if you have any type of synergies with equipment. Like, that puts it over the top. Also, big green decks can sometimes use these to win a game. What does Replicating Ring do?
This is a cool one. It's an uncommon. It's 3 mana snow artifact. Taps to add 1 mana of any color. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a night counter on Replicating Ring. Then if it has 8 or more night counters on it, remove all of them and create 8 colorless snow artifact tokens named Replicated Ring, with tap, add 1 mana of any color. So it's a snow artifact, so it makes snow mana, counts as a snow permanent. It's 3 mana, taps on any color. The rest is really funny, but you're not really going to live for 8 turns to replicate this, and if you do, the game's probably over already.
And you also have like 14 mana by like, what do you need it for? Like, before this thing triggers, right? Like,
yeah. I still think that it should have made 8 Replicating Rings with this text, so that 8 turns after that, you get 64 rings.
Oh, that's why it's a different name or whatever. It doesn't copy itself. That would have been way cooler. Yeah.
This looks like an F to me. The exception is if you're really hard up for snow permanence and need snow mana, this can help you there. But man, I really don't want to be doing this. Like, it does not seem like a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, if I had like 3 of the payoffs that require snow activation and a decent number of snow lands, I could consider it, particularly if I was splashing, like I mentioned, for that zombie lord guy or something like that. There are scenarios where I want replicating ring, but they don't come up that often. I'd give it a D.
Yeah.
Ruined Crown is 3 mana for an equipment. It's uncommon. Equip cost is 2, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1. So no, that's way too much now. But it says when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library, hand, and or graveyard for a rune card and put it onto the battlefield attached to Rune Crown. If you search your library this way, shuffle it. Wow. So any of the 5 runes that we talked about here, you're comboing off with. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, if you have 1 rune in your deck, it's a bit of a gamble because this card is not good if you don't get a rune. But if you do have, imagine if you had a white and a blue rune in your deck, and you can play this for a 3 mana, draw a card, get your choice of flying or lifelink on it, and have 2 mana equip. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Would not play it without a rune, though.
Well, certainly wouldn't play it without a rune. Would you play it with 1 rune is the question, because that's going to be the most likely scenario. I guess if you have 1 rune, maybe the rune dies and you can get it back because it does say your graveyard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess you could put it anywhere outside of exile. Yeah, and the rune gets you a card back. So yeah, I would play it, I think, if I had 1 rune.
If the rune was good, I'm probably not playing this for the Death Touch rune, for example, or the +1/+0 and haste rune, like red and black.
But isn't this doesn't this just become that rune? Like, you get the card back, right?
Yeah, but if you've already drawn the rune, then you played a really bad equipment.
Oh yeah. Crap, I forgot about that.
That's the part that I'm worried about is imagine your opening hand has the red rune in this. It's like, well, I can play this and put the rune into play for free, but I'm still not up a card anymore.
Yeah, see, I was really counting on the really high floor.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have that if you draw both. And it's a disaster. Like that is terrible if you draw both.
If you have 2 runes in your deck, this card's a B. If you have 1 of the Bant runes in your deck, this card's probably like a B-. If you just have 1 of the red or black runes, this card's probably like a C+ and would question whether I wanted to play it or not.
Super
depending on yeah. It is nice that you can play the rune on a creature and then wait till the creature trades off if you play this. So I guess the floor is not that low. Like if you draw this in one of your runes, you play it on a creature that's likely to trade, and then when it dies, you play this, get it back from the graveyard, draw your card again.
What about Scorn Effigy?
This is a really cool card. It's 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact creature scarecrow at common, and it has Foretell 0. Yeah. So what it means is you can pay 2 and exile this, and then next turn play it for 0 mana. So it has Suspend. It's basically just a straight up suspend card. But I think this card's going to be good. I would play a 2 mana 2/3 that kind of mess with them in terms of not knowing what your Foretell cards are. Really sets up double spelling nicely. Mm-hmm. Like it's the perfect card for that. And there's some Foretell synergies too. It does a lot of different things. I guess 2 mana 2/3, even with a 1 turn delay, is efficient enough that I would probably play it in pretty much any deck. Most decks are gonna be interested in enough in a defensive creature like that.
Mm-hmm. I just want a little bit of a push, right? Like just a little double spell payoff, something like that. Foretell payoff would be fine. It doesn't need much. This is our other preview card, but I would just give it a C though.
Yeah, I would give Scorn Effigy a C. I think that in a decks that are really concentrated on double spelling, they might have to take it more aggressively than that. Like decks with a Berserker that gets 2+1/+1 counters, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Those decks are like, this is the perfect card for them.
Right.
They might have to prioritize it.
Right. What about Weathered Runestone?
It's a 2 mana artifact and uncommon. Non-land permanents in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. This is a hate card for Constructed. It stops nonsense. It stops flashing things back or putting creatures into play from your library. It's basically an F here. It doesn't stop Foretell cards. That doesn't interact with them. So this is an F in limited, but it's just for Constructed.
Yeah, so F for Weathered Runestone. Now, there's a cycle of dual lands here, right? And these are all Snowland mountain plains, like in the case of Alpine Meadow, they ETB tapped and they tap for the 2 colors.
Yeah. So there's 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So these seem really good, for the snow deck.
They're like C pluses, maybe even B minuses, because most of your decks should play these. Like your deck should play this card if you're green, white, and don't care about snow because it's a dual land. Like you want your mana base to be better. And then in snow decks, they're obviously fantastic. So they're probably like a C plus for a non-snow deck and a B minus for a snow deck.
That seems right to me. And these are common as well. So you're going to see them around. And then there's a cycle of these. What are these? Buildings?
Yeah, there's I think 5 of them. Mm-hmm. There's one for each color, and they each are activated with that color plus one of the other colors.
The friendly or unfriendly. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'll just start reading them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even think it's by a specific.
Oh, it's just another color? Okay.
It's another color. I don't think some are friendly, some are unfriendly.
Mm-hmm. So Axguard Armory is the first one.
I guess there's 10. There's just 10 then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Axguard Armory is the first one. It's a land that enters the battlefield, taps, and adds white. So again, this is kind of what we're looking at here. Uncommon. And you can pay 1 red, white, tap it, and sacrifice it to search your library for an aura card and or an equipment card, reveal them, and put them in your hand, and then shuffle your library.
So
sweet.
Baseline, all of these cards are Bs. Like they have to be about as low as it gets. In fact, Axguard Armory is probably one of the worst ones. Mm-hmm. It's still a B. Because what the opportunity cost you're playing is your planes comes into play tapped, but then later in the game you can sack it to draw a good card, or we'll go through what each of them does. But I would give Axguard. Oh yeah. This one can even get 2. Mm-hmm. So I would give Axguard Armory probably a B or B plus. A B plus if you have multiple targets. B if you just have one.
Yeah. And
all of these cards range from like B to A. They're just all very, very good.
That's super strong. Yeah, it looks like each color gets a friendly and an unfriendly.
There's just one for each color pair.
Right. Bredegard Stronghold is a green version of this, and its activated ability is green, white, tap it, sack it. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. They gain vigilance and lifelink until end of turn, and you can activate it at sorcery speed. Dang.
Yeah, quite strong. You give 2 creatures +1/+1 vigilance and lifelink, and then just bam. I would give this a B plus probably.
Probably a B plus considering the low downside to put it in your deck. Next one is called Gates of Istfell, and this one is another one that produces. This is the other white one, so it's 2. The activated ability is 2 white, blue, tap, sack it. You gain 2 life and draw 2 cards. Dang, man, these are insane.
Yeah, this looks like an A minus. You get to cash in your land for 2 life and 2 cards.
Yeah, that's absurd. And the only thing you're doing is playing a land that ETB's tapped and still adds colored mana to your mana pool. It's insane.
Not Bold Slumbermound is nice. This actually, they had this one as a preview card. It enters the battlefield, taps for red, and you can pay 3 red, green, and tap and sack it. So we're talking 7 mana total, counting this as one of them. But it destroys a land, and you get to create a 4/4 green troll warrior token with trample. I like this at B plus just because it's a little more expensive. Mm-hmm. But this can also snipe snow lands or other lands they have, or imagine they have one of these stronghold type cards and haven't had a chance to use it yet. Like, card is quite strong. Plus, gives you a 4/4.
Boy, having a land that becomes, in this case, 2 spells is just insane. Great Hall of Starnheim is next. This one's black, makes black mana, and it has the activated ability white, black, tap, sack. It and a creature you control. So you have to sack 2 things there, and you get a 4/4 white angel warrior creature token with flying and vigilance, and you can do it at sorcery speed only.
Yeah, this one, if it was just the angel, would have been an A, but I think it's still a B. Just upgrading a creature into an angel for just 3 mana and sacking this, so 4 mana total. Pretty good.
Yeah. That's still great. I like it at B as well.
Immersturm Skullcairn is
good job.
Is taps for black, and you can pay 1 black, red, tap and sack it. It deals 3 damage to target player, and that player discards a card only as a sorcery. Yeah, this is also a B because by the time you want to sack this, they probably don't have a good card in their hand, or at least they're less likely to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it does 3 damage, so it can kind of finish them off, but it's not as eye popping as some of the other ones.
Lityara Mirror Lake is the enemy version of this one, so it taps for blue. This is the blue one. And it's 2 green, green, blue, tap and sack it to create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it, again at sorcery speed. Dude, they push the heck out of these things.
Yeah, I mean, this is like another like A-.
Yeah.
Like, for those who are wondering why we're giving such high grades for kind of expensive effects, it's just straight up opportunity cost.
Mm-hmm.
One of your lands producing such a powerful effect, like this copies of one of your creatures with a +1/+1 counter, that is just an extra good card that you have access to that your opponent does not if you've drawn equal amounts of lands. Like, it's a really, really strong thing. It's like, imagine if you had 2 Lityara Mirror Lakes in your blue-green deck. Your deck gets to play 17 or 18 land, but also play like 25 or 24 spells.
Yep.
It's the same reason the flip double face cards were really, really strong. Don't just judge these based on the effect of the card. Because, yes, 6 mana to make a clone. We weren't that high on the creature. That was 5 mana for that.
Right.
But this appears on a land. You get to use it a bunch as a land. Then when you're done using it as a land, you get turned into a spell. That's why these are all so good.
Right.
The next one is too.
Well, and I wanted to put a point. So, and what you're saying is opportunity cost. Okay, well, what do I have to give up to do this? It ETB's tapped. That's it. That's what I'm giving up. So there you go. What about Port of Carfell?
Port of Carfell is the blue land, or one of the blue lands. It taps for blue, and you can pay 3 blue, black, tap and sack it. Mill 4 cards, then return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So if you have a good creature, you're going to hit. Milling 4 means maybe you'll hit something better. I also like that all these cards are either sorcery or the creature's tapped. None of these are tricks on board. They're very wary of putting tricks in your lands because you don't really look at your lands very often.
By the way, I got to say, Notvold Slumber Mound is going up and up and up. Because if it's taking out one of these, like, that's actually really good, right?
Yeah, I think the Slumber Mound's actually the only one that isn't a sorcery. And that one actually you can ambush with the troll, but I guess it costs 7 mana, so it's a little easier to see.
And it's on board, yeah.
Next, we have Shimmerdrift Vale. It's actually not part of this cycle. This is a snowland that enters the battlefield tapped, and when it enters the battlefield, you choose a color, and it taps for mana of that color.
Super cool card.
This is basically like the other snowlands, where it's a C+ in a deck without snow, B- or so in a deck with snow.
It's
then we
also
have
Evolving Wilds without shuffles.
Yes, that part is nice too. Skemfar Elderhall is a land. It enters the battlefield taps for a green. You can pay 2 black, green, tap, sack. Up to 1 target creature you don't control gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Create 2 1/1 green elf warrior tokens as a sorcery.
Pretty strong, but at that point in the game, the -2/-2 might not even kill something you really care about. So this has got to be one of the weaker ones.
Yeah, this is like a BB +1. I mean, you're going to play all of these, but this one is not the best. And then I think maybe one of the worst ones here is the Surtland Frostpire. It enters the battlefield taps for a red. You can pay 2 blue, red, tap, sack it. Scry 2, and it deals 2 damage to each creature as a sorcery. A land that can deal 2 damage to each creature on the board that's kind of expensive, your opponent is not going to play into it too poorly. I just don't think that this one's going to end up being like as big of an effect, especially in the late game.
Yeah, I agree. That this is probably the weakest, but you're still just
still a B though.
Yeah, you're still just playing it every single time. And then the last cards to talk about are the snow-covered basics. So there's going to be one of these in every pack. How does it work?
There's a basic land slot in every pack, and it can either be a snow basic or one of the snow duels or the Shimmerdrift Vale. Mm-hmm. So there's a snow basic in every pack, or a snow land of some kind in every pack. But I don't know that I don't think that there can be more than one, except for with foils. So I think that there is going to be 24 snow lands in an 8-player draft, which means each player gets 3. But if you're the one who cares about them, you could pick up 6 or 9. Somewhere in between. Yeah, one thing that makes Snow a little easier to draft than in Modern Horizons is Snow, the payouts are worse, which makes it so the people going for them are more likely to get more of them because less people are going to go for them.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I don't know how it's going to play out until we kind of see it in action, though.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Oh, it looks like the Veil actually won't be in the land slot.
Okay,
Sorry,
so it's just the duels and the basics. Okay.
And then that's just a common Evolving Wildish sort of thing.
Okay. Well, this set looks super, super sweet. I mean, for people like you and I, Luis, who've been playing for a really long time, who love these expert level sets, right? This is about as far away from a core set as you can get without going into Cube or something, because there was a ton going on these cards for sure. Felt like even a bunch of commons had 3 or 4 lines of text with a bunch of subtypes and super types and whatever. So there's a heck of a lot going on, and that's exciting. That to me means that there could be a real puzzle to solve here, and we'll get to start solving that puzzle pretty soon. Let's call it a show there. Next week, we'll be back with the rare and mythic rare set review. So we'll go over all of the rares and mythics and see what kind of nonsense they got up to when the leash was off as far as the rarity goes. And we'll be back and hope to see you there for that episode. In the meantime, if you'd like to catch us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV pretty much everywhere. You can find everything related to the podcast over at lrcast.com. That's the place to go. For basically anything, Luis and I both stream. You can find our streams on there. You can find the Facebook page for it where I update whenever an episode goes out. The subreddit, shout out to everybody on there. All the links right on the front page, as well as literally every episode of Limited Resources ever put out is on lrcast.com as well. So you can dive back into the archives if you'd like to do so. I also want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. That is the place to go for Kaldheim for sure. If you need to pre-order, you can do that right now. And then check out the link in the show notes as well for, what is it called again, Luis? Box Breakers? Box Breaks, which is the sweet new way that you can get a part of a box and then watch it opened live on stream and see what you get. You can buy pieces of a box, basically. And that's for Pokemon. What is it called? Flesh and Blood? The new game?
Pokemon, different Pokemon sets and Flesh and Blood, which is another card game.
And then, of course, Magic: The Gathering as well.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to do it for this episode. Thank you so much, as always, for hanging out. And we'll see you next week.
You've talked about Woody a lot on the show. Mm-hmm. And I want to mention that Woody's doing something right now, which actually invariably brightens my day whenever I see it. He has all these stories he posts about his metal detecting, and I don't know how much you've talked about it to folks, but it is super cool. I heard you talking about it on stream the other day, mm-hmm. And for those of you who don't know, Woody got mega into metal detecting. And what he does is he posts that he'll help people find their wedding rings or old little, mostly rings. I think that it seems like that's 99% of what people lose in this manner.
It is
because it's expensive and metal, or a sentimental value. And he's done stuff like find someone's wedding ring which they lost at the stretch of beach. The story that he recently did that was so cool is he found an old class ring, just at a park, near his house, and he tried to figure out which college it was from. It said because it was I don't know, it was Trinity College or something.
Trinity University, yeah.
Trinity University, and it had initials. And he looked up people from the class, saw that there was no one there, found a different Trinity University, found someone with the same initials, was able to find the contact information for, I guess, this guy's grandkid, his son, and the ring had been stolen in a break-in 10 years ago.
Well, it's actually even crazier. So he got a hold of that guy at the Trinity University in Massachusetts, and the guy's yeah, that's not my dad's. That wasn't his. It's a different person because he has a different middle name, and the initials on the ring were JFG, and he's my dad's middle name was an F, so you got somebody else. So then Woody found that there's another Trinity University down in San Antonio, and then found that this was another guy who lives about 25 miles from Woody. It was his dad's ring, and it had been stolen from his house and ended up somehow in this park where Woody found it, and Woody was able to reunite him with his dad's class ring. from
It's just so cool.
1927. It's just insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was a really cool story, and I think it's really cool that what Woody's doing. It's a bright spot in, you know, at a time when we could use some great news.
That's right. And I'll put links to Woody's Twitter and his Instagram so that if you're interested in following along, you can do it. I've been retweeting his stories too, so if you follow me, you can find them on my Twitter.